Hello everyone and welcome to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament, the pre-tournament before champs if you will. Taking you through the action throughout this weekend will be myself, Visions, alongside Seymour, the Canadian duo, back at it. I'm hyped up, man. How you feeling?
I mean, I'm hyped up. You're back, so that's even better. But we get some fun action, and I think we are kind of filling ourselves in going into this one with shaping this tournament into a portion of looking at it. We've never seen something like this before.
That's right.
This is the first time. Shout out to AMD for putting this one on, and a preliminary into champs for teams to shake off that rust, get used to it, and especially having APAC, European teams, and LATAM teams playing on North American soil before a tournament. This is never before seen.
That's right. You can't use that excuse, well, we didn't have the practice before the tournament, we were flying over. It's like, well, everyone's at least here about a week before, so you can get some reps in, you can review, you can go over your gameplay, and it feels like it's probably the best that we've seen in years, and a lot of that has to do with what's on the line. Not only do we have champs next week, but you also have qualification spots open for EWC, so it feels like now that we also know ahead of time that challenger teams are going to EWC, there is that much more weight, there is that much more on the line, and these teams know it, and they're showing up early to practice.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of those things too for EWC is last year there was no preparation for EWC. It was a surprise. It was a shocker for teams to go to champs, qualify, win the last major of the year, and qualify, and then you get to go to Saudi Arabia to compete against CDL teams.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
This year, every team has that in mind. You got the preparation all throughout the year. Every single major, every single cup, elite has led to this moment. And for more teams to just get that extra little bit of edge for champs to have themselves fleshed out for that tournament to get to potentially Saudi Arabia and be challengers champions. Everything's on the line this weekend. And I don't think we've seen a similar situation where we will have a challengers champs be this competitive going into it because of a tournament like this.
I think that's really accurate. We've seen NA, EU go back and forth with championship wins. I think Omid right now is probably one of the challenger teams that you look at for as far as the top. But I mean, there's a lot that could happen, especially at this weekend, because we also got two CDL teams that are in the mix here too, right? So, we're going to see them at EWC, of course, so it's going to be a lot of fun. But let's take a look at the bracket here that we have laid out for you guys. Of course, it will be quite a few teams, 16 taking place, and we got a lot of great round one matchups. The ones that I think definitely jumped off the page, at least for us, Team Notorious, Mind Freak going head to head here for us, Colin. But there's a few more here. Is there anything else that jumps off the page for you?
I mean, we got Team War versus Royal Spartans just above that on the same side of the bracket, as well as our DreamHack champions Omit, who are already pre-qualified for EWC, playing Stallions in their first round. We look at LAG mates taking on Unity, our APAC LCQ qualifiers, and then Rocker at the top taking on one of the LATAM teams in Chaos as well to look forward to, as well as you're going to see a lot of P7 teams. We got P7 Black, who's Chunk, Detain, Disarray, BB Connor, P7 Red, Twisted, Kez, Lampy, and Nile, and P7 White, which is Cobra, Aspect, Denza, and Vortex. So keep it in mind, a lot of P7 that we're going to be looking at, so make sure you note down who is who.
Yeah, definitely going to have to make some mental notes, and we'll have to try to keep track of it, of course, as well throughout the tournament. But getting into the mix, like we had said, Team Notorious, Mind Freak, that is where we are actually going to be kicking off our very first match. We'll get our really first good look at what APAC has to offer, especially when you talk about, some of the players that we have on that roster. You have someone like Zach, who is, coming into this, and he's had a lot of hype around him for as far as the pro players gassing him up, getting a lot of great learning experience at DreamHack. Have to imagine that might potentially play some kind of a difference here. But we will take a look at the rosters here laid out formally here, of course. And again, Zach, like I had mentioned, alongside Setsi, Manny, and Crimza. Manny, of course, coming in for FIDA, but this is going to be a very fun APAC team to look at.
And I think that is exactly how we're going to put Mind Freak into the spotlight for this one, is Zach coming into this team, because you go on to Stallions, you have championship players, pro players, all coaching you, giving you these tips going into that team, as well as playing alongside somebody like Skies in a LAN setting. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to go back to APAC and try to incorporate some of that towards the rest of this team. And when you already have Crimza and Setsi, who are, at the top echelon of APAC for years now underneath this Mind Freak banner, it's going to be pretty easy to reinstill those, I'd say, skills for these teams and these qualities that you're going to want to see for Mindfreak going into champs. And then you kind of bolster this out by bringing Manny in for FIDA, at least for this tournament in general. No, Manny's not going to be playing at champs. We're waiting for FIDA to get to Toronto still. But you talked to Zach, and he said that he, through Stallions, has seen Manny play quite a bit. And he's a player who always gets his 25% done. And I couldn't agree more with Manny. I mean, I got so much stock in this player. He's great to watch. He's great to be around. And for an environment like this, I think he's going to really help push Mindfreak into that competitive setting.
I love that. But their opponents, certainly going to be difficult to take down, because you look at F. Afro, Eric Boom, and Rafi. And, well, these four have been together the entire year. So chemistry is most certainly something that they're going to have here. And they're going to be able to use that, I imagine, quite wisely against a team like Mindfreak that, does have substitutes coming in. But overall, they've also been able to win an event. They had that amazing comeback when they were down 3-1 in Miami to bring it back, secure the game number 7 in, pretty convincing fashion. Eric Boom goes on like an 8 spree to end it, finishes 11-3. So you get, a lot of what you want for an EU team to come in here, potentially set the pace early here with a Mindfreak warm-up potentially, or, Mindfreak maybe comes through and does what we don't normally expect them to do, and that is upset here versus one of EU's best.
And that would be really fun to see, but you look at this Team Notorious roster, and this team alongside Orchid have raised the bar this year for what European COD can bring to challengers.
I like that.
Both teams being in every single grand final, at least, that we've seen in an open LAN setting. So now coming together for this and for champs, I mean, they have one more thing to do to kind of dictate their whole career, at least for this year. And that's to make it to EWC, to beat champions. And that's what a team like Notorious wants to bring for their region, which we've seen them do countless times already.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our maps and modes that we do have lined up here for our very first round 1 matchup. We'll be kicking it off on Vault Hardpoint, moving into a red card search and destroy, followed by a Hacienda Control, and if need be, we will follow up with a double dose of Hacienda Hardpoint and on Protocol search and destroy.
I think I couldn't ask for a better best of 5 for maps, at least to start a tournament like this off with. I know for Team Notorious throughout their entire boot camp leading up to something like this, they talked about how they wanted to at least widen their map pool, try to bring some new strategies into maps that they were not as good as, through DreamHack or previous tournaments before that. And when you look at them going back to the basics of having a maps like Hacienda, like Red Card, back into your map pool, which we're seeing a lot of Red Card towards the end of the year, which I love. I think that's important for this team and for Mindfreak as well, who's going to match up to them. I don't look at this as a series where Mindfreak want to make this uncomfortable, especially bringing, a new 25% of Manny into this team. You want it to be a comfortable setting. And I'm not seeing any maps on here that really look like it's going to create some disarray and some disconnect within these teams. So this is going to be a great, adjustable map set to look at for both sides.
Yeah, I like that call, and I think something that we've also seen in the past is something that Zach even touched on when you were chatting with him, leading up towards this weekend, was the fact that Mindfreak's actually been pretty decent in the past at sometimes stealing away that first map. And, right, they can grab that first map, and if they can somehow translate that into the Search and Destroy win, which is not going to be easy versus a Team Notorious team, but if you could, there is certainly ways to come through and actually steal away this series versus one of EU's best teams. And you look at a squad like Mindfreak, this is really where you want to prove it right away, right? That very first map, you want to come out strong, you want to set the pace for the entire series, and at least let everybody know that, hey, listen, we're not the same Mindfreak from the past, we're here to play. That's exactly what Zach had said as well. He's like, this is a different team this time around, we're here to prove it.
And in the past, teams from APAC have mentioned in the sense of, we go to a LAN, we beat ourselves, we don't have that extra preparedness, we don't have those extra series in front of us, and as long as we can keep that solid mentality going into a series like teams like Notorious or like Euromits, they're a winnable series, they feel, and I don't doubt that whatsoever. We've had so many talented players come from the APAC region who have been able to compete at the top of Call of Duty, and for a team like Mindfreak, where years and years we've kind of expected this team to move across seas and perform. Yeah, the stats and the, I'd say the accolades aren't really there to back them up, but you can see the passion, especially off of what Zach is bringing into this team, start to ignite for this squad. And I think that if you could take this Vault Hardpoint for map 1, go into it, you're putting yourself in a great situation. Search and Destroy has been such a hit or miss for certain teams this year, not for European teams whatsoever. They're fantastic, but if any team from a region like APAC or from LATAM can really perfect that Search and Destroy, look towards the hard points to be very competitive. That's something that you can really steal away in long-winded series that go to those Game 5s. It's what we've seen from Notorious. It's what we've seen from Orchid. It's just Game 5s. They clutch up. They win their Search and Destroys. And that's really been the difference between North America and Europe. And I'd like to see that from APAC and LATAM as well.
Yeah, you'd love to see it, especially for those regions that are really looking to, put a stamp on not only this tournament, but, going into champs. Like you said, because there's more on the line, it feels like there's maybe a little bit more motivation in the air for some of these other regions to put in the additional work and saying, okay, well, we've only really had the chance to play cups all year long. We haven't really had the chance to get to some of these lands from where we are and our position. But if you have this time, the week before champs, to come through and be able to do something like this, there is more motivation in the air. You heard it from Zach, and we'll see if they can try to put something together. But on the other side, again, you look at the squad, man, not going to be easy to take down a Team Notorious as we get ready to load into map number 1. Again, it will be a Vault Hardpoint. Eric had said earlier in the week, Colin, that Rafi is basically the glue for this squad. He is just perfect on the comms, and if you can have perfect comms with your AR and have a very fierce front line that is able to run through you with the subs, it could get dangerous very quickly. So again, starting off hot, going to be one of the key to victories, I think, without a doubt, for this Mindfreak squad. We'll see if they can try to get it done.
And look, we're in Toronto. We got champs next week. This is not just about $10,000. This is not just about CDL versus challengers. This is where we build the storylines for the weekend that we're looking into. This is where teams can upset, set a precedence. And this is where we want to see dark horses rise. So let's see if Mindfreak can kick us off with a banger.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done. Rafi, the man I was already gassing, able to come away with 2 kills early. Gets a look at the third, but won't be able to put together the shots. Now we'll see Zach, the man that we also hyped up quite a bit, and as well as the majority of the community. We'll see how much he's going to be able to get done as P1 is just finally going to start getting some time going the way of Mindfreak, just playing for a few seconds here. But again, you also got to keep those spawns in mind here leading up to P2.
And one thing that we're looking forward to between Mindfreak is how well can they do against something like something like the subs of Afro and Eric Boom, and the pacing that we get to see from these two, just lighting up challengers all year long throughout the pits, throughout the elites. Just an absolute force to be reckoned with. And when you see Afro 4-1 to start things off, Eric Boom 4-2, the spawns flip out. Notorious are feeling themselves already.
The fundamentals, that's something that you're always going to come back to when talking about Team Notorious. And Afro locking down the right lane. He's going to win a nice gunfight onto Manny. Setsi, though, walks right up, gets a good look at the hard point. The trades, at least, are decent enough, and the spawns are still very much in the back here. So Team Notorious coming away with a very early lead, and they're looking promising for what could be the back 30 here as well.
Well, Zach not going to be able to make anything for the break towards those spawns. Team Notorious yet to give up a single point through Hills 1 and 2. And you can already see some of these members of Notorious already looking for the rotations. Eric Boom out towards the pool. Rafi winning this fight inside the hard points and the rotations. It's Rafi. He's already there. P3. They got the setup.
They're cruising, man. They're on Cloud 9 right now, moving around the map. It is just simply going to be some scrap left up for grabs for Mindfreak. Only coming away with just over 10 seconds, but it's all about new, all about the rotation as you highlighted, Colin. And, well, getting on new, Rafi has to win the gunfight through Connector, no problem whatsoever. Comes away with 3 in a row. Trophy system down, setup is in.
You do have Eric Boom all the way back towards the art. He's going to be removed by Crimza, so Mindfreak doing a good job at least putting together a break for this hill. It's immediately swept under the rug. Rafi on 5 in a row, soaking up all the hill time that you can ask for through this one. This is not what I would expect from Mindfreak, but Notorious look picture perfect.
To be staying together all year long has its benefits. It's certainly showing early, as it is a massive lead by about 70 points, and doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to get easier here. Still trying to battle their way through the map, and it is only going to be scrap time, maybe not even scrap time there, as you see that kill actually come through from Eric. So just making it so difficult for Mindfreak to really accomplish anything when it comes down to the score between the two. Team Notorious looking solid for the setup again, and, well, they could very well turn this into a nice money hill, as it feels like Mindfreak have had a very difficult time breaking through and finding that punch to get into the hard point.
Yeah, everything's set up here for Notorious to look to get a full stick. The F-Dot, he is a turret. And you look towards Afro, who is starting to push beyond this hard point to see if he can get behind the play. It's going to blow up a little bit for Notorious, and you got to fight inside for Raffi to win, spawn up on top of him, and nothing falters at all, even with a little pushback.
All right, well, it is certainly a warm-up, but it's looking like Team Notorious were well warm before the matchup here. 100-point differential. They are just absolutely taking over. Manny through the back might have an entry in. Has a read on the second player up top. Shots are at least decent, but doesn't know if more players are on the way for the scrap time. Either way, Mindfreak are still able to come with the back 15 or so, but that's all they're allowed to have, Colin. They're only allowed to have scrap time.
Hey, you get scrap time at P2, you get scrap time at P4, and we're looking at a 100-point lead heading into the second rotation. Mindfreak, they need to start looking towards working these hills, working towards those back spawns, anchoring and communicating exactly where these Notorious players are looking to break through. And you can see already Raffi is trying to switch things up. Setsy's going to spawn out, Manny's going to spawn out as well, and that's going to put some, I'd say, disarray into the communication for Mindfreak. But Notorious are just playing everything as good as you can ask.
Man, Raffi's just absolutely on one right now. 17-8, multiple sprees. And he comes right back up off that life. He's ready to do some more damage. Crim's up, playing the top of Cat, just trying to get some shots from above, but will be quickly cleaned up. Trades do go back and forth. We're still looking for a moment to try to surge through here. That is really the problem here so far with Mindfreak. They have not been able to win a rotation. They have not been able to get to the back spawns.
That's the most we've seen from them on a hill, though, just yet. So maybe the second rotation is going to bring a little bit more to this Mindfreak than we saw back in the first one, as they're going to at least catch that reflank from Eric Boom, start to work into the front of the hill. If you can get Afro down, get to the back spawns and flip this one out, this is a good chance for you to get a setup for Mindfreak.
This is your moment here. 3 players going to drop down for Team Notorious. The spawns still might be in the back, but might get some splits. We'll see. No, looking good for it. So the help is also there from the front. Zach looking towards the pistol. Won't be able to come up with a second, but his teammates are doing an excellent job here. And now they flip out the spawns, and this is the exact moment you wanted to see from Mindfreak.
And we get to test Notorious on how their rebreaks look for the first time throughout this Vault Hardpoint. So it looks like they're going to work through this catwalk to give it one more chance before rotating for the last 20 seconds.
All right, Mindfreak back in this game. A little bit of pressure here on the exits at the very least for Team Notorious. Not going to try to give it all over for free. It's a nice entry that does end up coming through. So they do put a little bit of pressure on here, but you do have a player number 5. You take a look at that. He's already moving to new, getting himself placed in top art. Great power position here to start cutting off some of the players from Team Notorious. But man, Raffi and Afro, they get the read. The shots are good, and they'll find the kill.
Yeah, and that is a tough one too, because Zach, I mean, thinking ahead for the team, everybody else spawns away from you, and Notorious just do a good job at not letting that one player get behind them unchecked. So set up towards P3. It was near flawless P3, P4 rotation for Team Notorious, and it's just because of how much Eric Boom can put pressure through the middle of the map. You have the spawns, you're back in towards the hill, and you know, maybe Raffi could go on 5 in a row this time, but I'm sure Mindfreak don't want to let that happen.
Yeah, he's been on quite a few sprees, but hasn't got himself any kill streaks outside the RC. 155-90. 20 seconds left up for grabs here on the P3 point. We'll see if shots can come through. Manny just trying to play his life. He's getting absolutely battered here through the outside of Palms. Looking for an angle in. We'll get a read in the back, but it's F-Dot and Eric Boom that are able to get all the work done needed. And that will be another big multi-kill. 155-91. We go to noon. The setup is looking very solid once again.
F-Dot with the play. Eric with the Codcaster glory to give him the props, but Notorious shaking off that rotation to P2 that brought Mindfreak right back into this game, and the setup towards P4 again. Raffi just soaking up the hill time for this money hill. You got the perfect setup for F-Dot around. He's going to get caught, but now it's Afro who you have to get by.
Afro's going to back up wisely. But Manny from the front might be able to get some work done alongside Setsy, so good work here from the duo. Come through either door to be able to break it open. They do put the spawns at the front here for a moment. Frag gonna go out. Does find at least the first one, but Eric Boom does answer back with an 8 kill of his own. 15 seconds here. You really want it if you're Mindfreak, but Team Notorious are knocking on the door and they're not giving anything over for free.
Hey, this is just rubbing salt in the wound. Going for a 10-second break at P4. You know you have the spawns to P1, so you can give that pressure to Mindfreak. And that lead still in and around 70 points for the third rotation. Notorious have been at least tested a little bit more for the second set. And you can see Mindfreak starting to warm up to this game. And if you can get a little bit of a better performance from maybe Setsi and Crimson into this third rotation, at least in the slaying category, Mindfreak can give Notorious a little bit more of a run.
Saw Zach go on a little bit of a spree there too, so he's finally heating up. Mindfreak getting the guns warm, getting the shot on point, what you're going to need here. And you had already said it, Colin, you know, you need at least to make sure some of this P1 time goes neutral, but more importantly, soak it up if you can, and then try to find a way to get towards P2. We saw the P2 hold last time around was very solid, and rotational kills already coming in. You can see just how much dedication Team Notorious are putting on the rotation right now, trying to get through, trying to flip out the spawns, but everyone's holding, and everyone's tracking down the player as well.
That's a good kill into F-Dot. Manny already looking over to New. Spawns flip out for Notorious, so
okay.
Mindfreak, you're going to have to race all the way back out. Every kill that you get here is just going to allow your players to this P2 setup early, and Afro going to hop right in there. Spawns in the back for Mindfreak, so still some work to do here, but the kills come through. Afro with the heads-up play, stuns out, bait and switch, and it is seamless for Notorious on the transition.
Bad news bears here for Mindfreak. Still have the spawns in the back, so they can still brute force and work their way in, and that's exactly what happens. So maybe not all bad in the end. 30 seconds here at P2. You get this 30 seconds, you can still most certainly bring this one back. So Team Notorious likely going to give this a push, likely going to try to dabble and get some toes inside, but everything being shut down from the front. Crimson just getting shots in and out over the top. And with 15 seconds up for grabs, it's looking like Mindfreak might be able to hold on here. A few more players sending their bodies, but this might delay them on the rotation anew.
Crimson just trying to keep himself down while players throw themselves at this hill. Notorious going to take a good chunk of time away from Mindfreak in that contention, but we look towards New, and this P3 has been something that Mindfreak have been struggling on how to dissect this setup that Notorious are bringing in. So fighting through the middle of the map, they have no presence over towards Gold or Art, so you're fighting both sides right now.
Yeah, pick your poison, right? Both players on the high ground here. Afro also going to reinforce, but will be taken out from the back. 217 to 171 now. Still lots of time up for grabs, but the feed pretty much all goes blue there. Good news for Team Notorious. They could still actually just about end it here with the remaining time on this hill, and they got the map locked down, so a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to make some crucial decisions.
And a couple more seconds here to get close as you can to map 1 victory. Mindfreak looking to fight on through, but Rafi back into it. Couple shots there. Rotation for P4 as the lock is going to pop up on the mini-map. You see Eric Boom already on the rotation. Everybody set up over towards Art. So off of this respawn from F-Dot, you imagine he's going to hop into this hill, and Notorious is going to look to put it away here.
Very well could get the job done, but Zach does get a read on one. Can he get all the way through the back and likely play for at least a flip maybe on a couple of the members? Runs right into the hill and just absolutely guns the first. Has to play his life. Waiting for reinforcement. Shots over the top. Going to be good. Zach gets a second. Puts him up to 3 in a row here. Trying to delay what feels like inevitable. But Mindfreak fighting back. Showing us that they still got a punch or two. And that will be enough to at least force Team Notorious to make a decision. Are we going to hit this? Do we play for the win?
I mean, for 5 seconds, you can at least put some bodies on this hill. Going to see if you can steal this one away. So you do see one more chance here. Rafi going to take out Zach from the hard point. 4 seconds. Setsi's got to go. He's got to fight for it, and you make it. But on the rotation, nobody's there for Mindfreak, and 5 seconds is all you have to break.
Spawns are in the back here, though, so it's a bit of a 2v2 through the middle at the moment. Zach just has to play the hill, but I mean, they just need 1 second on P1, and there it is. Team Notorious get the job done. They come out with map number 1 and secure the win.
Mindfreak test them towards the end. And you think about the way that that started compared to the way that it finished, it was a lot better of a performance from the individuals that we expect to pop up from Mindfreak. But Notorious, you start off with 3 hills in a row, just not giving up any time to Notorious, or sorry, to Mindfreak. And you saw the fundamentals coming inbound from Rafi, from Eric, F-Dot as well, just making sure that they were always on the better side of the map for each one of these hills in Vault. That is as good a performance as you can ask for Notorious to start this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it really is just the start of the game. It's just Team Notorious being a step ahead, being just a little bit quicker. And we also mentioned, pacing could be a bit of a problem, when it comes down to this Mind Freak squad. They said that's something that we actually need to adapt to. We need to
Yeah.
get maybe a little bit faster, or maybe even at times slow down and adjust to the pace of some of these top EU teams and top NA teams to be able to compete with them when it comes down to hardpoint. So we see it there. Does plague them through the first set, but, they do a good job of bouncing back, start focusing on the spawns more, and you have to take away, at least some positives coming out of that map number one, despite the 100-point lead that we saw early on.
And I think for Notorious, just as much as we put some focus onto Mind Freak for trying to fix their pacing, adjust to everything for, playing against your European and North American teams, where we haven't really seen them do it all year long. The same can be said about Team Notorious and what they're looking for in a boot camp like this and, for the tournament here at the AMD Overclock. It's working on these respawns and trying to instill those fundamentals to their team to, look towards your omits and look towards, everybody that you've been struggling against, at least in these LAN settings, at trying to fight for these map 1s and map 4s. And you can see it in this one where Notorious are not really trying to chow everything, rather set up for hills, set up for breaks together, have somebody leading into a retake, as well as we saw Afro do that many times. And for Eric, who most of the time we've seen him this year, he is running and gunning. I saw him flex over towards that Ames quite a bit on this map, especially for those P3 rotations, and he was really good for catching off some of the players from Mind Freak.
He certainly was. He's just all over the place, almost impossible to track at times, and puts up, I think I want to say it was 38 by the end there, so certainly had himself a game and was a complete difference maker when it comes down to winning those crucial 1v1s, making your way throughout the map fighting for spawns. So a great look for Team Notorious. I would say, you certainly are going to favor them a little bit more in this matchup, but Mind Freak, they do compete. They do bring it back just a tad bit. They just fall short. Now, the SnDs, the Search and Destroys, this is where it gets interesting because Team Notorious, well, I mean, this feels like one of their bread and butters. It really is one of their game modes that they've almost always been able to rely on. They've been able to bring it back in some of their series here throughout this year, purely off of some of the searches, get momentum back in their favor. But on the other side, this is actually one of the critical things that Mind Freak said they were working on. They say we need to improve our search and destroy. So if anything, this is going to be some great takeaways when it comes down to getting some search reps in.
And you go to a map like Red Card, which a lot of teams are going to be looking to perfect going into champs this weekend, where we've seen it pop up quite a bit just in series around our opens, to be that map that teams can, look to have a little bit more of a strategic edge over their opponents on. And I think that this is going to be, first off, like you said, very telling for Mind Freak, but for Team Notorious, I think very thorough in what they're kind of going to throw out on this map. I expect both teams to not just go into their attacking rounds with only one strategy in mind. If things fail at one site, this is a map that we've seen a lot of late round pivots on, and I think that it's very important for these teams to really kind of go into a map like Red Card, and I don't want to show like all your cards right away, but maybe throw some spanners into the mix, shake things up for which kind of playstyle you want to go for, instead of just banging out a site and doing it as quick as you possibly can.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I mean, you have to imagine there's going to be a lot of footage that you can come back and watch also leading up towards champs here, so making yourself a tad bit unpredictable, throwing something in that other players might not pick up on or might not read, could be a huge factor going into it. But if anything, I think Mind Freak are probably more willing to throw in a couple of gambles, maybe more so than Team Notorious, but we'll see. They get into that flow, they win a couple rounds, they might just start sprinting at you, and there is a lot of square up moments that kind of happen through the outer portion of the stage where you can square up versus ARs. You can take those battles. If you're feeling confident, you're feeling hot, you can definitely win some key gunfights, get your team an advantage, and play for those first bloods, which that's something that we're always going to talk about when it comes to SnD, aren't we, Colin?
And I think that's one thing we can really look to Mind Freak about is that first blood category. You look towards the end of that hard point, you had Zach making plays, you had Setsi starting to turn up inside of the hard point as well. Manny's going to be a player that we look at a lot to be involved with those first blood battles. I know he's, I'd say traditionally a quicker paced player for this team, and I think that he's going to be the X factor for this team as well, going throughout this entire tournament on how you can fit into this roster and bring something that you might not get from a FIDA to it as well. And we know what kind of a player Fighter is to begin with, and trying to be that aggressive SMG to open up those rounds. And I think that's where you need somebody like Manny to fit into that structure and be that opening player for the team alongside Zach. And it's going to be important to see him fit in well.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And you saw Manny with a couple of nice clips there, near the end of that one. So there was certainly a reason they brought him onto the team. I mean, just having chemistry with at least one of your players like Zach, I think, is going to go a long way, right? For as far as just figuring out what we want to do, what we want to change, and keeping the vibes at a really good, just keeping the vibes well overall. You want to make sure you have some of that chemistry, and having a pickup that you have chemistry with is honestly fantastic. So we'll see how that does end up playing out for them here. Just getting ready to load, of course, into that map number 2 here for you guys. But again, Mindfreak, you go down 0-2 versus a team like Team Notorious going into a control. Maybe it gets a little bit scary here for your round 1 at the beginning of the tournament here, but at the very least, I think you really want to tie things up. If you can steal away this, that also maybe gives you confidence going to the rest of the series as well.
Yeah, I have Mindfreak just in general as that surprise team for the tournament. You go into a game like Team Notorious, you don't want to fall flat on your face. It might take a little bit to ease into the game just in general, but I think this is a team that can really turn heads, and I have a lot of hope that Mindfreak can be that upset roster against some of our top competitors inside just the Challengers Finals in general. And I think that even when you look deeper into the story of Mindfreak, especially when you add Unity Visual towards the conversation for APAC as a region, when was the last time that we saw these guys at a tournament? It was Champs 2024.
A long time.
And
right?
before that, it was the last Toronto Open.
Yeah.
Before that, it was the Toronto Open before that in the year prior. And then MW Boston was the only other tournament outside of those that we did see these APAC rosters actually play in a LAN setting. So I want to see the APAC players turn up, and I think we would like to see it, leading into a tournament like this.
It would be a great storyline to see. Set C down low. Might see the toes, and yes, he does find F dot. Has to slowly crawl himself out of the stage. And he will be pinned down through the middle, but that is excellent help there from Crimza. So now that's going to actually give us a 3v2 in favor of Mindfreak. Rafi down low, and well, the support comes right back the other way. Team Notorious now with the man advantage in the 2v1.
Well, Zach's going to have some good timing. On the first one, they line up the shots, but that is a good return on there for Notorious to take that map or that round number 1 here on the red card. We can see it back with Eric as well. I mean, that is a surprise, but fortunately he had the Jackal, not the aims in his hand.
Yeah,
that was an AR
good
for Eric. I don't think he walks away with that.
No. Everything connects just right on the head right away. It looked like it was going to line up, though, quite well for Zach. Got the timing, just could not find the final execution. So Team Notorious, despite going back and forth, getting the first blood and losing a couple members throughout that round, they're still able to come out with it. And now we'll see what their first offensive round looks like.
So looking to see if you can follow up and enter back. Aggression from Zach, and first blood goes to Mindfreak for round 2. Eric Boom dropping the bomb. I like this position too. Aggressive through mid, has to be careful. Potentially a reflink through ticket, but with the bomb down, it's on Notorious to see who can make a play, and it looks like they're going to be battling the B.
Lots of shots, lots of tags. Rafi goes for the reach out as the regen is just slowly coming back, and well, they just isolate Crimza. Rafi didn't get it, Afro would have. 3 versus 3. Bomb is still down, and you got a 1v1 on the other side, and Zach's actually able to come up with that, but now the chaos kind of all taking place in and around the escalators. We'll see if Afro can try to track down the player, but it looks like he's not going to be able to even up the odds here in the 1v1. Now needs a clutch of a 1v2, snaps on Zach, and now turns it into a 1v1, but only has 20 seconds to play with.
Well, the timing's tough there, and Afro almost clutching up another one for Team Notorious. You got to give Manny a lot for that whole sequence that we did see, because all eyes were on B. No communication on if bomb was down or not, so the quick rotation from Mindfreak to see if you can contest what they thought was a bomb plant almost really opened up Team Notorious having a free plant over towards A, but they don't fully give up that rotation. And Manny winning his fight versus F-Dot all the way out towards H1. That is a solid setup for Mindfreak to stay ahead and not fall for these traps that Team Notorious are trying to plant.
1-1 the tally. Zach has been pretty electric here to kick off the search and destroy. He's been finding a lot of value, especially early on in some of the rounds. 3 in a row for him, though. Looking for what could be potentially number 4. Get some value with that RC here as well, if you dare bring it out.
Don't you dare. Eric's going to be the only one at B. For the most part, Zach quiet on this attempt. He takes this battle, you get this kill.
Oh.
That could have drawn Notorious away from that A site, but since he falls, nobody's going to have to move for Notorious, and they know that this is an A hit.
Eric can just be so slippery. Track him down. Think he got the shots lined up. Nope, not the case. And, well, looks like Team Notorious might be good for another defensive round here. Setsi doesn't know where to look, but does still come away with one, or looks like it will be the kill in the back. There it is. Waiting for him to drop down. I figured there was no real position for him to play, and that will be another pickup round here for Team Notorious as they go up by 1.
Yes, yeah, and it's a tough round. You're throwing curveballs at this Notorious team, but it comes down to the individuals to really make that impact. And you know, as quiet as it is on that A attempt, I think Eric, with the time that had passed, had a little bit of a heads-up call from the rest of the team that we only spot 3 players. Somebody could be on the flank. Keep your heads up. And that fight win versus Zach, hey, shuts down his streak as well and really lets them focus on the attempt at A. That was at hand for Mindfreak. So I like the change of plays. I like the plays that they're throwing at Notorious, but it seems like it's pretty one-dimensional. You lose Zach, you have no backup plan.
Afro might have got the call. Finds the easy first pickup here and also got information onto the second. So will they collapse quickly? Door's going to open. Afro trying to throw some tacks and nades in. Just trying to get a little bit more info as Manny also starts to rotate over. But they do lose one, and well, F-Dot able to find one on the staircase. So huge kills go back and forth, but Team Notorious will be with the man advantage, 3-2.
You know, this is a 2v2 for the site, so a little ahead of the curve on the attack. You wanted to go for the double chow, but didn't seem like the communication was all there for Manny to follow it up right away. And Notorious able to hold their own on the inside. We see Eric alongside Afro in the mix of it yet again at this B site. F-Dot winning his fight versus Zach as well. All the way into the back of their spawn. Mindfreak losing some key gunfights, and I think you really need to start to see them start to light up that kill feed a little bit more, as they're getting the right reads. They're just losing their one-on-ones.
Yeah, I feel like Team Notorious is so good at getting info and then immediately having a second player follow up with a challenge, and well, the execution is there. Afro pokes right through the middle windows and is able to grab himself one, but they do lose 2 here. Eric and Rafi have been taken out of the round, so Mindfreak need to play with the numbers in this 3v2 advantage.
Round 1 was a 2 versus 3 clutch up as well. And with F-Dot still there, Afro's getting so much information that this is over towards A, and F-Dot's going to be in that top 3rd window. Afro could blow this whole setup up.
Certainly good. There's the first, snaps on the second, doesn't finish off the kill. He's got him trapped though, and now they know where the second player is, and F-Dot is there to deliver. Crimzo, where you gonna go, brother? You got nowhere to go. What a nice play from Afro on the flank.
They're literally running circles around them on that A retake. Not letting the bomb get planted. Afro's hitting the right timings. Nobody watches the flank from Mindfreak, and he is so free to get towards that stage. If I'm Mindfreak, I'm really kicking myself that all you really needed to do was have somebody shouldering that flank, and you had the numbers to dedicate somebody to that position. It's just you put so much focus on the bomb going down, not enough trust that the player can get it done. And you let the monster in, and Afro, he's got 5 in a row.
Yeah, he'll pounce. He'll pounce, and he certainly does. A couple streaks, though, will be in the cards for Team Notorious. And Afro is not going to let that stop him from leading the charge, that's for sure. He's ready to break down doors, and, well, still Team 6 ready to start breaking down the B site. Afro gets a read on one, I think, with a call-out. And that's going to force Crimza out, and, well, now they're just going to go for the plant.
Well, this is important for Manny and Crimson just not to die. You got a late flank coming out all the way in the back from Mindfreak. Rafi's going to be watching it. If Zach can get this kill, that's going to open up everything, but you still need to time this right.
All right, kills going back and forth. Drops into a 3v2, make it a 2v2. All evened up. Eric's going to get info on one of the cross. Easy pickup on the first. 25 seconds now left. A lot to do for Zach. Has to break down the site with 2 players up, and I think Eric just knows, I need to play my life here. The clock is not in his favor, but Eric maybe just wants to take the chow. He's ready for it. Zach finessing, but just not ready for it. Eric pounces again, gives him no room to breathe, and the clutch factor certainly in for Team Notorious again.
So much confidence from Eric in that last fight, too. You get the calls and the tags, you know that he's weak. But it's the whole sense of how quick Team Notorious are to pivot from that position. As soon as Zach gets that kill from the flank onto Rafi, you know that you're getting pinched out from either side. They don't choose to just sit and wait. You have the chows out towards lobby to fight against Manny and Crimza. And as much as you want to stay alive there, if you're Crimson Manny, it's difficult to take that pressure and just a heads up or a straight up one-on-one. So Notorious, they have their exit plans, then they are finding ways around these these Mindfreak setups.
Great connection there from Eric. Lands the nade, and that does slow things down a tad bit for Mindfreak as they start to slowly wiggle their way into the B area. Start to check corners. Shots come through the door, and Manny does back down and play his life. But you are pinned on the outside here, and everyone from Team Notorious is ready to pounce, and there's the first blood and the second from Afro. Manny looking to get one back, but just about everyone drops, and now it's a 1v2.
Oh, this is all into Zach to clutch up. Bomb is down, so there is a delay on this attack from Team Notorious, and I'm pretty sure Zach just spotted both of them. Egregious challenge with a Jackal, but some warning shots there, and they're going to reach out.
Oh, F-Dot might have saw him. Yes, he did. And Zach was, I think, patiently waiting for him to come through. Not going to be the case. Team Notorious live up to the hype that we were preaching when it comes to their search and destroy. A dominating 6-1 victory here in the map 2.
It is just a cut above right now on what we're seeing. At least for our search and destroy. Map 1 got a little bit tested towards the end of it. Map 2, you can start to see that there's still some more that Mindfreak has to figure out with this roster and what to bring for those late round adaptations, or just how to deal with the pressure that Notorious is throwing at you. And you even look towards the round where you had the pinch working from Zach. The fact that Notorious can immediately just pivot into lobby and take those fights so confidently, it's really difficult. And when you have players who aren't shutting those plays down and holding their own side of the map for Mindfreak, you see the strength on one side, you see the weaknesses on the other. And I think that Team Notorious were really good at picking apart those weaknesses.
They certainly were. I think, a clutch factor, certainly a part of it, but just, losing too many rounds, I think with a numbers advantage, certainly going to hurt for Mindfreak. You look back on a couple of those rounds and they play a little bit differently, watching the flank from Afro's, nice pinch from the back that stops the plant, pounces on the second, then gets info on the third while playing his life. Like, it's little plays like that I think you value this team so much when it comes to their search and destroy, and it certainly shows. So a great look for as far as, what we come to expect, again, in this game mode for this squad, and Mindfreak had already said, leading up to this point, listen, this is where we actually need to improve the most. We feel like we probably win SnD a little too convincingly at times over in our region, but here it's a whole different ballgame clearly. So trying to just work out what they're going to have to adjust on, going to be a pretty critical factor as they're now down 2-0. Had a good look in the hard point, but we start to gear up on that control, and that's where they're going to have to find a big win if they want to stay alive.
Those back-to-back maps where just Crimson seems to be struggling against this team. You got areas where you know that flank can be picked up, and it just seems like you're not in situations to shut down players like Afro and Eric Boom from just taking that space away from you on a map that you really, really need to keep a tab on those players. And I think that even towards the end, that bang out on B, when you have the 4-on-4, you get that whole mix-up, the kills just always favoring Team Notorious towards the end of it. And Mindfreak, as much as they wanted to adapt and throw different strategies towards this team, towards the end of those rounds, you really saw that it came down to some one-on-ones or some important gunfights that you really need to win. Crimza not getting a kill, that's really going to stunt a lot of those rounds from going your way. And even when you were getting first bloods, it was not always translating down towards your team for winning it. It's a 6-1. I mean, for Notorious, they're in cruise control right now for this entire series going into the control. They're just polishing up those mistakes. We talked to Eric Boom before we went into a tournament like this, and he was telling us that throughout boot camp, I mean, they had 2 weeks where some players were sick, so they didn't really get the practice that they really wanted to.
Right.
But the last 2 weeks of boot camp, apparently, for this Notorious team, they were bullying teams. And stat lines from like this, after hearing that, do not surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is a complete fair point. And they said they might not be able to bully, you know, all the teams here. But when you're coming into a tournament with at least that mindset and knowing that you're that confident, that's got to feel pretty good at times. And I think this is also a team that's now been together for, you know, the entire year and has the chemistry. They also know when to dial it back at times, and like they can make those adjustments. And again, credit to Rafi apparently, who is a huge part of this team when it comes to the glue and the comms, for being able to recognize, you know, some of those macro points in the game, saying, listen, guys, we need to slow it down, or, you know, the pacing needs to go faster, whatever it might be. It feels like they've been able to make those adjustments because they have those fundamentals that have just been built in. So this is a team that's going to be hard to beat. We framed that up going in towards, you know, this series. So it's by no means over, but Team Notorious feel like they're probably going to be able to get the job done in map number 3, pending they can kind of keep this consistency going right now, Colin.
Hey, I mean, $10,000 on the line, USD, by the way. I know we're in Toronto right now, but it is something that we have to talk about. It is USD that we're playing for in that 10 grand.
Sure, sure.
5K, 2K, or 5K, 3K, 2K is where we're breaking down that top 3 in the pricing. And I think throughout today, just in general, following along with mostly these winner bracket teams, we're going to get to see some big teams play against possibly even CDL teams. And I think for Team Notorious, when you're trying to eye up a tournament like this, you are definitely looking at those big dogs like LAG mates and Rocker, and trying to take at least anything off of that team, even if you could take a series off that. I mean, that is just pure statements that you can make.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't really, you know, actually talked about the CDL teams too much, but when it comes to that Rocker squad, it's like, almost feels like there's an argument where they could be at champs with the way that they were playing at DreamHack, right? You saw some incredible plays, maybe through the first half of the year, wasn't too consistent, but at least what we saw at the end of DreamHack, I think there was a lot of people rooting for somewhat of a run, just didn't end up panning out their way. But I think Nero, definitely someone I'm excited to see a little bit earlier on in the tournament, or a little bit later on in the tournament, excuse me. So for now, it looks like teams are going to be taking a quick reprieve as we get ready to set up the control. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with map number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are well into our very first matchup here, Colin. It is 2-0 up for Team Notorious against Mindfreak. Mindfreak could do the impossible and start to bring this one back, but they're really going to have to collect themselves here on this short reprieve and see what they can do to bounce back going into the control.
And right now, where it's looking, it doesn't look likely. From the Mindfreak that we've been seeing, and that's kind of to be expected. There is some time to take before they warm up to the EU and NA rosters before champs, and they are here to fix some of these mistakes that we are seeing, but they've been struggling at locking down Afro and Eric Boom and how to stop the pacing that they're setting and the rhythm that they're really bringing to this game. We saw it on the Vault, we see it on the red card as well, is that, you know, that SMG pressure is a big issue for Mindfreak, and when you're not picking up those lanes and actually locking it down in the comms on where these players are. Afro's making big plays nonstop. You got F-Dot flanking as well at times, but really it's that SMG duo that's really been the issue for Mindfreak at this moment.
I agree. It's what set the pace right away going into the map #1 on Vault. You saw Eric, who again ended, I think, on 38 kills, I want to say, around there.
I think so.
And it felt like he was just winning a lot of critical battles, the important ones that you look back on to say, okay, like this helped win us the rotation. That is something that he is always doing, and Afro as well. He was just always picking his moments well, and to the SnD, he was basically doing the exact same thing. So we knew it was going to be a tough challenge. Definitely going to be a tough challenge now for Mindfreak, though, as they're going to have to do something that we don't see very often, especially maybe as an APAC team as well. But it will be in Hacienda Control that we're jumping into, one of your favorites, I know. And if they're able to grab this one, then it will be a Hacienda Hardpoint, and again, a protocol search and destroy. But everything, all the focus has to be right here on this map #3.
Yeah, Austin, you know me. I love me some Hacienda. For the control, I mean, obviously we can still look at players like Zach and Setsi to be putting on as good a performance as they are as individuals. I think for Manny, he's had his moments for this team still. Obviously, it is a different system, a different culture that you're walking into, just subbing in for this 10K out of the blue. But for somebody like Crimza, who has countless hours alongside Setsi and just playing in tournaments for Mindfreak across the Cups in APAC, you know, numerous Challenger finals and everything really under the sun, I gotta look at him. It's gotta be a better performance from Crimza, because map 1 and 2, a little bit of a stinker. Map 3 cannot be the same if you want this reverse sweep.
That's valid. I think the ARs are where you're going to need to see the change, especially when you talk about just some of the key power positions that you can play off of here on a Hacienda. We'll see what ends up happening, though. Jumping right into map #3, and attacking first will be Mindfreak. I lied. Team Notorious, it's flipped.
Well, even for Team Notorious, though, off this break-off, not what we're used to seeing on Hacienda. Looking for top Halls control, they actually neglect the B control zone, and they're looking to send F-Dot on a little bit of a mission towards the back office. Good kill onto Crimza, should turn some bodies around, but with Notorious rolling over these top halls, they're going to send it eventually over towards B, you'd think.
Manny does give his position away, but gets a good read on a nice slide, and actually does manage to find Eric, so gives himself a bit of breathing room. Try to keep them contained through the middle. Shots come through, and Rafi, well, he plays it a little bit better. Comes out with another key kill as Zach now presses forward for the trade, and well, if the man can't be traded, Rafi finds himself yet another.
Look at F-Dot. He's just going to look to pick you off those respawns. Manny's going to play his life. Zach and Setsi off the spawn do assist, and this would be a major kill to get if you can stop this A control from being capped. And you do. Third segment not going to be neutralized just yet, but you have a little bit of space to work with as Setsi is just trying to find that right now out to well. Afro's got a big win, and you're winning some key battles right now for Mindfreak, but can you keep off the zones?
Manny going to take a bit of a route here, and yeah, like you said, is they're going to keep them off the zone. It looks like the rest of the players able to do their job and find the necessary kills to keep them off the time, but that third tick just about captured. They want to give it one more go to potentially secure it. B has 0 ticks here thus far, and you still got a forward setup, it feels like, from Mindfreak, so they have a decent job of being able to contain this here as the trades might follow through.
This is the issue with going to A sometimes, is that if you don't fully get it captured right off the get-go, Sometimes things can get out of hand, but eventually he's going to break through, cap that A zone with the double stack. They go for the early transition onto B. Zach's got a couple kills up top. Patio Afro should get flanked, and he will. So 3 kills in succession. Mindfreak, they're going to clear this zone and start working to get some pressure onto these respawns.
All right, 55 seconds left on the clock. 13 lives playing up against 12. You can see the control from Team Notorious looking to make their way through top plat. Do a good job of finding one, but there's still a couple more players lurking below. And well, the trades, again, completely on point. And Mindfreak's starting to dwindle when it comes to the lives. And they're also now stopping the clock here, but you are looking at one in the back. Could see Zach potentially make a big play.
He has to make the play into the contest. Rafi turns around, but good surprise factor from Zach is going to get that first kill. 6 playing 11, Afro on 4 in a row. Stack over towards B is what we're going to be looking at to see if they can get any more progress before these lives do drain out. But for Mindfreak, get a single file fashion. Dominoes lining up to get knocked down, and no pressure on Eric whatsoever.
Yep, just down to 2v9, and well, the zone will be captured. They don't manage to both eliminate themselves here before that final tick. So Team Notorious maybe started just a tad bit slow, but they started to pull it together quite well. And they're able to capture both zones. Once they're able to grab control of it, they never let up.
I got a little bit worried for a second because you had early on F-Dot going for those spawn kills. It doesn't really work the way that you thought it would. Mindfreak do actually a very good job at clearing out their spawn and getting back in towards those halls. And with a single cap over towards A, they do get those 2 segments early, almost the 3rd one. But you started to see Mindfreak get some footing underneath them. And once they did, the kills onto the respawning members of Notorious were looking good for Mindfreak. But this Notorious team, they don't stay down for long. And as soon as that A zone was captured, with the double stack at Afro and F-Dot, that was probably one of those simple transitions to be that we could see.
Well, it's a decent start here for Team Notorious into round number 2. Do win out on the initial trades. Eric makes it that much more favorable. Gets a look at the 3rd, but won't be able to complete the kill. And now Mindfreak's starting to bounce back with a few eliminations. Could give them some room to work with here, but what zone are you looking to try to capture? You are still stuck at the back of well, and Afro's locking down bottom secret. He's ready to go rogue on the rest of the members looking to push through.
It's every single time you look at the map, you see Notorious walk through. It's like a wave of blue arrows, a tsunami just collapsing on Mindfreak with the flank that you see. The fast flanks, too, that F-Dot are putting on is just not expected at all from himself, but it is why he has been one of the best players out of EU for this year. And the kills for Mindfreak just not all there just yet. You still have a player towards Manny inside office looking to do some damage, and with the kill onto Rafi, hopefully this can open up some lanes, but getting past Afro, that seems to be the hard part.
Yeah, Manny's going to continue to go forward, but he loses that one-on-one battle, so now his teammates are really left out to dry, it feels like, because you still got lots of presence through the middle of the map right now, and Crimson's basically just forced the touch, has to fight from top plat, does a good job of eliminating one, but there is still a lot more work that needs to follow through, and well, Crims are going to end up dropping down. A couple more players might be able to get a touch here, but it's just not enough kills. Zach doesn't get the read on F-Dot, and that will be the cleanup of the zone. Team Notorious, they will find themselves yet another convincing round.
Very convincing. I mean, clean. They didn't give a single segment up to Mindfreak, and I mean, very stark differences that we do see to the breakoffs of these teams. Team Notorious, instead of going for the traditional B hit right off the bat that we do see through Bridge, it's the slow burn through the halls to get on towards A, the single stack in to get some map control before you look towards these objectives. And you know, capturing A before B isn't something that we see very often, but they show that, you know, with it, it's very easy to win a round when that A zone is focused off first, if it does work out in your favor. And for this time around, it looks like they're going for the same thing, just everybody up top, work for A and get your picks.
How about Afro here so far as well? 15 and 7.
Wow.
And those were some clean shots that do end up coming through off the start, but you're going to have to do a good job of making sure Afro does not continue to find success as Manny flies down low. Secret will almost come up with a second, but again, it's pushing forward. Notorious almost just ready and waiting for those challenges to come through. Setsi wants to follow up with a play of his own. Eric just sitting there ready, waiting for the chow. He wins another big gunfight, and the live's already going to favor Team Notorious very early on.
just clean as you could ask for from FDOT on this first shot. It's not able to transition towards the second. Up top, Setsi removes Afro from that third segment. Still going to go through. Rafi finishes off, and all focused now over towards this B. Eric just waiting in the wings. He finally goes down, but it is going to stagger things off the respawn for Mindfreak. And with that Afro, he's looking to get back to business top halls.
Oh, good shots from Afro. Ready to predict the secondary chow as he wants to surge forward, not missing a bullet. Ready to maybe snap on another. The shots looked good at the start, but finally will be put to rest. However, the damage almost feels like it's still been done. You're starting to lose control of the backside of the map here in the defensive spawn. If you're Mindfreak, Setsi does manage to back up, and well, as I say the words, they do manage to find themselves a favorable feed here, but can they hold the control of the map now that they're set up?
That's the thing. You just don't want to overheat like Manny just did right there. You have a good moment to set up this defensive, but you allow for Team Notorious to get back into these power positions for free, and that puts pressure onto Mindfreak to have some heroics at Setsi and Zach. And to be fair, they do have those moments. It is going to keep Notorious off this zone for at least a few more seconds, but down to a minute left. It just takes one good wave from Notorious for this all to crumble away from you.
FDOT now, he's up top. Ooh, gets a read in the second, wants to overheat and chow, but will pay the price for it. Life's now actually even, as there's still no ticks captured on B. But it still just takes one good push. Eric gonna hold the line here, wait for his teammates to get with him before they start to surge forward and make a play for B.
An Afro for the shutdown. That's 3 kills for Team Notorious. B's gonna be touched, and look at number 7. It's Manny again, who's gonna have to clean a couple of this moment up. And on this flank, what a shot onto Eric. Boom, he saves the day. 30 seconds, 8 playing 7. A 1 life advantage for Mindfreak, and you have the setup now.
Yeah, this is a good moment here. Lives now swinging the other way. You do get a quick touch, though, from Rafi. Could he find a second here? Oh, just about. That would have been just about everything you needed to try to secure the zone. But they're still very much alive and well on it, and the kills are still coming through in the back. None of the spawners are able to help this play, so now everything basically has to come through the middle here. Zach needs to find something on the pinch. He's going to reposition completely. Everybody trying to now make their way and flood through tin. Afro from the back, getting great reads, getting great shots, and well, all the kills come through. Team Notorious get the job done, and they will sweep the series.
And that's when it comes down to control. It's not over till the round is complete. All it takes is one wave of kills on an offense like Hacienda to get over towards the B zone, to have the time just completely stopped. And once you put Afro and Eric in that position, they are so good at winning those fights, especially towards tin and patio. And you're fighting off the respawn there. You needed to hold your lives towards the top of bridge to those middle position players. And the fact that you're allowing Notorious out of their spawn so easily, we saw how hard it was to fight against this Notorious just constantly off the respawn again and again. And it was really back and forth for that last round. 3-0 sweep from Notorious in the control and the series. But you have your moments from Mindfreak. I know this team is going to take a little bit of time to get used to, especially traveling over towards North America and now playing against some of these squads. You give them time. You put them into a scenario where they can play against teams like this, and they're going to learn from it. And I expect them to learn from it.
And that's what they really want the most out of, getting these reps, right, is being able to learn from it, just get themselves best prepared as possible going in towards what is going to be champs, of course. So being able to take away, any positives from here, which, was the hard point, right? If they don't start the hard point as slow as they did, maybe that one, again, does play out just a tad bit different, because they were down by about 120 points at one point in time, and they were able to bring it back to about 60 points or so. So there's definitely some good takeaways, but overall, what we come to expect with this Team Notorious squad, they are one of the best out of EU, and they showcased it here in round number 1.
And I think one of the biggest gripes we had with some of these European teams, especially when we saw them in the grand finals a couple of times versus our NA powerhouses, is the respawns aren't always the prettiest from them, and you see it towards the tailor end of that hard point. They do start to slow down, fill up the gas a little bit, not getting those setups that they'd like to fully pick up, but it gets to that control. They look so good at fighting out of their spawns together, putting pressure onto that defensive spawn as well for the offensive team. And I think you can really look at Notorious, see exactly what they're building up throughout this boot camp, and having that confidence not just in Search and Destroy, but in your respawn modes as well. Going into champs, this is a team that wants to have the full package for all 3 game modes, and you can see them putting it on display that they've really been preparing for those modes going into this.
They definitely have been. And I think there was even times where they were maybe feeling themselves a little bit, right? They were going forward, maybe challenging gunfights they wouldn't normally do. So definitely in their bag completely when it comes down to some of those moments, especially when they're leading. So the Team Notorious squad, excited to see how they're going to be able to constantly go through the rest of this bracket and if they're going to be able to be as consistent as we expect them to be here. Again, there's a lot of great teams that we do have, right? There's going to be a lot of close matchups, and they're only going to get more and more fierce, more and more competitive as we go throughout the bracket, Colin.
Well, I think that, you know, looking at Notorious, they're checking off the boxes of what we look forward to. Some of these teams going into a tournament like this, is it going to be a slow start for them? Has the boot camps really paid off? The answer here is yes. We still look towards some of those regions like APAC and LATAM to have those slow starts when they haven't been getting that international practice inside of LAN settings. Of course, we've seen a couple of these players go to DreamHack and Miami, but when it comes down to international play in general, it has been a little bit less of a showcase from these teams. They haven't been going to as many events like the European or North American players. So going towards something like this, we look at them as underdog teams. We look at them as players who have the potential to kind of raise the bar for this their regions, but work still needs to be done. And I don't think you can look towards a game like this for Mindfreak and have it for the sample of this team. Give them time, give them some more reps underneath them, and you can probably see them turn it around.
I like that shout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break, getting ready for our next matchup. Go grab some food, go grab yourself some water, stay hydrated. We'll be back with more Call of Duty action after the break. Don't go far. Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are well into the tournament now as we start to line up some of our round 2 matchups. It's getting exciting. We got some series in round 1 that are going the distance here, Colin, so everything's shaping up quite nicely. But now we start to look forward towards some of these round 2 matchups where things are going to start to get more competitive as well.
Yeah, and I think, even looking at what's been going on across the entire tournament, it is, I'd say for round 1's pretty straightforward from what to expect. I think even looking at Team Notorious versus Mindfreak, and we talk about the potential of that Mindfreak team and what they can bring against somebody like Team Notorious, but then you look against them and you say, well, you're coming in with a substitute, you haven't fully settled in from traveling from APAC into North America, and a couple of those issues in comparison to a team like Notorious, who have been here for weeks now, will be shown in a tournament like this. And that's why they're here. That's why we're playing at the end of the day, is for teams to, get that rust shaken off before champs, get the preparation started, and start to mold in some international play here on stream in a competitive setting for a prize pool. Where that will up the ante for sure in a lot of the, I'd say, mindset for these players to try to blow off some steam before champs.
Absolutely, right? Get yourself in the best form possible before going into the biggest tournament of the year, well, one of them. But let's take a look at that bracket and see exactly how everything is kind of shaping up for us right now, because we do have a lot of matches still going on. Like we had said, we do have a couple of our teams that have also advanced. The one that we were just watching, Team Notorious, they're now facing off against Omet, who both did end up winning their first set 3-0. We do have Rocker and Five Fears, which is exactly where we're going to next. Now, Five Fears did win 3-0, but that was a very close 3-0 at the end. There was a lot of close maps that did take place, excuse me. And then the one I think we're really eyeing up right now in round number 1, the Royal Spartans up against Team War. That one going to a map 5.
It's on full tilt for that game 5, buddy. And that was apparently Royal Spartans up 2-0 as well. So Team War on the brink of reverse sweeping Royal Spartans into that lower bracket, which you got to feel bad for the boys on Royal Spartans. I know Cruz and them, especially bringing Gunzy into this tournament, they were feeling good going into it, but hey, some woes in round 1, things just not really clicking for the back half of that series, and that's going to be a troublesome one going into that 5th game. Of course, even if you do win it, you got LAG mates.
Yeah, they're waiting patiently.
So your road gets even more difficult. And then Team Notorious and Omet, I mean, you're right to talk about that. Hey, that is like what I'm sure a lot of people look at potential Challengers Champs Grand Final could look like.
Yeah, honestly, that is such a fair point. That very well could be our Grand Final going in towards next weekend. But, very well could be one of the 2 teams maybe in this finals too, right? Hey. You have to imagine it's certainly going to be one CDL team. Whether or not it's going to be 2, I mean, you would maybe place a bet and say that's likely the case, but at the end of the day, Omet's been very, very good. You have essentially CDL players on that entire roster, and you have a team that's been together the whole year that it just showed us, some very dominating performance there through their very first series.
And I don't want to be that guy to kind of put some doubt on LAG mates. I know they've been putting in some work towards, especially going to EWC to have their get back against a couple of those CDL rosters, but a series like this, a tournament like this, with players and teams on the other side of your bracket like Notorious and Omet, that is not a guaranteed winner's semifinal match for you. I mean, that is a very hard test still with what these rosters have been bringing to Challengers this year.
Yeah. No, extremely valid. But let's take a look at the rosters now that we do have here for both of these squads. Again, Rocker up against Five Fears. I'm sure all you CDL lovers out there are certainly going to be familiar with our Rocker team that just fell short from being able to qualify for a chance, but certainly gave it a good run at DreamHack. We have Geo, Kenny, Nero, and Estriel. There's a lot of players to talk about when it comes to this team, but I think the number 1 player that jumps off the page, Nero Collin, this guy, to me, watching over him, especially at DreamHack, has looked like one of the best subs in the game, and it's such a shame that we don't get to see more of him going in towards champs.
No, but we get to see him here, especially for a tournament like this, and I am excited. Big Nero fans out here, and ever since Kenny has come into this roster, it just seems like Nero has gotten better exponentially. This team keeps on evolving. I think, you look at their performance at DreamHack, and you would have liked to see them at champs this weekend to give some of those teams a run for their money, because a lot of those games were close. Their search and destroys look great. On Vault, you put Rocker into a situation like that, and they look fantastic. It's just the meat and potatoes for the whole season just was not going their way in general, and it seemed like you're just getting hot at all the wrong times. And then you look at, Geo and Estriel as well. You cannot sleep on these two either. I mean, last year for MW3, just talks for Rookie of the Year candidates and, the performance that they put on for their respective teams. And I think when Rocker click as a team, they look like they could be in the top 6 conversation for CVL rosters.
I agree. And, well, that's where they finished last, so definitely wanted to make the miracle run, just couldn't make it happen fully. However, on the other side, their opponents, the underdogs, if you will, going up against what I think a lot of people rate as the #1 team, will be Five Fears, Abe, Hixie, Fire, and Exceed. Now, a lot of these guys have at least a little bit of CDL experience, so it's not like you want to create too much doubt here for as far as maybe how one-sided it could be, because you got a lot of young guns as well, for as far as at least Abe, for as far as what we expect. This is one of his first really big challenges, and he's got some great CDL talent, at least alongside him, that have been in and out of the league.
Yeah, we got at least one young gun for this team in Abe, and it's been good. I mean, MW3 Abe just took the SnD scene by storm, and ever since coming into challengers, he just gets better and better. This year on Stallions, you really saw him finding his potential for teams like this, and you like to see some of these younger talents get onto teams with a lot more seasoned players, veteran players who's going to be able to guide them into a safe, comfortable position within a roster that can compete towards the top of challengers, and that's further going to show the potential of someone like Abe. And this Five Fears roster, it's really weird when you look at it too, because at first glance you're like, okay, who's the assault rifle player for this team? But you look at Fire and Exceed, for the fact that they've had a role change this year in switching over towards those assault rifles and making sure that they're going to be those slower players, the anchor players. It's definitely a change for them in terms of their careers. I mean, Fire, we saw him do that back in Cold War a little bit on that Legion roster, and he looked good. But for Exceed, it's been different, and I think that he's obviously had a little bit of a slower year in terms of the accolades that he's had previously in challengers, but for DreamHack, for this team to come together and find top 4, we really saw where Five Fears can go in terms of their ceiling, and I think that this is definitely going to be a competitive team come next week.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, for as far as at least the fundamentals, there's just about any team that has Hixie, you're always going to gas to an extent because of just what he brings. I know he does have that fallout with Surge, and then Surge goes on to actually have a couple of really good placings once they bring in a substitute. But, there's one thing you can always rely on in Hixie, and that's, sending the troops to the right spots on the map, right? You can always rely on his comms. That is basically what made that Toronto Ultra team, as good as they were at times, because of what Hixie had done for as far as, making sure people go into the right places, we're picking up the right things, and Scrap had always gassed Hixie for that exact trait. So I'm sure we'll bring or see some of that brought towards this matchup, because you're going to need it going up against the fundamentals of Rocker. But let's take a look at the maps and modes that we do have here in place for this round 2 matchup. We will be jumping on to Rewind Hardpoint, Dealership Search and Destroy, Protocol Control. If need be, we'll go to a Skyline Hardpoint and a Hacienda Search column.
Yeah, and I mean, right away, this obviously screams something where Five Fears can learn a lot playing against Rocker in terms of playing on a Rewind and a Dealership. This Rocker team was incorporating that over towards DreamHack. Dealership especially, Rocker looked so lights out on this. And to see it happen in a map 2 for best of 5, this is a square up for Five Fears on one of the better maps they have in SnD, and that's going to be a big thing for this team in a series against one of our CDL teams here at the AMD Overclock. Is how good are you in that SnD format? I mean, we saw Five Fears play P7 White. That's Steve Vortex team in round 1. They squared up on the Dealership. It was a 6-1 for Five Fears. They blew them out of the water. So now to play Rocker on this, we get to see the sample of, was that 6-1 on Dealership Five Fears playing just godlike, or are they just ahead of the curve?
Yeah, well, we're going to find out here, but I do like the idea of them getting rid of the vaults. I think we both talked about that leading up towards this weekend, saying, listen, Rocker and Vault, or maybe more so Nero and Vault, it feels like it can be really difficult to contain certain members, we'll say, on that Rocker lineup. That's also, one of the key maps I think that they also won in Control, I want to say, versus Optic there on their send out in the lower bracket. So, yeah, definitely one of the bread and butters that you want to try to avoid if you can. But still, the Dealership, very excited for that square. Antwerp. I think that map is always fun to watch when it comes down to the plays and the gunfights that take place, especially through mid. So we'll see what happens, but Rewind has been one we've also seen Rocker play a good amount too. I think this was also the map that we did see in their last series there at DreamHack. Just were unable to win it, but did start to mount a bit of a comeback. But you really are looking towards the ARs, right?
Yeah.
The ARs are going to need to set the tone for dealing with players like Kenny, who are going to be really good at playing for the spawns and playing in the power positions.
I think this A screams a series that needs to go the distance for 5 Fears. You look at Dealership Protocol and Skyline as a run for this team where a lot of your SMG history can really come to the forefront for a couple of these players flexing over to be a little bit quicker versus Rocker. But seeing the Rewind map 1 and the Hacienda Search and Destroy map 5, you look at players like Kenny and Geo to be a lot more present on those maps, especially Geo on this Rewind Hardpoint for a lot of those bigger hills towards your P3s and P4s to try to keep 5 Fears out of the contention for hills like that. And, you know, even for Hacienda, where we talk about that's a map where, you know, obviously SMGs can get lost, but at the same time, it's something where those ARs can tee up right off the start of those rounds and rip you off a heady right away. And if you give those opportunities towards Rocker, it's going to be hard. So really look at this as a 2-3-4 map for a team like 5 Fears. If they do want to upset Rocker, it has to be in those.
Yep, I agree. Hardpoint's going to be a hard win without question, especially if Nero continues to play how he did in that first series. You know, again, maybe not the most difficult matchup, but at the very least, you are going to be expecting Nero to be a problem. He dropped a 1.7 in that first set, and, well, there's been quite a few games this year where we've seen that man go, what, over 50 kills at least twice, a lot of 40 bombs, and, I mean, that's just what we see on the scoreboard. That's not the EKIA that he's looking at where it's like 70 kills, and he's just like, man, I'm cooking, you know?
I am unstoppable sometime for this. And no, I think even for Nero, in the sense of you look at the way you're playing against a team like Chaos before, where you drop a 1.7 KD, I mean, he had to be just in his element for that, especially starting off on a Skyline Hardpoint. Like, you look at that Skyline map number 4 again for this team, and somebody like Nero, if he and Estriel are hitting the right timings and, you know, picking up the right lanes to get in those mixy moments for those hills, you know they're going to be putting up big kills and some big numbers for it. I mean, this 5 Fears team, I'm not going to take anything away from them. They're a very strong team, but this Rocker squad has a chip on their shoulder not being at Champs this weekend. And, you know, you come into a tournament like this, obviously you're scrimming technically against challenger teams, just trying to get better for EWC, while the rest of your, you know, opponents that you're used to around the rest of the season are scrimming for champs. And your eyes are on EWC. You want your revenge. You come into a tournament like this, you want it to be perfect. You want there to be no blemishes on your scorecards. So for Rocker and even LAG mates for a tournament here, games like this are important against some of the big names and challengers.
It absolutely is. I mean, on the other side, though, you know, you're looking to use this as a proving point and a stepping stone, saying,
tryout.
I should be in the league. Tryout, right? You have a good performance here. You beat a Rocker squad, you know, in 3-1 fashion, and you're able to win some of those maybe convincingly, or have some convincing looks throughout some of those maps. That could very well, you know, be your green card towards a team going in towards next year. And, you know, I'm not saying it's just on this one series, but being able to consistently do it here versus a team like this, and then build the confidence going in towards what would be champs next weekend, and then maybe even qualifying for EWC, that's how you start to do it. So there is a lot that can happen here, and you know, we love talking those stories up because you're waiting for something like that to happen, you know, in case it does. So you really can't count anyone out. You know that just about every single one of these players are going to put their all into this and give everything, because there's not too many opportunities. You get to go up against CDL teams on stream. I mean, really, we had the Pro-Am, you know, a while back, right? We don't really get the Pro-Ams each year anymore. So it feels like, you know, these are situations that just don't come up very often. You got to take advantage when you get the opportunity in the bracket.
You just look at it. I mean, you got players like Abe still, young gun, looking for a chance to prove himself for a league spot. Neom is another player that just jumps out to me right away. He's been playing fantastic. Craze, who is, you know, obviously already qualified to EWC, playing alongside Mac and Vivid, but you know, you play against some of these CDL teams, you really show that you can shut down some of these big names that are already in the league, and who knows what we might be seeing for maybe an evolution into BO7 or possibly a spot for EWC, like we saw some teams last year pick up some late picks through the challengers pit. But hey, you know, it's all just theories at the end of the day. You know, I'm sure that, you know, for EWC just in general, and it's why we see teams like Rocker and LAG mates play in a tournament like this, you're pretty set that this is your roster. You know, you want this roster to build off of your faults, your mistakes, and try to bit better. You don't want to plug and play somebody this late into the season, because obviously last year it wasn't working for any of those teams that we saw from G2 putting Fame into the roster heading into EWC at the end. And you want to make sure that this is where you're sticking it out now. You don't want to make any changes. You want to make sure that this is who you're rocking with.
Well, let's see if they can get rocking here on the rewind. Hardpoint. It's going to be a great one. Banger to kick it off. First look at one of our CDL teams here in the AMD Overclocked 10K. We'll see if Five Fears got enough in the tank to try to shut down the big juggernauts of the tournament as we jump right into the P1 battle. And already we'll see Kylo Kent in action, but it's going to be a favorable kill feed here, at least initially, for Five Fears as they get on the time first.
This is one where you're expecting Five Fears to get off to a good start for this P1-2 rotation, but Rocker already working the macro on the flips, so you get in behind. A solid play from Nero. He works through P2, he gets through to Elephant, and it is Rocker in the hot seat now for the instant break back in towards this one. You look to win these fights on the transition, though, for Five Fears. They kick it into gear, they make it scrappy, and you love to see that for Five Fears.
Gio in a good spot, though. He understands he needs to play his life, and he hits this pinch just a little bit late. Wants to try to get close with his teammates so they can start to surge forward. And at the bottom there, you can see a huge gunfight from Estriel. Takes out Fire. Exceeds is almost left out to dry. Here he's got none of his teammates around him. Would love to get one, but he's caught in the corner, and that's a good cleanup kill and a beautiful break here for Rocker.
Well, job's not done, but Estriel notes that he's got the read onto Hixie, so all eyes forward for Rocker into this P2 setup. And we talk about these money hills where you can put your ARs in some good positions to lock down these outside lanes. It's on the SMGs to win their fights on the inside of the hill to stop the congestions.
A lot of team shots coming through, but overall, Hixie, Fire able to get involved. Estriel has something to say about it, but might have a tough time getting into the hill. Nope, no problem for him. Gets a look at two, almost the third, but the support in the back is there from Abe. They're able to get themselves back into the hill, but only for the time being. You can see Rocker with the spawns able to get themselves close on in, and that will give us just about a slight lead here for Five Fears coming out of the P2 hill with scrap time likely going over.
And you like that too from Five Fears. Battling from the less preferred side, you get the break eventually. You're still able to keep a lot of time off of Rocker's card, and for this rotation to P3, you're starting to feel a little bit more confident in the AR line for Five Fears. You've even seen Hixie pull the aims out as well, and already Hixie making that play to the back to see if he can influence the spawns.
Oh, Hixie does exactly that. 7-4. He's definitely had a solid start to the map. Does get traded out, but he gives his teammates a chance to try to surge through, get on the hard point. You take a look at the spawns here, and Ken's actually going to get a read on it. The shots come through, but he runs out of ammunition. Hixie will clean him up. There is still presence around the hill here for Rocker, but you still got a good spawn coming through for Five Fears, and you have a chance to break in for the remaining 20 seconds left on the hill.
They're making this so scrappy. And Five Fears are holding this lead. You're pushing Rocker back in every situation, and Hixie seems like he's looking at this minimap in a 4D scenario. Like he knows exactly where to go and what timings to hit. So Five Fears can have a good lead heading into this P4. And even if they haven't got these initial setups, that's back-to-back breaks on big hills that you can really trust this team to put one more together. But they have the back spawns, and Rocker, they want the fight from the front.
Yeah, they're basically right here, and they're able to win some of those gunfights. Great entry for Estriel. Fire from the backside, trying to catch some of the players that might be lingering, but his position is going to be known. Goes for the reach out. Gio says no problem. He's now able to play a little bit more forward, but everybody else from Rocker drops, so it's really just down to one in the hill. Estriel trying to play his life, trying to finesse the counter. The trade is good, and the close spawns once again secured here for Five Fears.
No panic from Five Fears. Exceed playing from afar, supporting the outside in. It's a break within 10 for Rocker, but a break in the next 20 from Five Fears. There's still 20 seconds to play for, and another 3 go down. So you start to worry for this Rocker team in the first rotation. Not only are you losing these fights inside the hill, but the ARs from Five Fears are putting on a show.
Yeah, they're looking pretty solid so far here, Colin. Don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. Rocker could still be trying to heat up, but it's been an excellent look through the first 4. Now 1-5. Rocker, they do manage to get themselves set up on P5 first. Nero trying to get a read on where the hit's coming from and doesn't get very good timing here through L. But his teammates now looking to also get involved in the play. Chaos around P5. Kylo Ken gets himself in the action, and that means that Rocker still managed to hold on for some critical time.
That's a big moment for them as well. Looked like for a second the communication was off kilter from Minnesota Rocker, but they're able to stabilize. They hold down this hill and some much needed time to start closing this gap heading into the second rotation. One more shot at 5 Fears right through the front, and it's Kenny and Gio for 3 kills. Hixie's gonna have to back down from this one as the flanks coming through as well. Won't get any further. Pete, or second rotation we're going into. About a tie game. Rocker with a little lead.
Yeah, that was just about a full 60. I mean, I think quite literally a full 60 that came through. So Rocker able to bounce back quite nicely. The exits will come through swiftly for 5 Fears. But Nero still got some presence around P1. Again, trying to get a read on where some of the players were. And that's basically going to light up red here for 5 Fears. And now Exceed's going to have a read on the spawns. Gio laying down, no problem. Cade now up to 3 in a row. 15 and 11. Foley, as he's been on one, he's been looking pretty solid thus far.
Yeah, Exceed. I mean, who else to look at for this team? Who wants his redemption? And this guy right here. Has this been a slow year for himself, but at the right moments, he tends to turn up. We saw it last year for FC Black, and now for this 5 Fears team, can he lead them into champs with a strong mental? So for a game like this, for 5 Fears to start pushing this lead again, we haven't seen a lead like this in quite a bit, especially for this map, but with looking at 155 to 119 heading into P2 of Rewind, 5 Fears can really blow this out of proportion here.
Fire. A lot to do through the back, trying to hold on to the spawns. Will be able to lock down Gio and plays his life without taking a whole lot of damage in return. Gio tries to push forward. Exceed is there for the trades, and he comes up with a second, a huge double kill. Looking for a third over the top of the RV, but this is also going to give Abe a chance to start to push forward here. How much room could he take away? The answer, none. They clean him up quite swiftly through the backside. Fire needs to now come up with a couple kills. He's unable to do so, and Rocker do manage to fight through the front, and they get the close spawns.
32 seconds, Gio in trouble. It's not as clean as he'd like to, and Gio's going to get caught early. Quick trades, though, in the hill. Nero popping off alongside Estriel. It is a swift 3 kills for Rocker to solidify themselves inside the hardpoint spawn out for Fire. And 5 Fears a little bit all over the place right now. You'd like to start to see them look for backing towards P3, but Rocker are fully flipping them out.
Do they get the read down low? Need a trade here onto Hixie. Gio does deliver. 3 in a row for him.
It's
looking
scrappy
to keep that hot hand going in towards New. And like you said, it is going to be very scrappy. Both teams struggling to even get a man across to the point, but finally you see a moment there for Rocker. They get a man in the hill. They got a bit of a setup, but they still are looking for the favorable side to hold the favorable side of the map here, as you see even Nero getting involved through the middle.
The last time we went to this hill, when even P2, it was immediate breaks for the spawns out of Hixie. Exceed this time, gonna have an easy job at this one. Nero in the back has to go big to hold these spawns for Rocker. It doesn't matter what you get from P3 at this moment for the last 22 seconds. You just want to have this P4 rotation.
Would be a big 20, but Abe knows just how important it is to start to press forward, and Gio, he's just been lingering in and around the courtyard. Able to come up with 1. Estriel looking to come up with 2. Those are critical kills because there's still time left on this point. So those are going to be some deep spawns coming on in here for 5 Fears. They got a lot of work to do before they can cut through the middle as Kylo Ken's starting to go rogue.
What is that? In the back, Hixie is blessed. And Abe's going to spawn up with him. Nobody's going to have to read. Abe's going to get the break immediately. And if you're Hixie, you're just trying to stay alive, create as much discourse as possible. 5 Fears, they're getting away with something that you just would not expect.
Man, that one's going to sting a little bit, especially if they're unable to hold on from the front here. And so far, the kills have not exactly looked favorable for them. But Estriel does come up with 2. Kenny in the back does get a 3rd. The spawns, of course, still going to be close for a few of the members, but it may be too little too late. 185 up against 200 here. The back 20 going to be massive if Rocker can hold on to it.
Hey, but with that spawn in the back, it's not all the time that you like if you're 5 Fears, but you're still maintaining a tie game heading into this 5th hill. Second rotation, not as good for 5 Fears. Rocker climbed their way back into it, but they've contested, they've kept it in a tight race, and for the third rotation, this is going to be a cinematic finish.
5 Fears set up on the time. Kenny loses his one in the back. But you got a lot of players coming from a lot of different angles here looking to try to break into the hill, but none of the gunfights are really going the way of Rocker here thus far. The control, the defense has been completely on point, but Estriel maybe gives them an opening here as he comes through the crate side, looking to break into the hard point. Needs to line up some members, looking for the shot, but from the side, Exceed pitches at the exact right angle. 3 players gonna drop for Rocker.
See it, he times that right. Nobody looks towards elbow. 5 Fears are locking this down. They can still win off this hard point, so if you're Rocker, you're fighting your way back through this one. You want to take as much of this away.
Oh, the challenger team is knocking on the door, looking to put it away. Almost a double up there for Abe. Back and forth we go. Exceed looking for the finisher, but no, we get shut down. 9 seconds up for grabs. You can no longer win off this P5 hill. We are going to at least one more.
And you got to go if you're Rocker. There's no chance to fight through that last one. Hixie's pushing through. He's going to find some more kills on rotation. You're in, and that's going to be it for 5 Fears. They're there first. They steal it away, and they show that this ain't the CDL show. This is AMD at the end of the day. We love challengers.
Yeah, that's a challengers team showing up right there. 250, 207. My goodness. What a statement game. And we said, listen, there's maybe a way to win this 2-3-5. No, 5 Fears. They come out of map number 1. They are swinging, and they take it. Man, what a way to start the series.
What a treat to start this series. I mean, you look at this Rocker team, the number 1 seed, rightfully so, but the issues are still showing in the slaying for this map. You're losing a lot of those battles if you're Nero. You saw that Hixie was catching so many angles. Hixie was just on rotation watch for those new hills. And you think about the dagger was that P4. I mean, those
for
spawns
sure
in the back for P4 for Abe and Hixie. I could have been Rocker swinging maybe 30 more points with the setup that they had, but yeah, I mean, that's rewind for you. If you don't have somebody blocking those spawns in the back and you push a little bit too forward, when that P3 hill is finishing, you open up for those spawns to flip, and wow, that is heartbreaking for Rocker.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, it was back and forth the whole way through. You saw a couple of full 60s that come back there for Rocker after being down by, you know, quite a big deficit, but in the end, it is 5 Fears that hold on to that P5 hill. The rotation was good. You saw Hixie maybe slow down just a little bit, but he was really a huge factor in starting off on the right foot the way that they did, just making sure he was winning some of his key 1v1s. But you also got to give a lot of credit to Exceed. I think Exceed had a lot of big pop-off moments throughout this map. He had a lot of 2 pieces that played a massive difference, especially near the end where he pinches inside of L, puts together a nice little double, and that really solidifies a lot of that hardpoint time that comes through on P5 to give them the chance to close it on P1.
It's just a lot more patient, a lot more coordinated from 5 Fears than, you know, one would have anticipated. At this moment here, I mean, do you see in the back? Yeah, because Kenny, he is so far forward into P3, that opens up those spawns for 5 Fears, and that could have been so much time accrued. We look back at the graph just for that last little bit. I mean, instead of going from P2 to P3 with that, what could have been maybe 220 game going to that P5 hill. Instead, that's a swing of about 40 points straight between hills 3 and 4 for this side of 5 Fears. That is a big swing for them.
Is it ever? And just a statement game too for them, but you know, the rest of the challenger teams that we still have, of course, playing in this tournament. It is a heck of a way to come into this map number 1 and beat the CDL squad, but obviously job not finished whatsoever, but it's exactly where you want to start. And you see the back and forth, right? There was a lot of opportunities where Rocker maybe could have, you know, secured it, bounced back after that P4, then going into that P5. But it comes down to, you know, some of those critical battles that were taking place on rotation. And the P5 hill was essentially what decided the game, it feels like, on both sets. When you saw Rocker hold it down for 60 the first time, and then 5 Fears essentially do the exact same thing and say, whatever you can do, we can do better.
Even looking at the start of the game, when you had that initial P4 rotation for Hixie, well, that third hill was still active. I mean, you go from 76 to 115. yes, you get a little bit of an answer going to that third set, but those P4 hills, both times that we see them from 5 Fears, they're just doing so good at stealing that time away in the hard point. And I mean, what a way to start it off for themselves. I mean, you talk about beating a CDL team. Yes, it's going to come down to obviously the Search and Destroys, but to get the hard point right off the bat, set the precedence for this series that you're not just going to walk all over us for free. I mean, 5 Fears in here. Abe's having a great game as well. I mean, he was very involved in those breaks that we saw in the first 10 seconds towards P3 the first time around. And I think he is shutting down so many chances that Rocker have to get hot.
Well, okay. Not how we maybe all expected map 1 to start and finish, but we'll certainly take it for the entertainment. Challengers out here representing in the AMD Overclocked tournament. So Rewind Hardpoint secured here from 5 Fears. Now we move over to the dealership, Search and Destroy. Now, we did already frame this up saying it's probably going to be pretty difficult, you feel like, for the most part, going into a dealership with Rocker, simply because this has been one of their maps that they've been able to rely on. They have quite a few reps on it, and they have had success here and there as well. So you are looking at this as, you know, another potential takeaway. Would be massive, but I'm sure Rocker are ready to start dialing in and saying, all right, we need this second map here going into this best-of-5 set.
This is their closer, and a map like Dealership for Rocker fits to their playstyle in my mind so well, especially when you look at the way that it plays. A lot of isolated battles, especially on the defensive side that you're playing towards, and when you look at Rocker and players on your roster that you have to trust in, I mean, you got Nero, who you're able to just let off the leash and fly in a lot of those open space battles that you're given on Dealership when you need to look towards it. Astral at B has been great to watch through the middle of the map. Geo, when he's getting involved as well. You put these players on islands and they're going to thrive. And, I think that as long as you have Kenny just guiding you throughout it, just reading the map, reading the comms, and allowing to dictate where to go and when, you look at Rocker on Dealership, and this is definitely going to be a good tool in their arsenal. It's just try to see if you can bounce back off that rewind, because he said the same thing about rewind for these players, is that you expect them to be good on this map mode combo for you know, the way that it plays, but you're getting some 5 Fears wrenches thrown at you, and even for this 5 Fears team, they want to go to Dealership too. We saw them play their last series against P7 White, and the Dealership was very good to them in a 6-1.
Yeah, so you got some, at least, you know, reps already on it. That's got to make you feel pretty good about having to also make adjustments at some point in time if you need to up against a Rocker squad, which I'm expecting you're going to need it. This is, again, going to be a squad that you expect to bounce back here, but we'll see if Rocker can, in fact, do it. Map number 2. Let's kick it off.
I think a lot for this team is going to ride on the success that Nero gets. Already the defense hunting through the middle of the map, and Nero's going to get caught in the first blood there against him. Abe knows somebody is through. Door closed, doesn't matter. Abe is going to get the second one as well for 5 Fears, and B-side is where you're going to be looking at. Geo stops them.
Yeah, it was looking good up until it wasn't, I guess. It was early 2 kills on the aggressive push there from Rocker, but Geo answers back very nicely. So 2 versus 2 we go. Bomb also down. Abe starting to clear out the middle of the map. Wants to start to push through the back, it almost feels like here.
We're going to flip this. And they're in such a good spot here. I mean, how do you read this position? Abe's going to get the early shots, plays his life, and now 5 Fears know which side they want to fight from.
Yep, they have the complete idea on how the setup should look here. But nade.
Oh, what a nade.
Oh, that's going to connect. That's going to back both of them up here, so they're going to be able to regain site control. Shots come through, but Abe just can't get the finisher. Geo gets taken down to 1 shot twice. The reach out from middle. Kenny not going to be able to finish it off, but now you're forced to stick for the plant.
Teammate behind him. Geo's going to get down. Plant has come through. Abe squares up for the 1v1, but Geo for the ace to kick things off on Dealership. Stops them in their tracks at B, stops the bomb from going down, and clutches up for the team.
Yeah, that is insane from Geo. How about the ace here in round number 1? Gets the 2 that really kind of switch everything with the double up, slows things down. They're able to grab the right control of the map that they want, play the bomb site correctly. He lives both times too with 1 HP, so by the skin of his teeth, Geo makes it out, and it pays off here as he's now on the 4 spree.
Abe's a freak, by the way. This guy was challenging everything at the end there. That is a round that you certainly want back if you're 5 fears off that first blood, but it's Astral this time to get the first blood over towards B for Rocker. Kenny, a second kill. You got lives, you got the sight, but the trade's still here from both teams. And it's done.
Wow, it's done. Rocker starting to find the groove, starting to find the picks, and you could just feel they're a little bit smoother when it comes down to grabbing control and keeping it. This time around, it's Kenny who gets involved in quite a few of those kills, but they just isolate through middle quite well, and the challenges kind of just keep coming to them, right? And they just keep winning some of those key gun battles. And that one almost just fell a little bit too easy, Colin.
That's one, I mean, round A, at least the first one you should have got there for 5 fears, you lose it. And second round, you just go into the trade fest through mid. And Rocker are really up in the ante in terms of rhythm for this game. And you expect 5 fears to meet them at that as well.
Oh, how about that win, though, from Hixie? He's able to shut down Geo, so the spree will come to an end. First blood secured here for 5 fears as they can take a breath, but a little bit of an overjout. Hixie looking for some more info, and now you've lost Exceed here too. So numbers swing right back in favor of Rocker.
Just overstaying your welcome in certain positions. The chase from Extrial is good. He just chows right out the staircase. Why not? 5 fears, it's the small things that are really killing you in these rounds. And obviously, having no read back in round 1 on that reflink from Geo, but in this turn, every single time that you saw a trade from Rocker, you get the kill if you're at 5 fears. You back up expecting to have that space that nobody's going to chase, but you saw that twice from Rocker where they're happy to reach out into the scenarios knowing that you're weak. And I think Rocker are just picking their battles so well in these fights. So, you know, 5 fears, whether you got to slow things down or really have each other's back in these high-octane scenarios, something's got to change early.
Stun doesn't exactly make it over the wall there, but the nade certainly will. So information still slowly being gathered as Kenny tries to clear out the site, but he loses his one-on-one battle. So first blood secured here for 5 fears. And that may throw a wrench now into Rocker's plans as they're going to start to switch it up a little bit here and maybe start to take a look at what's happening at A.
That's 3 first bloods for 5 fears. Obviously, none of them has translated into a round. You're gifted another life advantage, but it's just thrown away by Exceed. Still trades, keeping you into the numbers side of things, and this time around, no clutch for 5 fears, or sorry, for Rocker. 5 fears finally going to get one on the board off of that first initial kill, and I think that reacting to A the way that you do, trying to make sure that that bomb doesn't go down safely, keeping those numbers with knowing that somebody has to go for that bomb. That is a good call from 5 fears and just playing the lives perfectly.
Yeah, that one felt a little bit more measured when it comes down to what you're expecting and what you're looking to do on that A site. So very well done. Rocker looking to get the bounce back here, and this one's going to be a very aggressive hit. Looking to make some noise on the A side. Nice little bait and switch onto Nero. They'll find that first blood, but now can they play the numbers advantage?
It's another situation, trophies down. Aggressive from Fire. And they're steamrolling their way through these rounds now for 5 fears. It took them a little bit, but they got the heat underneath them. And this is great Call of Duty from this team. Especially, I like that play call. Instead of laying the rock right away, you know that that fast retake's going to attempt from Rocker. Everybody holds their own. They take those battles. Nobody overchows, and it is a lot more composed now than those first 3 rounds.
Definitely is. 5 fears right back into it. Rocker now the ones that might need to make a slight adjustment for as far as what they're looking to do. You've seen a lot of isolated chows early on towards the B site there previously on their attacking round. Kenny did end up dropping. We'll see what adjustments again are going to be made.
Just a quick hit over towards B. It is a 3v2 for the stack. Double stack from 5 fears through the middle of the map.
Wow.
It's a nice nade from Fire, but quick trades.
Might force them to rotate again. Remember, last time the rotation was red, so do they stick around this time around, play the mind games? I know we're still here. The bomb is still here. Shoulders coming in for Estriel, able to play his life. Exceed also now following up with backup as they try to move into the side. What a chow that is, but the cover fire is also just about perfect. Fire left alive. He is in the back, but this would be for a 1v2, a massive one as the bomb goes down.
Such a good play from Estriel. The read through mid was everything. Zeus a full send, fire for the 1v2. Does he expect the player on the bomb? He does, but Estriel guns him with a Jackal. This guy doesn't miss.
Clean shots over the top here from Estriel. Hits him with a little pop-up surprise. Fire. Likely would have been traded either way, but Estriel gets the job done all by himself. And what really felt like a much-needed round there coming through. Just to slow down the pace of the game a little bit. 5 Fears, we're starting to turn things around on Rocker with the aggression.
And that's good tempo set right there from Rocker too. I mean, you slow it down for that moment. You say, okay, we're still here. You're not just going to fully come back, and you stop that bleeding fast before it gets out of hand.
Estriel looking to make some moves. 3 in a row for him. He's got a little spidey sense that someone might be close by, and as the nades come out, well, he definitely knows, but will he follow through? We saw this aggressive play happen in round number 1. It was punished, but all the shots are very clean. Abe wants to get something back as he's now left out in the middle of the map. No support here watching over him. Takes the reach out. It's a little awkward, but he does manage to back down and play his life.
Oh, that would have been a big win for Exceed, but Kenny wins his battle, putting Abe in a tough situation, and Rocker are starting to push themselves into that winning position, 5-2 up, and it's really just shalling out everywhere on the map. I mean, especially through mid, Estriel's so confident playing through those staircases.
Is he ever?
As soon as you get those initial tags and 5 Fears backs up, that's the immediate just click in your head to realize that is space I now need to take. And they do it. They're not afraid to take that space whatsoever, and that's why I put so much regard onto Rocker for a map like Dealership, where the give and take is so marginally thin. They are very quick on reading it.
Well, all right. 5 Fear is going to need this round and a heck of a lot to follow up if they're going to somehow steal away this map number 2, but starts here with round number 8. Hixie searching for some info. We've seen a lot of hits over towards the B site. Hixie going to give some shoulders, some slides, and stuns and nades now following through, but won't connect with any kills. Hixie also pretty low himself as the shout comes to him, but Estriel not going to check, and now that's also the bomb down, following up, but it's a team nade. So now that drops us into a 1v2 here for Nero. He has a chance to close it.
He's watching the flank the whole time, so no notes on where Nero's position is. He's going to go for the full wrap around, but 5 Fears have flipped this, and they're playing inside garage.
Oh, the double chow from either position. Sliding out left, sliding out right. Not going to have a chance to be able to do anything in that situation. Good read, good shutdown, and a nice round secured here for 5 Fears.
A lot of these wins from Rocker have been coming down from playing a life disadvantage. A lot of clutch moments that have led them into this 5-2, now 5-3 lead that they have on Dealership. So you look at 5 Fears, who are at least translating in those first blood columns. Yes, they're kind of falling away from you, but if you keep that consistency up and start to hold those lives and not giving up trades for free, this is a comebackable game right now.
Well, let's see if they can start to put the pieces together, slowly but surely. Bring themselves back into it. As nades come over the top, lots of action happening maybe through the middle. Good shots there from Hixie, who finds Estriel for the first blood.
On the flank already, what a read from Fire. As it was the go time, the green light to hit that flank as quick as possible. It's down to Geo again to stop B, and it looks like he's done it. And now it's Kenny's turn on the flank.
They expected the first, but will they expect the second? But Kenny doesn't fully commit to the flank, cuts through mid, and gets some good info onto both players. Gets the reach out from Fire, and Fire comes up with a second one. So now Geo left alone in the back, and 5 Fears. They are not going to be put away easy. That is 2 rounds in a row, 5-4 now the tally.
7 first bloods for 5 Fears as well, and Fire goes nuclear that round. The quick read onto Nero with having no presence over towards A to recognize that that is going to be possible almost feels like a bait from 5 Fears and trying to allow Nero that space to take. You put him in a position where that challenge is going to favor Fire 9 times out of 10. And 5 Fears are starting to figure themselves out here on this Dealership, just 1 round away from a round 11 to try to steal another one away from Rocker.
Oh, clean challenge comes through the middle, and they've isolated Hixie. They know exactly where he is, so... Oh, Not sure what happens. Nero, unfortunately, will end up dropping. So now you have a 2v3 in favor of Rocker. 5 Fears certainly going to be under pressure for trying to lock this round down. And, well, that makes it that much easier here for Rocker. 1 left alive. Exceed would have to clutch up in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Exceed was forced down the vents. Had no idea how much pressure was on fire. This 1v3 would be difficult to say the least, considering you can't even get through the first one, but even if you did, you had so many players playing off site, so much time against you. You started to climb back from that game for 5 Fears. It looked good towards the end of a couple of those rounds, but you think back to how many times you were given opportunities to win some of those initial rounds that we saw towards the start of this Search and Destroy, and Rocker are too icy on Dealership, man, and you have to talk about Estriel and Kenny on that map. 9-6, 11-5. What a game from them.
Yeah, a lot of the opening engagements, it felt like at times there, Estriel was really, really good, especially in the back half of that game. So a lot of key gunfights for him, but yeah, Kenny coming up quite big himself, right? A lot of big clutches, a lot of big wins, putting together a couple of 2 pieces here and there, and that goes a really long way when you're fighting a team like 5 Fears that is obviously coming with a bit of steam right now. They're running at you. They're feeling pretty good.
Even a round 1 ace from Geo. Twice you saw that instant B hit happen, and twice Geo gets that initial kill to stop the plant. That round 1 really could have shifted this game so much from what we did see. If it wasn't for Geo, I mean, yeah, it could have been all the way to around 11, and 5 Fears may not have been as deflated towards those first 3 rounds that we did see in the follow-up, but it kind of goes back to just saying, Rocker are so good at reading the space on this map. I mean, it's such a tightrope to walk on a map like Dealership, but as soon as that space is there, the SMGs, no hesitation, are ready to go take it. You see it with Estriel so many times. You see it with Nero as well towards the flank that doesn't pay off towards that round number 9, but I think just in general, when you have somebody like Estriel who is just so good at reading that timing, he took it and ran with it so many different rounds. And you think back to the stairs through mid, every single time that he was in a situation to trade, he took it, turns it into a double kill, and that swings around number back into your favor for Rocker. So many winning moments that come off of him. And same thing for Kenny. I mean, we don't put a lot of love towards Kenny, at least you and I, just yet. I mean, he is a player that is going to be the glue for this team, and certainly in that Search and Destroy, he brought it together.
He did. And there's one thing you can always rely on Kenny for, and that is certainly his communication skills, and I think that's something that we talked about was probably a massive upgrade, and also allows you to unlock some of these players, maybe like Nero as well as Estriel, that maybe have those opportunities to go rogue, and you saw some of those opportunities pay off. When they find the gaps, they're able to take advantage of them, and having someone that can really tell you, what we need to pick up, what we need to do, what the next step is constantly, that goes a long way. And when Kenny's putting up numbers like that, well, it adds that much more to this squad as you take a look at everything that we have here for as far as the first bloods and whatnot. And it felt like 5 Fears were doing a pretty good job of matching a lot of them earlier on. They were doing a lot of great pressure through the middle, it felt like, but overall in the end, it feels like Rocker maybe just a touch better, and that, again, that's where you credit Estriel in the back half.
Yeah. 7 first bloods for 5 Fears, and only 4 rounds translated into your favor. A couple of them, too, were rounds that you win losing first blood on your own side. So you look back to how many opportunities that 5 Fears had in that game number 2. They're going to look back at that VOD overnight or between series, see the things that went wrong, see those scenarios where maybe you just overshadowed a little bit too much in that Search and Destroy. But the big takeaway right now, especially for 5 Fears, is how close they're playing Minnesota Rocker. You forced that map 4, you took that map 1, and realistically, it didn't look like it was that difficult for them. It was a battle through and through in that hardpoint. So you go now into the Control and the Skyline Hardpoint that we're going to be seeing very, very soon. And I mean, this 5 Fears team has already shown us that they could take Minnesota Rocker down. It's just, can they ice up?
A lot of potential. A lot could happen here for this Challenger squad up against one of our CDL juggernauts in the AMD Overclocked tournament. But we are going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go far. It's all tied up, and we're going to map number 3 when we come back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are currently in a 1-1 tie here between Rocker and Five Fears. It has been an absolute banger to kick things off. It's been a great day here so far with a lot of our matchups and a lot of other matches that are happening throughout the bracket. But before we touch on those, before we jump towards the bracket column, we also got to give a really special thanks to AMD for putting this tournament on. We've never had a tournament like this before Challengers Finals, before CDL Champs, so I think it's a big deal. And again, a huge shout out to AMD, so make sure you guys go follow them on YouTube as well as their socials at AMD and AMD Gaming. But back towards the action. Like I said, we had a couple of upsets that potentially took place there in that bracket. I think starting in that round one with Team War and the Spartans.
I mean, look at this bracket. Bunch of 3-0s, and then Team War and Spartans. It's all the way to a Game 5. Spartans go up 2-0, and Team War get the reverse sweep. Team War, who, might I add, has been to a Grand Finals on LAN, has had multitudes of top placements as well.
Yeah. And
this is a roster that, you know, you'd eye up as a potential CDL team breaker, just like what we're seeing out of Five Fears right now against Rocker. I mean, Team War versus LAG mates, that is going to be a banger. And not only that, you look at Team Notorious versus Omit, already a banger. 1-0 up, and we got some word from behind the scenes and how that game's going. It was just neck and neck the whole way through. You know, 100 to 100, 150, 150, 200 to 200, and from what I understand, is Afro and Craze were going band for band.
Yeah, and that's always exciting, right? Ended, I think it was 250, 248 is what we were told. So, I mean, doesn't get any closer than that, man. That is a banger hardpoint. Have to imagine that series is going to continue to be an absolute banger and potentially even go the distance there. Again, that's basically one of EU's best against what is currently North America's best. So a very, very fun one, but we'll be continuing the action, of course, at the very top of round number 2 here between Rocker and Five Fears. If you're just now tuning in, it is a 1-1 affair. It's been very, very close just about through all of the maps, but it was the map 1 win from Five Fears, which I think got a lot of us by surprise, to be completely blunt. And then going in towards that dealership search and destroy, we saw Rocker that mainly had control over that map number 2, and then eventually just had to get the closing round, and they did. But now, Colin, we go to a protocol control to see who's going to be able to grab the 2-1 advantage.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we talk a lot about the way that this series has gone in terms of, you know, expectations. We expected, you know, a lot more from Nero, I'd say, in maps 1 and 2. He definitely has had a lot quieter of a series in terms of, you know, what we would expect from him, especially after seeing him play at DreamHack and putting up the numbers that he did. But going into this protocol control, I'd say I put a lot of focus onto him. I think that in the respawns, this team plays at their best when you see him having a lot of influence in terms of the game. And, you know, for that rewind hardpoint, there were a lot of moments where he was losing those individual battles, especially on rotation to some of these Five Fears members. And I think that he has to be a part of the conversation for this map 3 if you want to compete in these respawns. So now we kind of shifted away from him being that guy for the team, and now he needs to be that guy for the team, because we've seen Exceed be able to flex over towards that Jackal, playing great on the aims as well. Abe and Hixie together, I mean, they're just non-stop looking for routes to run. And for protocol control just in general, this is something where those subs can have so much impact on the defensive side if they start that spawn trap. And for someone like Abe, we've seen him all season be a nuisance in that back spawn, just tearing it up.
Very, very slippery. We know just how devastating it can feel. You know, sometimes it doesn't even matter what side you're on, right? When someone starts to go rogue in the base, play their life, and you're wondering where he went, you're trying to track him down. Meanwhile, all kinds of players are getting in the right position to be able to assist, help, or do the exact same thing. So it can always be a problem. But I think you touched on a really important factor here for Five Fears, which is, in fact, Exceed. Because you had kind of framed up like, listen, this hasn't really been the best year for Exceed when it comes to placings and what we normally expect from him, which is, you know, essentially been pretty much on top of challengers, or at least having, you know, multiple event wins throughout a lot of the years previously, to having, you know, maybe a not so consistent year and maybe struggling to find the same players and teams to play around. But when it comes to this series, and at least what we saw in that map number 1, that was one of the difference makers for as far as getting his team where it needed to. He looked pretty solid on the AR. He was flexing to the stun what he needed to as well. But it was the multi-kills that really led to a lot of the success and a lot of the time that came through here for him. So you go into a protocol control, you can get something similar out of Caden going in towards towards this as well, that maybe sets you up pretty well for being competitive again going into this map number 3.
It's kind of weird that we're sitting here saying that, it's been a slow year for Gated. He has an elite win under him with that Omit Brooklyn team, but it's just outside of that. It's been,
the lands,
land placements that you just don't expect from a player like him, especially on FC Black last year when you win majority of the lands that we saw in MW3, and it's just been a kind of bounce around year for a whole bunch of people on this team. And I think, finally having a team where you can start to grow, I think we're seeing that in everybody, even at Hixie as well, who just looks a lot more comfortable on this roster than what we've seen with rosters in the past. It's just the growth team here for Five Fears. Man, are they getting to a position where I think this is a squad that a lot of people are looking at going into champs to be a big hitter to pay attention to. And for this protocol in general, I mean, we put a lot of focus onto the defensive side, but this is a map where I think for Minnesota Rocker, just in general, we have seen them find value onto the offense, especially when you're having Gio and Kenny both clicking on that AR side. If they can start opening up some of those lanes going over towards B, allow for players like Estrel and Nero to have that space to go rogue, it's going to be a lot easier, I'd say, for this Rocker team. It's just that map 1, some things don't go right. P4 spawns, don't really agree with you. And we could be talking about a whole different series right now.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it takes those map 1s also just as like a wake-up call, right, for a Rocker, like for a team that you would almost always give the edge to. And I think, who a lot of people probably expect to potentially even win the tournament in full. I think they're definitely one of the top contenders without question with our 16 teams that we do have in the bracket. But, maybe that's a wake-up call for them. They get on the same page for the dealership, and now they're looking to do the exact same thing, replicate what we just saw, just kind of find their flow a little bit. But you have to kind of remember on the other side, like, you're just fighting for your life here. Like, this is everything when it comes down to a matchup. And again, just getting kind of this exposure against a CDL team, it could do a lot for your stock individually as well as your team. So there is just so much riding on both sides, and we'll see if Rocker have in fact woken up going into this map number 3, get back down to business and try to lock things down for a map number 3 and set yourself up for what would be a very scrappy, a very mixy Skyline Hardpoint. So I'm sure we're all ready for that one. But it's so hard to call. It's so hard to call when you have two teams that at least have looked pretty solid and pretty close through the first 2, right?
I think this game goes 5. I think that you look at Hacienda SnD, the way that both teams are playing, it's weird to say because we had expectations for this game, and I think those expectations have completely flipped from what we've seen on our first 2 maps. And where the strengths are coming from for Rocker, I'd say like that AR line has been fantastic across both games. Estrel turns up in the search and destroy for sure, but you're still missing that last link of Nero to activate to kind of pick things up in a lot of these high engagement maps like Protocol and Skyline that we're seeing up next. You get to that search and destroy, though, and Rocker are icy in the SNDs, and that's kind of what we look towards them to kind of be. But for the other side, we put some focus towards Five Fears being, a more SMG-centered team. And I'd say that at the same time, this battle between Fire and Exceed against Kenny and Gio, it has been so fun to watch against these 2 maps.
Definitely has been. Well, while we're waiting for all the teams to kind of get ready, get their checks in, we are going to take a look at the lower bracket here to see how everything is faring, as these are, of course, elimination games. So you do not want to go out this early in the tournament, but some of us are, and you got the P7 teams going up against one another here. You got Mindfreak over the Stallions, as you pointed that one, Colin. That's definitely one that jumps off the page. Mindfreak starting to get it going here in the lower bracket.
Oh boy, I mean, that's the LCQ team from NA and Stallions. When you look at Asim and Glowfrosty bringing under their helm Drakes and Neom, it looks so good playing under FC Draco in the LCQs. Against a team like Mindfreak, again, it's a test for them, but they should be the favored team. But Mindfreak, they come into a series like Notorious, you get smoked 3-0. You learn a lot from that. You kind of recognize, get the nerves, the confidence gone there, and it looks like they've picked it up completely for this. Big game for Royal Spartans, of course. It's Cruz against his APAC mates across the pond.
True.
And that's one where I think Royal Spartans should be feeling good for, P7 White versus Chaos. I think for Steve Vortex and them, I mean, from what I understand is that they actually touch down from the plane in North America, and then 20 minutes later, we're spawning into that map versus 5 beers. So it's a pretty close turnaround for them, and I'm sure that, again, it's one of those things of, like, they're going to get better as the day goes on, and you look at them versus Chaos to pretty much be the favorite team against our LATAM representation. But hey, a little bit of P7 representation going head-to-head down there, and P7 Black, they are feeling good in that 2-0. That's Chunk, Detain, Disarray, and BB Connor versus Twisted, Kez, Lampy, and Niles. So BB Connor and co, they're looking good.
Yeah, looking good, and very well could solidify themselves the knockout there of one of their brother teams. Having 3 teams, of course, in the bracket in full, maybe there's a decent chance to still have 1, if not 2, potentially make it to tomorrow, but have to make a heck of a run down here in the lower bracket if you're going to be able to pull something like that off. Still curious what's happening with our Omit and Team Notorious series, because that one, I think, was in the SnD, and that's been very, very close.
I'm fairly certain Omit just tied the series.
Okay.
Team Notorious.
Okay. You'd love to hear that. That one could go, I mean, that's a series that could easily go 5 as well.
Oh, yeah. That goes the distance. That one is something where, again, I talk about, like, these are 2 teams that could very well be the championship game next week for Challengers Champs. And I think that you look at those 2 to be very good. And no, I am wrong. Team Notorious are up 2-0 at the end of it. It was a close game, probably all the way to around 11. And I mean, as neck and neck as you could ask for. Wow, Notorious are turning up.
Man, I had a feeling about this EU team. I'm telling you, man, they looked really good, and I'm not just taking that away from what we saw versus Mindfreak. I just mean leading up towards the event, what we've seen the entire year. I think you always got to rate a team that's been together for as long as they have, and you just have to know it's going to pay off, especially in the big moments. And they've been clutch. They've made comebacks in finals, so there is a lot of value when it comes down to what we expect from that squad. But to be 2-0 up over Omit, you know, our dream hack champions, a week before champs, like that, what a confidence boost, you know? Like, I mean, that sets you up.
I mean, I guess you're kind of going through this one, testing out some new things for Omit. It's like, oh, we already qualified for EWC, so all this boot camping, all this stuff that we need to do, it's just trying to flesh things out going in towards that champ side. So maybe they're testing the waters for some new stuff. I know it's hard to tell because we're not inside the game seeing exactly how things are unfolding, but for Craze and Afro to both drop 40 bombs in game 1, for it to be a 2-point game, and then around 11, I mean, that is cinema that is happening in front of our eyes. So, well, I guess not in front of our eyes, but in front of our admin's eyes.
Yeah.
For sure. But I'd say, you know, there's a lot of stuff, I'd say, even for that Team Notorious squad. You know, again, we talked a little bit to some of these players, and Eric Boom, just in general, he was saying that for their boot camp, they've been playing very well against NA's talents. And in fact, he actually used the word, he's been bullying teams from NA right now. So if that's the energy and the confidence that, you know, Team Notorious are bringing in towards champs, I'm loving it right now. And they're showing it, at least in the stat line that we're getting versus Omit. So that's going to create a little bit of energy for champs as well to look forward to for this team. I think that for Notorious, the sky's the limit for this team. I mean, you guys are already champions this year. Both of those teams are champions in Opens. So that's just a good game overall.
I think so, man. We'll see if Omit can try to do something to bounce back. Again, they still have the lower bracket in case anything does go awry in that map number 3, but certainly would not expect a 3-0. We would maybe be looking for a bounce back, but maybe the Team Notorious are just on point today, and they're looking that solid. Either way, back to our main match. They've been taking their sweet time here as we've been podcasting a little bit, having some fun talking about the bracket. Both of these squads, I think, are still trying to set up everything in the lobby. May have had a crash. Either way, we are going to take a small break to apologize about it, but we'll be right back with map number 3. Map number 3, don't go far, guys. Hello everyone and welcome back as we are finally ready to jump into map number 3. Little PC reset came through, so hopefully everyone is good to go, ready to shoot their guns. And again, this is 1-1. That is the series count as we jump into the control column.
Top of the screen, the eyes do not deceive you. 5 Fears did take the hard point, 250 to 207. Rocker, they roared back in the SnD, but now for the control, we get to see if Rocker can shake off the respawn woes.
Exceed already flying into the back of the spawn here. He's going to be able to come up with one quite easily. Second one unfortunately caught on Mantle, so won't be able to come up with a double. But we will see now Hixie basically follow right in his steps, and that's great help from Abe. Able to get himself a 2-piece, but isn't ready for the secondary challenge. So just about everything evens up, and now this is a good look for Rocker to start surging forward onto A.
That's a triple sub break off of the defensive 5 Fears fire. He's in trouble with the only AR that you've got, so breaking out of your spawn now for the defense. It's a triple kill from Rocker to solidify an ace stack out. 2 players there, and why not go to B as well? This is a good chance to see Nero absolutely pop off, and for the rest of Rocker, set up for potentially a crossfire from that B side.
Yeah, that's a critical win from Fire. Nero wins that and gets into your spawn on a spree. Oh, look out. It could get dangerous fast, but it is still a lot of progress onto A. Second tick has been secured. Estriel looking to clear up one on B, and he is ready to pounce right back over to A. Abe trying to deplete that tick as best he possibly can, but he's able to find a nice little kill over the top, and Fire follows up with 2 himself, so they clear out mid, and now they're looking solid for what could be a defensive setup through the middle of the map.
I'm not really sure why Rocker doesn't just stack the zone at A. You had so many kills, you had 4 down at one point, but you basically give 5 Fears away back into this round now with still that A zone needing to get worked on. Overextension from Rocker is going to stop that clock for a second, but you still have Abe to worry about, and a lot of disconnection coming out from the Rocker at the moment.
Hixie, has he found the timing to get behind 2? Information is here. First one, at least secured, but he is traded out, and now Rocker right back onto the point. 14 seconds on the clock. You need to find success here with the final tick, and the numbers might be enough to try to do it. All alone is Geo and Estriel trying to make the play. Hixie gonna make the diving play. Could he be the hero? He's stalling time for his teammates to get here, and they are able to find him. So 12 seconds on the clock. They did move over to B for a second. They're flip-flopping back and forth, but it's only 4 lives now for Rocker, and they might not have a chance to touch.
This might be a major blunder coming out from Minnesota. Depending on the way that this game does go, you look back to the start of it, and you get that 4 down at A. You would have loved to see them stack the zone, commit to it,
I think you're right,
and just get that objective done. But instead, you spend so much time worrying about getting that perfect setup for the spawn trap on the offensive side. Nero gets shut down, though. You don't get any presence over towards B, and Nero might be snapping, so you see right there, but you give up a round that should have been a lot easier off of that A setup that you did have at one point, and 5 Fears. That is something that they are not going to let go.
Yeah, that is a tough one, I think, for sure. Definitely could have had a chance to secure the zone and start working to B, but you could see them starting to work ahead and just be a little too far ahead. Either way, now they have a chance to respond on defense themselves. Opening kill for Abe comes and actually connects with 2. So very nice job here off the opening. Abe challenges for 3. Estriel, though, responds, shuts him down, has to back down on the 3rd as you have that first tick slowly being worked on.
So I don't know if I'm watching a Jackal or an AR in his hand.
You never know, do you?
Yeah, Estriel was doing the same thing on the dealership. And it was crazy to watch, but I think for Abe, this is a statement game that he's putting out. 13 now, 14 and 6, having a heyday on Protocol. And it's a slow approach over towards A. Rocker doing a good job at least mitigating the damage done to the objectives. And 50 seconds left. 5 Fears have to start thinking about which zone they want to commit to.
Oh, good look there for Kenny to maybe come up with 2. Just falls short, gets him weak. But a lot of Rocker members now going to drop in. Abe right back in that key power position in the back. But Nero's basically doing the exact same thing from the other side, so he's now behind the play. You feel pinched on the points. You see Estriel dip off for a moment. And now we'll see if you can follow up with some more kills here as you're just going rogue in the back. Nice snap here from Nero. 3 in a row. Does a lot of damage, and that's also a lot of time off the clock. Now down to under 30 seconds.
We asked for Nero to step up for this team in the Protocol. 16 and 10 is pretty darn good. 22 seconds, 16 lives each. Is going to be a late hit over towards B, coming up from A, but heads up from Astral. He's going to shut that down for the most part. Pretty separated right now or the Five Fierce members, it seems like they're kind of glass half empty until the kills come through, and it's going to be a stack over towards B.
Yeah,
double progress on A.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a desperation call, but they're trying to split the defense here a little bit for Rocker. 1-for-1 trades. They do jump off A here for the time being. Fire waits patiently through mid and gets himself a kill, but he realizes, I gotta hop back on the time. He's got nobody up with him just yet, just trying to hang on by the skin of his teeth, and he's still able to come up with one! Fire gets a second, keeping the play alive. Third challenges, Fire says no problem. He lights it up, 5 in a row, and now they're looking good for the zone.
5 lives left, 5.4, and the stack. And here come the nades, no trophies, but the secure on the zone is going to put this up to a minute 2, and there's only 4 lives now for Rocker, so all 5 Fears need to do, post up and play TDM.
Geo, though, critical moment again, finds 2. Kenny follows up with a big 1v1 himself. 4 lives playing up against 7. Advantage certainly for 5 Fears, but you have a little bit of map control to work with. Nero trying to come behind the play. Abe, he is onto it. He'll make sure he doesn't get around for free. And now Estriel able to get another 1v1. 3 lives remaining though for Rocker. 30 seconds left on the clock. 5 playing up against 2. Very well could be the end. It's Kenny versus the world. A 1v4 is required. He's able to find 2. Gives himself a chance, and they still got to work for the zone here.
To win this fight, I mean, bring it into the 1v2. This is a good old search and destroy, but all they have to do is stack the zone together and trade it out. 5 Fears roaring into the offense, and you put everything onto that performance that you saw from Fire at that A zone. The double kill on Sidewalk gets a 3rd one as well, basically resurrects the team with 5 seconds left on offense. And it was a bold strategy. I'd say going for the double stack on either side. I mean, I get why teams do it to separate that defense, but you lose all your fights, and Fire had to go big. He did. He delivers. Now 2-0 up. That does come down to eliminations, so it was only 4 segments that you did get if you're 5 Fears. Rocker did get 2 in their round, so an offensive round here would keep your round 5 defense hopes alive.
Good shots from Exceed. Gets a second look through the middle as well. Looking to try to go to the pistol. Shell comes through, and well, it's Abe that finishes off the kill. So a nice opening break off here. 4-5 Fears. Exceed gonna backtrack a tad bit, while Abe pushes all the way forward, but that will be nicely read here from Kenny. Now Estriel onto the point, starting to work for that first capture.
You got Hixie around the back. He's gonna try to stall things out, but he is taking a long way. Stack on towards A. Shots from afar still connects. Now for the finesse, he gets a second. Disgusting. Chow's with the pistol. He got the damage, but I mean, he stops that first segment from getting captured as well. So big play from Hixie, and he gives his team a foot to stand on.
Yep, but Estriel comes forward, able to grab himself yet another double. So this is going to be the second tick, just about locked in, you feel like. Nades going out through the middle as well. And there it is. Second segment in, looking for the third. Looks like it's going to be a chalk up here for 5 Fears. They're going to dedicate all their attention now over to B.
That's a lot better. You stack it, you pick up the flanks, you make sure that nobody's behind you this time, and no chance for Hixie to disrupt. And that A zone's done. You can start putting your focus over towards B. And I mean, we've seen, especially since the switch over on protocol from B zone being down onto boat into this P2 area. If the offense get a clean 4 down, that stack causes the offense to, or the defense to spawn so far out. And Rockers still have a chance to win this.
All right, Hixie trying to get a read on the second player, and oh, that's a great read from Hixie. Now going to be able to get a look at the third. How about it? Charlie Hixie coming together with a huge triple. Life advantage, though, still going to be here for Rocker, but the defense has been very solid, and now Abe doing Abe things in the back of your spawn, keeping them pinned back here, making it very difficult to try to work your way out.
Austin, this guy is positive 10 against Minnesota Rocker in a protocol control. I mean,
yes,
teams take notes. You do not want to chow Abe on this map mode combo. He's feeling good. Lives are now the conversation, though, with 15 seconds. Rocker with 9, 5 Fears with 8. Now it's all tied up on both sides, and this is going to be a back and forth that Rocker have to be careful for.
Great nade. Does buy Exceed a little bit more time on the spiral. Abe looking to do some more flanking, and how about it? Another one, and well, the rest of his teammates also winning some more battles here throughout the map. 25 seconds left. Abe just being annoying. Just look at how difficult it is to make it out of your spawn, and you still are going to have to find a way to make it to the zone. Hixie, you wanted to play your life there, or at least wanted one, so now the lives are actually evened up. Will go the way of 5 Fears for a moment. 10 seconds on the clock. Nero trying to make something happen in the back. He is shut down. 2 lives now remaining. Rocker need to make a move. All down to 1. Estriel versus the world. Could he even make it to the zone? With 0.1 he does, but the gunfight does not go his way, and 5 Fears come out swinging in the control with a hot 3-0.
To the fences with that. I mean, it's something to say about the way that the respawns have been going for this team. Abe is unlocked on the map, and not only that, I mean, the presence that you're getting from Hixie in a lot of these engagements, he is playing so well on the interruption from zone transitions when playing that defense, and also getting involved in the flank aspect as well. But realistically, 29 and 19 out of Abe. And then you look at Fire, 22 and 21, you know, not the prettiest KD, but what he did in that offensive round for the team, it really is the difference maker for that second round. That triple kill that he got over towards A is the reason why they win offense.
Yeah, absolutely. It changed the tide completely. You saw just 3 kills all come through, and it just completely switched. And you saw them make a nice transition right over to B. They started finding kills. They started getting into the back as well. And I mean, that's just something that they did better than Rocker, right? They were getting into their spawn, a lot of it thanks to Abe. But when Abe wasn't doing it, Hixie was doing it. So, you know, you're constantly fighting those early battles out of your spawn. You're waiting for the challenges. You're burning time off the clock. So it was just very well done coming through for 5 Fears. And you got to feel great. A 3-0 here versus Rocker to secure yourself a 2-1 advantage in the best of 5 with a lot of highlight clips to go along with it.
Hey, offense on Protocol, it's tough. Rocker, they get 2 of them both times. Have a shot at the A zone. The first one they chuckle. The second one they get A, but then over towards B, you just could never really get anything going down over towards boats. And without that, you're just tunneled into your spawn, and Abe was having a field day against you for that. This moment right here, though, reading that last shell from Kenny and the patience from Fire to make that happen.
With 5 seconds, too.
With 5.4 seconds to capture that, to extend it, and you saw the lives at the end, too. Rocker were just feeding into the life count that 5 Fears was holding. It has some good control coming out from 5 Fears, something to talk about surely throughout the rest of this tournament for them on how good they could be on Protocol. You know, for Rocker, Hacienda was the map that was vetoed for Control. Would have thought they would want to chow up over towards Vault, but you know, this is definitely something where you could be testing the waters for what your Protocol does look like at the same time. And there's some work to be done for sure, but that's what this tournament's about. Getting some work done.
Getting some work done, getting some prep here leading up to champs, and well, coming away with a nice chunk of cash if you're able to go all the way. But 2-1 here for our challenger. My goodness, did not expect this whatsoever. Again, I think a lot of people would have probably gave a map over to 5 Fears. I think if you were, looking at this one fundamentally, but Rocker just have not looked as solid when it comes to the respawns, right? That is where they're severely lacking at the moment, and I feel like you've had a couple of takeovers. It was Exceed, really largely through the map number 1. Abe now through the map number 3. Is there going to be another pass of the baton to someone else here going to map number 4? Because it's a Skyline and it's going to be mixy, man.
I will give Abe credit on that hard point. He was the making plays on that rewind for a lot of those breaks for sure. And everybody was there, but you're right. Say Exceed was the one on that rewind, being a big difference maker for Skyline coming up next. And, for Rocker wanting a little bit of a bounce back to go to Game 5. We expected this one to go to a Game 5 for both these two teams after seeing the rewind and the dealership and how close both of those maps really were. But Protocol knocks it down a peg. You got to find a way back, and fortunately not for Minnesota Rocker. We saw them play Skyline Hardpoint in their series versus Chaos just prior to this one. They play the LATAM region. They beat them 250 to 137 on this mode. Nero goes absolutely crazy in that series too, and Nero's starting to feel himself off that Protocol. He was the shining light for this team in that map number 3, albeit not a good game just in general for the entire team. But for Nero, I mean, you go into the Skyline starting to feel good. You link up with Estriel, and the two of them could look like Shaq and Kobe on this one.
Very well could happen, man. You know, you talk about just those type of players on a map like this, like you thrive in the chaos. And those players, when they start to get a little bit of that flow going, you know, it really can be takeover moments. And those takeover moments lead to some winning games, like we had just saw kind of from that play from Fire previously. So we'll see what happens, man. Skyline's going to be very exciting, but Rocker are going to have to hit the hard reset here, going to have to hit the big regain. Now, if they do get to a map 5, they have a pretty solid record when it comes to their map 5s. I think they're 3-1, I want to say. So they've been pretty solid. I think that's with the pickup of Kenny, I want to say, but I could be wrong on that. Either way, they've been at least pretty decent when it comes down to getting to those final maps at the end of the series. So if we get to another SnD, I think they're feeling confident, they're feeling good, but can they win a respawn? Now is the biggest question of them all coming into this Skyline Hardpoint, Colin.
I didn't think that was going to be a question.
Me neither, brother.
But here we go. We ask. Let's see if they can answer. Skyline is ready. We are looking at Nero to light the way. He goes down first. His teammates follow up, but it's going to be Rocker in the hill first and foremost. Five Fears with a quick flip on the spawns, and now they look to collapse.
Estriel off to a nice little hot start. 2-0 for him. Wow, soaking up a lot of the time. Nice little snap over the top, and Exceed finally puts him down. A couple kills actually end up coming through now, as it will be still a fight for trying to get through the spawns here. If you're Rocker, want to get that flip if you can for P2, and you can see a route being taken right now from Kenny to do exactly that.
Good lead for Rocker off this first hard point. Don't normally see a chunk of time like this, but Gio already making plays. Now, he's just got a whole lot to do though, so all 4 members of Five Fear should be in the P2 setup, ready to see if they can flip things around after a poor performance on this first hill, and they're going to be here for the time. Abe, a double kill. And I like that from Exceed. He was looking for a spot to sit, but he's going to have to spawn up with the rest of the team now.
Yeah, most certainly he's going to have to try to make something happen through the back, and Gio there to deliver for 1. A little bit more pressure could come his way. You can see the patience coming through over the top, and who's going to peek first? It will be Gio, but Fire gets the best of him in the 1 versus 1. Tries to take a nice little jump over the top, but will be shut down as Nero's now getting involved in the play. Big double up for him. Time now going the way of Rocker, up by about 20 seconds, and still 25 seconds up for grabs here as Exceed's going to give it another go.
You want to fight through this one. Exceed peels off. Good read, but Astriel in the chase, so good at following up for those kills, and Rocker looking really good on the Skyline right now, at least for the pace that they are setting. And you can thank these aggressive ARs of Gio and Kenny at this one. So on the rotation, Nero now looking to solidify his setup over towards P3. Astriel right beside him, and Abe, he's looking to get in.
Yes, he is. Oh, good team shots, but Abe with the snap as well. We'll deal with Nero. Shadow comes through. The information was there for Fire, but Gio's still able to gun him. So that's going to be a nice win, just to relieve just a little bit of that defensive pressure around the point. Now looking to drop down and get Mixie in and around the point. Good shots come through again, and just about everything unfolding perfectly for Rocker on the break. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're back on the time for now.
It's controlled chaos right now from Minnesota. Five Fears have the better side for P4. You don't want to overchill this one and risk flipping things out. So you can see how cautious they are on these challenges behind the counter. Nero, he falls. 16 seconds that you want for Five Fears. They fight in. You got the back spawns. Exceed has to lock it down.
Estriel will get a read on 1, and he wants to go all the way through. Make sure that no one's going to be able to get back here and influence the spawns. Last hill is up, new one has popped, and it looks like the spawns will be good, at least initially here for Rocker. Gio's also up top, so he's got some high ground to play with, and pretty deep spawns ended up coming through. Were some splits, but you take a look at the back now, and Exceed's actually able to get through. It's a quick flip that ends up happening for Five Fears, and they're now on the time, looking to try to bring this one back.
Yeah, Rocker in the hot seat for the break, and looks like they're working together thoroughly. 1 left in the hill, it's Abe, and Kenny's got the read. He was trapped. Gio's gonna get cut down though. Fortunately enough, Nero's in a position to back him up.
Oh,
on
Nero.
This one. 4 in a row for Nero.
Nero!
He finds 5, so 20-9 from Nero on Skyline. This is the map for him.
All right, he's here to play. The man is starting to take over. Will be red as he was watching that cross. It's a good pickup that comes through to make sure that there's no streaks at play. But this has allowed Rocker a lot of time on that final hill through the first set. It's going to give them just about a 40-50 point lead or so going into P1, where you can already see the setup looking good initially again for Kenny as he's on P1 and he's on 3 in a row.
Yeah, he's just soaking up the hill time right now. And that's all he needs to do. A couple kills as well to go behind him. And now you've doubled the scoreline of 5 Fears. Heading into the second set of rotations, 5 Fears need to figure out a way through this AR lineup, and I didn't think I'd say that on Skyline. You got to worry about these ARs because they are posted up for P1.
Yeah, a couple of tough performances here from some of the members on 5 Fears, and you can just feel it. They are most certainly in the blender, struggling to win some of those one-on-ones, but it's also from great teamwork, great team shots. Rocker doing everything right that they need to. However, this is a solid moment coming through for 5 Fears, getting just some of this time on the right side of the map and finding a couple of key kills coming in here and there just to slow them down. But Exceed finds another snap there onto Kenny as Fire goes on 5 in a row. And he'll see if he can maybe earn himself a streak as he plays the time on P1.
He's not having a great time on the map right now, 10 and 17, but he waits to the second rotation. He gets some good setups on these hills, and you look to see him turn it around. AP is hunting right now, but he's got no info, and that's going to tell the rest of the team they are funneling through the front.
All right, Abe wisely backs down, but kind of gets caught on a weird angle. Meanwhile, in the back, Hixie looking to get a little bit more involved. He was starting a little bit slow. Looked a little bit better with the AR there, but it's going to be a full flood here coming through the bottom of P3, looking to see if they can break in for the remaining 25 seconds. 5 Fears have been holding strong, but Rocker looking to knock on the door. Can they break in and find the kills? Geo does win his one-on-one, and as a big one, but the close spawns do allow Hixie to follow up. So a full 60 comes through for 5 Fears on that hill.
And now we get a lead change on this. We are talking about Rocker doubling the points of 5 Fears heading into the second rotation. 5 Fears with a full 60 have found themselves right back into the Skyline. And that quick start from Nero has slowed down from being 20 and 9 to now 26 and 15. So you start to look at the rest of the team to assist them in pulling ahead once more. And it's been good, but you need to reach the heights that Nero is trying to pull you to.
Okay. Kenny, nice snap there. Also has himself a streak to work with, going in for what could be spawns or whatever you want to use it for, P1, whatever the call might be. But it's 162 to 149. 25 seconds left on this P3 point. It's back and forth just about the whole way through. But that's finally a good moment there for 5 Fears to likely soak up the remaining time and maybe even start to push forward and pressure some of these spawns.
Oh, that's fast from Abe, right into a position to put some pressure on these respawns. Won't be able to get a second one, but he's opened up grass completely. Now inside, Hixie has a chance to make this one a little mixy, but big fight win in the back for Nero again, saving the day for his team. And you can see off the respawn with those split spawns, Rocker are going to be able to set up on these angles and delay this re-hit from 5 Fears. Nero up top, he's got the initial, not able to find a second one, and Ape going to open things up.
Good looks here, a chance to now break through the bedroom, see if you can get yourself into the point. Geo, though, holding strong, absolute anchor in the hill, will not be moved, will not budge. And that is a critical moment there to make sure that you come up with some key time to maybe put this one a little bit out of reach. 5 Fears feel the pressure, they know how important some of this time is, and they need to get in here, but Geo has just been a rock, 5 in a row, holding strong on the hard point. Finally will be taken out from Exceed, who manages to slip in for the remaining 15.
Good shots there too, 4 in a row. Not able to make it 5, but 5 Fears are fighting. And this Skyline is not as one-sided as it seemed after the first rotation. Good shots from Kenny up top, and you have this P1 setup. And every single time we've got to P1 for Rocker, it's been 30 to 40 seconds. So this time around, I'm sure 5 Fears, they want to be a little bit more involved.
Oh, Geo, he's just picking heads. 2 in a row, goes for the chow on the 3. Hixie, though, holds his ground for a moment, and good follow-up comes through as the team is just desperately trying to slide into P1. 8 from the side, does manage to get himself 2, just needs the support to watch over him. This is still a big 30 seconds left on P1.
Yeah, this is the chance for a swing now for 5 Fears in the map, and Rocker don't want to let this one slip through their fingertips because it seems like 5 Fears are just getting better every single hardpoint we go to. And this P2 last time, It was a full 60 for 5 Fears, so Rocker are really dancing with the devil in terms of the end game for Skyline, and they want to get a solid setup over towards P2. Already, Nero, he's trying to get in position, but he is alone in this battle.
Yeah, he's got a crucial role to play in the back. Exceed, trying to get a read on where the hit's coming from, but doesn't get a good read on it. And now that's 3 members that go down for 5 Fears. It is a 6-point differential at the moment, but Rocker could very well end it on this point.
Full hit from 5 Fears. Through Kitchen. Nero, he's going to spot it. He's got help from Kenny as well, but 5 Fears looking to get through in 10 seconds, now 20 seconds, sorry, to get into this hard point and keep this one going.
Gio's going rogue, but finally cut down at the piano. Exceed trying to hold on to his life with good shots from the back. Fire just playing Overwatch here. Stuns, nades, all going out, trying to slow down this push. But 5 Fears are in control of the hill. Gio gets in for a moment, but is it going to be enough?
They can
still
win.
The close spawns in the back here, and you called it, Colin. They still have enough time to end it.
Rocker, they need a break. They need somebody to light this one up. Fire, he is a turret in the back line, and nobody's able to cross this one. Estrel, he's got to make the play. You only got 9 seconds.
Someone's got to go. It's a contest for a second, but is that going to be enough from the backside? It looks like it will be good. 234 to 242. You take a look at the new members on the mini-map, and everybody set up here for Rocker. Now they just need to hold. One wave of gunfights very well could secure the game and get us to a map number 5. Newer from the middle, able to come up with one. Exceed and Abe both collapsing on the point, looking for kills. Now they're in the hill. 5 Fears looking to do the impossible to pull off a massive upset, and they managed to get the job done.
Silence the doubters from challengers and let them know 5 Fears take down Rocker in a game 4. And they light up the respawns with a performance that nobody saw coming. Down by about 60, 70 points in the second rotation, and they mount the comeback. And now, for Rocker, they got some questions to answer for the rest of this tournament. Knocked down to the lower bracket. Wow, what a team we got here with 5 Fears. And it Exceed across the back end of that, working alongside his subs. Fire right there for those P2 setups as well. 38 and 29, 24 non-traded, 29 kills from Fire, and 21 non-traded. I mean, both of them together just seemed like they couldn't die in those setups that just were impenetrable.
Yeah, there was just times where like they needed to go clutch. They needed to hold a wave of kills. They would do it. They needed to break. They would do it. It was incredible. And I mean, we didn't get to hear the game comms at the end, but I can only imagine. I can kind of hear Caden just screaming right now in game chat potentially after a map like that, feeling himself. I mean, he's got to be on top of the world, man. He had 2 great hardpoint maps to be sure. But you know, there was times where it felt like Rocker, okay, like this is going to a map number 5. They started to get control. They started just to find waves of kills. There was not a whole lot of responses, a whole lot of trade kills coming through. I think just about halfway through, and you can kind of see it where we got to around that P3, that P4, where Rocker almost looked like they were starting to run away with it a bit. But boom, there'd be a break. There'd be an amazing entry with a couple of kills. But man, what an upset, what a performance, and I mean, these guys got to be on top of the moon right now.
And even just look at the turning point for this game, the P2 hill in the second rotation, a full 60 that not only brings you back, but flips the lead in your favor. And it's like that hope that you latch onto that this game is not done yet, and you see it for, you know, players like Abe, who's able to just be resilient in that sub role, put the pressure on. Hixie, who started off slow, but, you know, with that hope, was able to climb right back in. And then every single time we saw that P2 setup, from then on, it was just solid holds coming out from the team. And then even that P1 break towards the end in a hill that we said that this is a moment where Rocker have constantly been finding hill time on P1s. You finally get that break. You put focus on the hill rather than the rotations.
Yes.
And that's when you see everybody working together on that 5 Fears team to not only deny time, but to really set yourself up for that P2 that you've looked good on. That is a good adaptation coming out from 5 Fears, and that's a game that I never saw coming from them. First upset of the day, and the CDL team, Minnesota Rocker, are knocked into the lower bracket by way of 5 Fears. And I can imagine that Caden at the end of the game, like you said, he put his finger down on the push to talk, and he said, look, guys, good game. You guys are awesome.
Oh, yeah, that's word for word.
Great games, and I can't wait to play you guys again.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what Caden said after that one. Oh, man. Wow. I mean, 3 respawns. 3 respawns they took, and we were framing it up like if they can upset on the dealership on one of Rocker's best, like that could maybe be your path to taking these guys down. But no, man. By way of respawn at 3-0 in the control, a couple of solid hard points, man. I mean, that is a great look here for 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, you win the search and destroy. The dealership looked fantastic for Rocker. It really looks like one of their best maps they have as a team, but everything else is just so scrappy. In the rewind, there's just moments where you push a little bit too far in your hill setups and you allow for those spawn outs to happen. For the protocol, just a little bit of a lapse of judgment on when to stack the zone and when to back up and catch those flank members. And it really felt like there wasn't, you know, moments where Rocker were really fully put together in those. And going into the Skyline, as soon as Nero started to slow down on that Skyline, there wasn't any assistance on how do you bring that that passion right back into the game. And it's you're looking for perfect moments there if you're Minnesota Rocker for those setups, and 5 years just weren't letting you get those perfect setups whatsoever. Just constant times where they catch you off kilter and a little bit of that tempo, and then you flipped out. Fire and Exceed just weren't missing.
Weren't missing, man. And everybody stepped up at different times throughout that series to make sure that they get that job done. And again, they got to be feeling absolutely on top of the world. What an absolute upset here. And now Rocker's down there in the lower bracket. And for those lower bracket teams, well, you're like, well, Rocker's down here? Oh, man, this does not get any easier, does it?
I didn't see this coming.
No one saw that coming, man. That's incredible. Incredible stuff all around. But again, big props to 5 Fears. But for now, guys, we are going to take a short break. Do not go too far. We got more intense Call of Duty action coming your way when we come back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are getting right back into the action here. It has been a fantastic day of some crazy COD games, man. We've had some upsets. We've had a lot of crazy things that are still happening as well in the bracket, matches that are currently taking place, as well as some good ones that are upcoming as well.
Yeah, I think that nobody saw it coming with 5 Fears knocking Rocker into the lower bracket, but you're right, we got crazy games. Couldn't ask for some better COD, some close matches as well that we're going to recap very, very shortly, but lots of COD still to go through.
Yeah, lots of COD to still go through, and again, another big shout out to AMD. Make sure you guys do head over to their Twitter, follow AMD, follow AMD Gaming. We give a big thanks to them for as far as putting this event on a week before Champs, giving us something, you know, just to test the waters a little bit before we get into the big tournament of the year before UWC, of course, as well. So it is it's a really nice tester before we get into the big action. So again, go follow them over at AMD and AMD Gaming. But jumping back into the action that's ahead of us here, if we take a look at the bracket, we have a lot of crazy games that have been taking place here, Colin. And again, a lot of the big upsets. We just saw 5 Fears take out Rocker, send them down to the lower bracket where they're going to have a lot of work to do, a lot of series to win before they're going to see those grand finals. And then you also have Team Notorious that beat Omid. It's hard to say that's necessarily a big upset because both, I think, are very equally talented. But overall, they played a very close set. I mean, it was 248s to like 250s in the hard points. It doesn't get any closer than that, man.
Map 1, Map 4, both times Notorious walk away 250, 248. That's as close as it could get. 3-2 Control, 6-5 Search and Destroy. Both teams just neck and neck as expected between big names like Notorious and Omid, but just across in general, Stallions beat Mind Freak after being down 2-1. Royal Spartans, they're going to knock out Unity as well in the lower bracket. P7 is knocked out by P7 Black, and P7 White knocks out Chaos, moving forward into the lower bracket. We're still waiting on our round 2 match between LAG mates and Team War, and you can see that Team War is tied up with them right now, where they did take the hard point away from our other CDL team that we do have in the bracket. And I know you guys want to see the CDL teams. I said we saw Rocker. They couldn't get it done versus 5 Fears. Have to make the lower bracket run. And I hope to see LAG mates push through the winners bracket too after seeing an upset like that. But with Team War and how good they've been and how resilient they've been, reverse sweeping in round 1 of this tournament as well. That is a matchup where we could potentially see a rematch between Team Notorious and Team War in the upper bracket from what we saw in DreamHack.
Yeah, that's a throwback for sure. It would be interesting to see how they would be able to fare this time around as well. Go back to that finals in Miami. It was a very, very fun series going the distance, but we'll see what ends up happening. And yeah, it would be crazy to see 2 CDL teams down in the lower bracket, especially just after round number 2. I think you would expect them to have gotten to round 3, but I think that also shows that these challenger teams are very, very hungry, man, and they're out here and they're looking to win. They're looking to get the best possible reps possible before going in towards Champs.
And you even think about, pro-ams that we had at MW2, times that we've seen CDL teams versus challengers, EWC last year, for example.
Yeah.
Every single time the CDL teams beat the challenger teams, I think very rarely. I remember at MW2 there were a couple upsets, I think with Toronto Ultra NA.
You're right.
Winning back from the challenger side in that, I think it was Raleigh Major 1 that we did see back in December. But other than that, there's never really been a story where we've looked at CDL teams actually losing to challenger teams convincingly. And with this and looking at, Rocker losing and seeing LAG mates tied, this could really set some storylines into EWC for even more potential upsets.
That's a great point. It definitely could for teams that could maybe go for a rematch versus them that are able to still get the qualification spot. It could make all the difference. So I'm 100% with you there. Now, for as far as where our coverage is going next, we will be jumping into round 3 in the upper bracket. That will be 5 Fears and Omid Brooklyn. So we are staying on board with 5 Fears, and we have not got to see Omid Brooklyn as of just yet, but we do know that they're off to a pretty fiery start towards the tournament. I mean, they have not dropped a map here so far, Colin, so you have that going for you. And then if we take a look at the rosters here that we do have lined up for both of these squads, we can kind of get into the nitty-gritty with what we come to expect. We just saw Abe, Hixie, Fire, and Exceed, and it felt like there was a lot of great moments that we saw out of everybody, but Exceed and Abe definitely having some huge X-Factor maps to be able to get us to this point in this round 3.
Yeah, Fire too, back in that Skyline. Same thing with the Protocol Control. Hixie We don't need to really bolster Hixie on if he's been underperforming, at least in the statistics, because for Hixie, he hasn't really been that statistics guy throughout his career. He's the one doing the dirty work and in the nitty-gritty for 5 Fears. And there are so many moments where Hixie went big for the team on transitional points, search and destroy rounds, really, where he was trying his best to pull things back on that dealership. But more importantly, I look at that protocol and the plays that he was making bottom boat to stop players on the offense from getting over towards B. Countless times, Hixie was there. So everybody for 5 Fears looking good. And I think the big thing for this Omit Brooklyn team that we haven't really seen them is they haven't dropped the map today.
They have not dropped a map, and that is certainly a place to start when you take a look at this roster, because you have Brack, SnD, Yuli, and Prolute. I mean, a lot of these guys have been digging around in challengers now, it feels like, for a few years. You've seen a lot of these guys get opportunities, essentially, at some point or another. They have all been in the CDL. It's maybe been a little bit here, you know, for Prolute, but we've seen him there. Yuli as well. We saw him there, of course, on Ravens way back when. There's a lot of talent, and also when I look at this roster, it also screams SnD to me too, when you have players like Yuli and Prolute that can play off of each other. And you have recent history with Yuli, you know, over in Miami on Team War, where he fell short in that best of 7 in the grand finals with Team War. So there's a lot of talent here. SnD has already been able to win on that Omit roster earlier on with Brack, and there's a winning formula that you do have here with this Omit team.
And that's what Omit always is able to foster: winning rosters, winning talent. And when you put teams together like this, we saw in DreamHack that, you know, this Omit Brooklyn roster didn't have the best ending to their run there, and they go into this one. We talked to Prolute heading into the AMD Overclocked tournament, and he said that, yeah, the team underperformed. A couple things that could be worked on, communication being one of them, and just as individuals kind of stepping up to the caliber that they can bring to this team, and unlocking that potential is kind of what we're looking into.
Briefly, we'll go over the maps and modes. Skyline Hardpoint, Red Card Search and Destroy, Hacienda Control, and if need be, we will go to a Rewind Hardpoint and a Dealership Search and Destroy. That will be our 5-map layout here for this round 3 matchup in the upper bracket, but it looks like teams are getting ready to jump into game. Again, it's going to be on Skyline. We just had a banger Skyline to end our last series. I'm ready to kick it off with Skyline this time around, Colin.
Yeah, it was a comeback, and one that I think 5 Fears are happy about to achieve against Rocker. So got to be worried about this 5 Fears team, because when they get hot, it is hard to stop them. But for Omit Brooklyn, first time on stream that we get to see them here for the AMD Overclocked, and it is a fantastic start to the Skyline.
Both teams got to be feeling really good coming off of their last wins. So who's going to be able to get the best of the other here to kick it off? So far, so good, at least for initial time from Omit Brooklyn. Good shots over the top, though, from Fire as he tries to now deal with the player on the time. Prolute just going to lay down prone, but good coverage inside of Jim from Yuli. He is able to come up with a big key kill, and, well, that's going to be 3. Make it 4 down here. We'll see if everybody does get the spawn in. Looks like they will get the close spawn, but now they have some key gunfights to hold on to P2 spawns.
There's a lot of time off Hill 1 for Omit Brooklyn. 5 Fears have to be careful to lose these back spawns, and they're doing good to win their fights. This is where, versus Rocker, they got back-to-back near 60s to put that game away in P2 fashion, and a lot was down to the performances of Exceed and Fire for this Hill. But you can see Abe is activating 3 in a row, 6 and 4 right now. And 5 Fears are going to look to pull back on this Hill.
Great stun there. Finds the connection over the top on the heady, and Abe is just going rogue inside of this P3 area, making it difficult to try to cut through, and that's 5 in a row now from Abe. SnD's the only one that's able to get through, so SnD has a chance to make a huge play from the back, and, well, Exceed's just not going to be ready for it. So the first one is collected. Yuli gets through the front, and that is going to be a solid break to start accumulating some more time here for Omit Brooklyn.
Surprising, too. There's a lot of ground to cover to make that happen, but 5 Fears, they overextend their hands, and Omit Brooklyn disassemble it. So over towards New, you got a full stack of 5 Fears players in the back. Brack is going to have a big gunfight versus Fire, and that's 3 down for Omit Brooklyn. 5 Fears is going to be the first to touch in Hill 3.
All right, 40-point differential. Omit Brooklyn off to a good start. 5 Fears the one that's going to need to start bouncing back. You got good control and trying to cut the middle of the map, but Hixie just has not been able to find it here so far. Just at 4 and 8. Fire now looking to clean up some of the players, looking to break in. Shots are good onto 2. Now you just need trades, and the subs will follow through with another couple of kills. Abe with a double up. He's up to 12 and 6.
Yeah, that's a good break for Omit, at least taking time away from 5 Fears. From this hill, but with 30 seconds left, they can look to push a little bit further. Proloot's gonna reposition through P1 in behind this. Exceed's not gonna be ready for it whatsoever, and 5 Fears fighting from the left preferred side, or for this hill, but more preferred for the rotation. SnD 3 in a row, and Omit Brooklyn just continue to lay down the law for this game.
Good patience there from Exceed. He's also started off a little bit slower than how we saw him kind of get into that Skyline Hardpoint against Rocker there in the last set. So it has mainly been one-sided here. Omit Brooklyn, they're just a little bit of a step ahead. They're setting the pacing, setting the tempo. It's being felt on the map, and Proloot's doing a great job of just cutting down the members, but also getting good info for his teammates on where they're hitting from.
Looks like it's going to be a full group, 4 or 5 Fears, trying to make their way around the back. Brack lines up here. Everybody assisting. Exceed inside the hill, not going to make anything out of it. 4 go down again. 40 seconds that Omit are ready to soak up.
Oh, deep spawns as well because of how forward Proloot is. Able to find no elimination. Hixie able to get involved, and now Abe would love to try to at least stop some of this time from going over, but Brack gonna hold strong for the first. The trades again are good. The team collapsing on the hill at the perfect moment. It's just been a touch better here for Omit Brooklyn, and they are now up drastically over 100 points as we get into the second set of hills.
So similar start to what Rocker pulled out against 5 Fears in our series just previous to this one, and you know, 5 Fears, this was their moment to fully come back in the Skyline. However, they're losing so many battles inside the hill. Omit have been finding themselves in countless break attempts through P2 all the way to P4. And with that, 5 Fears just haven't really had a time to get a proper setup for this hard point. And for P1, just in general, this is a good amount of time. Hixie wins a fight inside the hill against SnD, and this is finally where we see 5 Fears start to get some momentum on the map.
Yeah, you need it desperately. Try to mount this comeback, try to get some points. At the very least, you want some of this time to go neutral here and make sure that Omit Brooklyn do not clean it up for free. SnD left out to dry on the hill, and well, Yuli in the back here. He's able to come up with 2, but is quickly traded out, so the spawns should still stay in favor of 5 Fears, which is exactly what you want because you still got forward pressure here on P1.
Look towards New, and Proloot going to do some damage. It's a play from Exceed. He's going to be able to stop that, and 5 Fears a little slow. They are chipping away at this lead. Triple hit out to Kitchen, and you got 3 players on 5 Fears ready to deal with it.
Abe up top. Won't get a stun connection, but Exceed does a great job of locking down the back. SnD waiting patiently for that overchild, does not come through. So now you're starting to get something going. Exceed's up to 5 in a row after that slow start. He was 5 and 10, now up to 15 and 15, and you can see Abe, he's been completely on fire. He's been finding a lot of the key kills as there's some big time now starting to go over, but there's still 30 seconds up for grabs.
I'm getting deja vu.
Oh, man. Me too.
This is where Rocker started to fall apart. And 5 Fears nearly doing exactly the same with almost a full 60 at the end of this P2 hill. There was one last attempt from Yuli, who's going to get shut down. SnD's going to hop in for a kill, but it trades for 5 Fears. Is giving them a chance to fight over towards this P3 rotation and fire with the assistance on Hixie. It's Proloot alone inside this rotation. A big battle for Proloot to win, to try to stay alive and play his life. It looks like he's done enough for his team to get here, and SnD with the heroics to help him out.
Trade's just no longer a factor, it feels like, for the most part for Omit Brooklyn. That was finally a moment where they're able to get some real control back in the game, but it was just about a 20-point differential. Huge job from 5 Fears to work back into the game, but now they need to find a way to break down the defense here from Omit Brooklyn. Over the top, Brack's got a trophy set up, ready to cut down the players flooding into the hill, but his teammates are just getting great team shots, and once again, 3 players gonna drop for 5 Fears.
Immediately up the respawn, you look at Hixie. He's going to drop on down into the pool behind the play. See if you can pull these spawns away now. Big win from Yuli. And that's going to put an early stop to this one. Still spawning so far out from this P4 rotation. Omit bounce right back into the lead that they had after that first set of rotations was done. And last time we saw Five Fears contesting for this hill, but they never were able to break it. We go 1 for 1 in the trade column, but still you are struggling to get some kills on the board.
Brack has been a demon in this position. So difficult to deal with. The stun, though, could loosen it up, make it a tad bit easier, and Yuli actually going to reinforce, try to help. As you know exactly where Brack is. Just need to win the battle, and oh, Fire does. How about the Chow? Able to get himself in through the front. And those are deep spawns now coming through for Omit Brooklyn, but Prolude's got a forward position, so a chance maybe to influence something through the back. Just needs to find the right timing, the right angle. He's waiting patiently, but no challenges are coming his way. Finally, the nade comes through, but he may have just been able to slip the line, looking for the kills. Who's he going to be able to line up? Waiting patiently, and well, the patience may not pay off. Everybody winning battles except for everybody but Hixie, Exceed, and Fire, because Yuli just busts his way through the front and finds a triple.
Yeah, he just popped off out of nowhere.
Okay.
Omit Brooklyn, they flipped the script now into the P3 rotations. And it's another wave of kills for Prolude to hop inside that time. See if he can switch out with a couple players. Abe's going to be found out down towards Waits, and you have Five Fears spawning all the way towards the back of P4. Austin, 18 seconds left. Omit Brooklyn, they got cruise control on. They are smooth sailing through this game 1.
Everybody has participated as well. You can see it on the scoreboard. 30 kills there for Brack as he might end on the 6th spree. A couple more seconds, and that is all done and dusted. Heck of a game and a great start. Omit Brooklyn still flawless on the day.
This is a team that's built to be champions. This is a team that is looking to ease their way into a winning mentality, and games like this, just look how simple it is for them to have those rotations on a Skyline, really have the setups set in place, and as soon as one player goes down, there's somebody right there to fill those gaps. And there's so many times where you thought that you had a moment where Five Fears were going to be in the right steps, in the setup to start to claw their way back. P2 rotations were good for this team, but everything else for Five Fears just wasn't able to connect.
Yep. It simply was not a good moment there at P2, but it felt like there was just excellent recovery when we got to the P3 hill and just holding onto the spawns, and also a lot of patience from Prolude at the very end, knowing like, listen, we don't need to force anything. We're up massively. We can still close this game out with, you know, another 20, 30 seconds. So let's play it slow. Let's play it right. Let's not jump the gun. And that's, I think, some of the comms that they had talked about probably leading up to this, saying, listen, there's times where we just need to not be chaotic. We need to listen to one another, direct one another. And I think you really felt that on that Skyline in that map number 1.
I think that is the least chaotic Skyline Hardpoint that I've ever watched. Very
Fair enough.
Calm from Omit Brooklyn. And you look at this team, all 4 players on the roster for Omit Brooklyn. These guys are winners. SnD, he's a CDL major winner. The rest of them have been in the CDL up and down. Brack in years previous playing on Florida, really elevating that team into, you know, competitive standings. Prolude on Optic, Yuli for London Royal Ravens. These guys have that mentality to get to the league. They've been there. They can do it again. And putting them onto a roster almost seems like a cheat code when you watch them play. And I think personally, watching SnD this year, this is the best I've ever seen him play. And when it comes down to listening to the communication he brings to the roster and the moments that he has as an individual, it's insane to see his growth in BO6, and really towards the end of that game too, 5 kills in a row to put it away for that, and this graph wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't. Not a whole lot of back and forth like we've been seeing through maybe a lot of our hard points, at least at one point or another throughout the day. This was very one-sided, and again, it comes through a lot of that early pressure. I think that was able to get like 40 seconds off of P1, just gives you such a massive advantage to play leader's advantage at times where you can rotate early, win those initial battles, and set up and lock in some more time. And that's exactly what they were doing and replicating, it felt like, over and over.
So how do you find your way back right now if you're Five Fears? You just beat Minnesota Rocker in the series previous to this one. The hard points were close, they were contested, and it just didn't seem like you're able to recreate that against a team like this. And I think just in general, you're hoping that this gets pretty scrappy.
Yeah.
I think that maybe you look at that last series if you're Five Fears and say, well, it was unorganized on the map. And when you get organized Call of Duty from Omit Brooklyn, It's not even close.
Fair enough. Well, Skyline Hardpoint, that is in the history books. A good solid win coming through for Omen. But we will take a look at the red card search and destroy. We've seen one of these a little bit earlier on in the day for our first match, but it has been a lot of dealership, which of course would also be our last map pending we were able to go the distance. But, you know, a good chance to reset going in towards the red card. I think there were a lot of good things that we did see on the dealership previously that maybe didn't necessarily work out against Rocker coming through for 5 years, but there was a lot of good looks, a lot of good plays that I think were in the cards, and there was also quite a few first bloods, I think, if I remember correctly. I want to say they were getting at least active earlier on. Just whether or not that's going to actually work out here for them again. Against a team that's just looking very crisp, and again, I rate them very highly when it comes to SnD, just based off of those 4 individuals. When it comes to that game mode, they've almost always been consistent, if not excelled. You know, like players like Prolute, where he kind of came up in that game mode.
I think the biggest worry that I have for 5 Fears going into this red card search and destroy is the amount of times you found yourselves in numerous numbers advantages in a post-plant situation or in a defensive situation, and Rocker were still able to come back in that round and steal it away. You know, you talk about Geo in the 4K that he had back in round 1 on that dealership. Estriel with the 3K that he had back in round 8 or 7 to pull things back as well. And there's just so many times where 5 Fears go from a team that looks like they're clicking and synergizing completely to 4 individuals looking to do 4 different things on the map. And it's a boot camp for a reason. It's a tournament leading into champs for a reason, as you want to see things like that get fixed from game to game. And I think you need to look at somebody like Exceed or like Hixie to start to speak up in those moments that you have the advantage. Let's not give it away. Let's slow things down, try to figure out this map and how we're going to put this one in the win column for our team.
That's what it comes down to, getting yourself a win here, and more importantly, just making sure that everyone knows that Omen Brooklyn can bleed, because they have not shown any signs of weakness on the day.
7-0.
That's impressive. That's impressive with the talent that we have here in Winners Round 3. But let's see what we're in store for as we jump into map number 2. 5 Fears up against Omen Brooklyn. Attacking first will be Omen Brooklyn as things are flipped at the top. We will get that change there for you. But already some early shots taking place. Duns and Nate's not going out before the trophies are in play.
Yeah, it is going to slow things down for the second for Omen Brooklyn, but I think they've recognized that they've lost that space at A. It's going to be a quick rotate onto B. Only player here is going to be Abe. Close by is Fire, but it's all on Abe right now.
Oh, the stun. Unfortunate jump there for Prolute. And Abe now has the chance to still make a big play here. He gets the call, but he chows right into 2 players there, hoping maybe for one isolated gunfight. Doesn't happen. First blood secured, and now a chance to work into the site.
Second one from Yuli. SnD. As it is all down to Exceed on the flank, and he is so late to the party. Bomb's going to go down, 25 seconds, and plenty of time to wait. And now nobody line up for himself, but is he able to play his life? Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, Colin! What are we witnessing? Exceed might pull off one of the most insane 1v4s. Prolute having to play his life, but has no idea where Exceed is repositioned to. And how do you play this? A bomb check might be forced to come through. Prolute playing the corner, and he should have saw him on the cross. So Exceed may have guessed wrong. But almost one of the biggest fumbles we've ever seen. Just Prolute plays it like he always plays it. He's an SnD star for a reason. My goodness, that was unreal.
Wow. So we get to see a chance for Exceed to do the impossible. And here they are, shutting it down. Home at Brooklyn. What a way for them to put themselves on the board for round 1. But for Exceed, he almost had himself a moment. That was as perfect a B take as it got. But, you know, maybe you get a little bit overzealous on the attack over towards Exceed. You say to each other, hey, why aren't we trading this one out, guys? This is getting a little too close for comfort, but trust in Prolute.
Yeah, that was certainly a little too close for comfort. Very unfortunate. But either way, Prolute still secures the round for them, so they get to all take a big, deep breath. But still, 4-0 right now for Exceed. Don't want to throw your life away. Little nade Hail Mary over the top, looking for it to bounce down. And does find a connection, but will be chowed from inner. And, well, everything just basically goes awry there in a matter of seconds, as it will be a 2-0 advantage here for Omid Brooklyn.
What a moment there for Omid Brooklyn. Again, just pull things apart. Now on the defensive side. And realistically, there's no eyes on stage or people clearing these positions from 5 Fears. You walk into an area like the A bomb site, you want to make sure that you have somebody over towards H2, you're paying attention towards the top triple, and somebody has to clear bottom stage, but it just seems like you're walking in blind to a lot of these setups there, and to me that screams there's a lack of communication in some of these rounds on the offensive takes, and it struggles on dealership that we saw from 5 Fears now showing against Omid to a lot grander of a scale.
Really looking for a bounce back round if you are 5 Fears. A couple of different looks going to come through the middle. Fire able to dodge away from the nades that were coming right for him, but not the second one. Brack throws at Kobe, and that will find the connection. So another first blood here for Omid Brooklyn.
And a second one too from Yuli. So you've shut down both defensive attempts to start to get some space. Hicksy's going to get some information, drops right on down. He tried to stop Pro Loop, but I don't know about that one, buddy.
Desperate.
That is a little bit too much to deal with. And 5 Fears, they are throwing themselves all wild.
Yeah, it feels like they're just losing numbers, so there's desperation that's starting to creep in, and I think you see it right there with that chow. Hicksy gets one shot. He wants to drop down and find one, but you know, even if he finds the guy below him, he's likely going to get traded out. Difficult starts to a lot of these opening rounds here, and you haven't really had a whole lot of production from the majority of the members so far for 5 Fears. They're just being outplayed, I would say, from Omid Brooklyn, that are step ahead, getting good looks, good nades as well. They're just making it really difficult for you to get some information, it almost feels like, on the map at the moment.
Something's got to budge at some point for 5 Fears. Same position that you saw yourself in the dealership, 0-3 down. Now into the attacking side for another opportunity. As it is going to be an A hit, but look at Yuli. He's just waiting for the call to hit this one fast on the flank through mid.
Brack, he knows he's under pressure here. Stun check going to come through. He's going to back all the way up, play his life, wait for the reinforcements to either work around the map or come and back him up. But that's a great read onto Yuli. Secondary chow comes through. Fire with the hip fire. Okay, Brack. Probably not ready for that kill cam if he watches it back. But either way, much better start here for 5 Fears, all down to 1. It would be a 1 versus 4. Likely not going to happen. And my goodness, 5 Fears. That is a way to get the job done. Huge shout there to Fire, who finds the double.
Yeah, it's a big moment again. And Fire's been good under pressure, especially against Rocker just the series before. At the same time, I mean, you look at the play call from Omid Brooklyn to send both SnD and Yuli through mid and through bleachers to see if you can get that flank going. Omid Brooklyn stopped finally, though, and 5 Fears going to put themselves on the board. And at 3K in the game from Fire, that is going to surely ignite some passion for this team going into the rest of the search.
Have to now get the ball rolling, find some momentum, and SnD wants to kick off the round with some aggression right inside of Ticket. But opening gunfight, back and forth we go. Numbers swing the way of Omid Brooklyn. Again, looking solid on some of these opening engagements. They always just get the extra kill just to give them the advantage. And now they'll start working into B, and Yuli's already done some of that groundwork.
Yeah, 3v2 for the take. Site is open, but you don't have bomb and Fire. He's actually going to win a huge fight versus Brack all the way into the spawn of Omid Brooklyn, and that's going to leave bomb on an island. Everything that you've done here for Omid Brooklyn has been for nothing. You have to go back and get this.
Fire is also on that 4 in a row that you mentioned. 35 seconds, though, left on the clock. Not a great position as they start to clear out some of the space. Just get a read on where this hit's going to be coming from. And it looks like it will be moving back over to A. Some clearance has been made up front from Yuli, and the timing could work out very interesting here. This could be a chance for a free bomb plan.
At least on A. And Yuli's in a position to catch a rotation. Exceed with the nade out. Puts Fire into 1v2. He's going to go top triple, and Yuli has been spotted, or he thought he would. Fire, he's playing this one from H2.
Yuli spotted. Won't finish off the kill. Trying to get a read on where the second player is going to be at, and unfortunately, Fire's guessing wrong at this point in time. And there is so many areas you got to clear. With how open this site is, long-range gun battles likely going to take place. They know Fire's close on the site. Tries to take the chow. Gets a look at Yuli, but Yuli's going to finish that off. No problem. Omit, Brooklyn. I mean, that's just textbook.
Yes, it is. It's honestly unfortunate, too, because you make the play there. Pushing into Omit's spawn. Brack goes down. The bomb is down as well. Top third, basically, for the attacker side. And I guess you don't see the bomb, you don't see that it's down, and suddenly enough, you're hoping that you can maybe catch Omit Brooklyn trying to plant at either A or B, but the timing just completely goes away from you. And now you're looking down the barrel of a 3-round difference yet again. And you need an offensive win here for sure.
Definitely looking for a get back in this round number 6. A little bit of information on the crosses I think was gathered. But 2 players are going to be playing on the A site, so they're ready for the aggression. Now starting to back up as the trophy system was dropped, just to bait out some of the tacticals and nades potentially. But still down to about 55 seconds left, and you are pretty hard committed to this site, but no kills have dropped yet.
Yeah, Abe's in a tough spot. Brack's gonna re-clear this one, but he's been seeing Abe. That's your call to hopefully finish this kill, and he does. Now Bomb just looking to stay alive in a 3 versus 3. Exceed to the rescue. Is this a call to just re-wrap B? Oh, he's going back in.
They have the numbers. Yuli almost turns and burns, but Abe finishes off the kill, and well, his teammate also able to win their one. So 5 Fears, they play it patient, looks a little dicey, but they're able to just outwork their opponents there in that engagement, and it does pay off for their second round.
I thought for a second after getting that kill, and Abe gets over to the doorways, up the stairways through mid, and that was going to be a fast pivot over towards B, but I mean, that was screaming panic button rotate. You just didn't feel comfortable in that spot. Abe, it's more of a disengage. You give that space back, you recollect your thoughts, and you reach out with some more confidence into Yuli. So 5 Fears going to keep themselves away from map point. Let's see if they can claw down this 2-round gap to just a 1-round gap.
A lot of doors being broken open, a lot of noise being made. Yuli forced to back down for a second. His teammates just completely get involved in the play. Trophy system out, bomb going down, setup is in, and now it's time to try to break into B here in a 2v4.
There's so many times this B site has looked very vulnerable for 5 Fears. On the attack for Omit, they recognize where the weakest link of this map is so far on attack. It's that B site.
Sure.
And as soon as they get in, Yuli baiting with the noise through the doorways, forces Abe into a spot where he is not ready for the hit through bleachers. 5-2. And Search and Destroy for 5 Fears just hasn't really been all there, even against on Dealership versus Rocker. It is something that they struggle to have any sense of control to these rounds, struggling at playing their lives and reading where these attacks are coming from. It has been the opposite for Omit Brooklyn, especially looking back to their first series against Orchid, one of the best Search and Destroy teams we have in Challengers. They beat them 6-2. They are firing.
Door's gonna be popped open. You can take a little bit more risk here too. You're up by quite a few rounds. SnD, a little bait and switch there for his teammate as he slides back down the steps, and looks like they're gonna completely wrap back because it's a middle hit that ended up coming through for 5 Fears, but now they're a tad bit exposed. They haven't necessarily gotten more control of either site yet, but they could start to move into B.
Good nade. First blood again for Omid Brooklyn, and it forces your hand to make a play over towards this B site, but at the same time, you have to dedicate yourself to watching for this quick hit on the retake. They are going to send this one for Omit Brooklyn. They know they have lives here.
Dixie over the top, waiting for the chow to come through the left or the right door. But you said it, bomb is now down. Prolute looking for an angle, as now you're seeing a couple players wrap in to potentially find Fire, who's playing the outskirts, and he does get picked up. So now you're very vulnerable on the site, but Exceed and Hixie both win their ones.
You back up. Exceed's got a lot of space to fight for. He's going to go for the re-wrap around, and there's no way they recognize this.
Oh, I don't think so, but he doesn't finish off Brack. However, the time is just almost too low. You're forced to push at Hixie. Hixie knows what he's got to do. I just got to finesse and play my life, and he is able to do it. Both players, sure, able to win their gun battles, but does not matter, as there is no time left here for the bomb.
5 years live to tell another round so far. And for this red card, just in general, you're switching back onto the defensive side. Your offense has looked a little bit, at least put in place. You're winning these rounds. Abe, the one previous, Exceed here and now, winning a big fight on site. And then Hixie on the finesse there, just drawing out enough time. But for the defensive side, Omit Brooklyn have been picking you apart at this B site. And 5 Fears need an answer. This time, the changeup is to send 2 through mid. Fast hit to meet this with aggression.
All right, SnD's been going here just about every single round. And this time around, he won't fully commit to the challenge. Stuns, nades, all coming out. Yuli's going to make sure his teammate gets out safely. That will be the play, but there's still lots of pressure around mid, and there's the first blood. Yuli finds a connection with the nade.
That is not what you would have wanted, but the fast flank from Abe, he gets 2. Numbers for 5 Fears, and this is where he's saying rounds like this, you have to win. We saw them chuckle this a couple times versus Rocker, but bomb down against them, post plant set up into the defensive spawn, and you still have Brack and Prolute who have been icy today.
Oh, Exceed just needs to play his life up top, and he's unable to do so. So Prolute actually has a chance to be quite annoying here, but Abe's there to collapse in the back. So now all down to 1, and well, it is not going to work out. You saw the look, you saw the angles, but 5 Fears, they are quick to collapse. They play it patient enough, the trades are good enough, and they will find themselves another round.
1 by 1, slow and steady for 5 Fears. We know this team and what they're capable of. It is just trying to play your life in those big moments. Abe, so fast on that flank through P5 out to the bleachers to get behind the play. It was a good call from just in general 5 Fears to meet that aggression that Omit have been throwing at B with aggression through Ticket. You shut off SnD from that space. You force them back into a tough spot. It mixes up with all the timings, and you know, in that defensive pressure there for Omit when they're being attacked in that situation where they're not able to have those power positions really set up, you open up so many timings for Abe to hit those flanks.
Sometimes that last round, most difficult to close out. You're seeing it hold true here, as the nades have played a massive part of this map, and Abe's able to back away just in the nick of time. More nades you see kind of coming over towards B. But everyone playing patient here, waiting for someone to almost scam, give their life away for free. SnD thought about it, but he's going to completely back up.
This is a good call from Omit. Throw some lives away. Tunnel them over towards the A site. Brack, first blood, he backs up. Numbers now for Omit Brooklyn, but Exceed's going to answer back, and now for 5 Fears, you got to make sure that you don't get traded out, but Exceed's going to give up his spacing towards stage, and Fire is so far away from Abe right now.
Yeah, they are not close, and yeah, Fire was forced to take the challenge. Omit Brooklyn say thank you very much. They isolate, they back up, they play the map beautifully, and in the end, they do get the closing round, 6-4, and they are still yet to drop a map, and that puts them 2-0 up here in this winners round 3.
I was expecting a little bit more from 5 Fears throughout this series. They really set some expectations taking down Minnesota Rocker, but Omit Brooklyn are showing up, at least this weekend, with some ferocious feelings to get into champs at the best level that they possibly can. And 6-4 on the Search and Destroy. a hard point that really wasn't close whatsoever. This team is really leveling up at the right time of the year.
I agree. I mean, they're hitting their stride at the perfect moment. This is when you want to level up. You want to hit that final form, right? Going into champs, secure that EWC spot, get yourself the best possible chance to maybe even win the entire event. But looking over a lot of these replays, I feel like a lot of these kills that actually came out throughout this game were actually by way of nade. A lot of great nades that were set up. And of course, this moment that almost looked like Exceed was going to 1v4 there as he goes for the snap and almost made something special happen. I'm sure something else would have been said in game chat. But man, this has been just a great look at what I come to expect to, I think, these four individuals when you get them into a search and destroy game. And that is really disciplined gameplay, not over-challenging, but also throwing your weight around at moments to see how the setup is looking. What can we get away with? When can we go for flanks? So the collapses always felt like they were on point. Very impressed with what they showed. And yeah, man, there's a reason these guys are just on the roll that they're on today. They are just completely on point, all four of them.
I even think at round 5, when you see the bomb go down from Brack in the 2 versus 2 for 5 fears on defense, where they set themselves up in such an advantageous spot. You don't see the bomb left, and you do such a good job if you're Standy and Yuli at clearing your base. Yuli goes the extra step further to actually catch that rotation to put it into a 2 versus 1. It's the extra step that Omid Brooklyn takes in some of those rounds just to really put 5 fears on the back foot sometimes, that you can see just how practiced these players are
right
in Search and Destroy. And I think you said it the best, is that these are players that in Search and Destroy, this is their bread and butter. So many times we've seen Yuli over the past couple of years really dial it up in this game mode, and even looking back at it, it's just first 3 rounds again against 5 fears, just like we saw in the dealership. And albeit they're able to come back later on, it's just the damage was done so early that, Omid Brooklyn off to such a hot start towards those last couple of rounds. A few adaptations on actually trying to read where 5 fears were going with some of their defensive setups, and a lot of fights that, if you're just not able to win them, if you're Abe in that sense, you get shut down on the flank time and time again. Omid Brooklyn, they're going to read you. They're not just going to fall for that trap twice in a row.
No, I agree 100%, and it felt like you could see some of the desperation starting to seep through a little bit for, just trying to find some gunfights at times because you're just getting naded at the start. So it's like, man, just give me a gunfight, and that's what a good SnD team is going to do. They're going to punish you. They're going to make things difficult, and they're going to be hard kills on the map, man. And Omid Brooklyn, they've been hard kills on the map all day long, and they're looking to keep that going heading into what would be our map number 3. But we will take a short break. We will get ready for that map 3. We'll be right back with map 3 after this. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are right in the midst of this series here as we get ready to jump in towards map number 3. It has been a one-sided affair here thus far, but maybe we could see something out of 5 years to bring this back. But so far it has been one story. It's been Omit Brooklyn. They're looking crisp, they're looking clean, looking unbeatable. I would even go as far to say right now as they've not dropped a single map on the day, Colin. They're looking final.
I'll say I didn't expect Omit Brooklyn to look this good. They look like the best team in the tournament at the moment from what we've seen. I mean, 5 Fears, they beat Rocker. You go into this match for winners round 3. You expect a lot from them after that. And
right.
Omit haven't dropped the map. You're wondering, is it a strength of the bracket? Do they just have the better schedule going in towards it? But no, I mean, you look at you look at Omit Brooklyn throughout those first 2 games that we saw today. The Skyline, they're not making any mistakes on the read breaks for those hills. They have perfect setups on Skyline and almost perfect communication as well.
Yeah.
Search and destroy. You're not over-channeling, you're not getting aggressive in situations where you really don't need to, and playing your life really goes a long way for a red card. They were just flawless.
I agree, 100%. But let's take a look at the bracket before we jump into map number 3, because we got some things going on here for us, Colin. So down at the bottom, Rocker, unfortunately, have bowed out. They have had some, I think, technical issues throughout today. Then, of course, did end up losing that match versus 5 Fears and ended up losing all the respawns there. So they have bowed out in the lower bracket, which means that Stallions now move on. On the other side for our CDL team, it is LAG mates that are able to secure the map 5, but they do get tested quite hard there from Team War as they now gear up against Team Notorious.
Yeah, I think nobody's really surprised that Lightmates are kind of winning Game 5s. Their Search and Destroy looks so good. Lunars especially. I know we don't get to see that match in general, but I mean, you can trust just by the way LAG mates play through the CDL year. Yes, it's been tough in other game modes, but their Search and Destroy has looked fantastic. And for Team War, you give them the test, but you're just not able to get it done. So excited to see that Team War is playing LAG mates close in that same regards. And it's unfortunate that we see Rocker bowing out in the way that they do, but hey, unlike God, if you're dealing with technical difficulties, it's going to make the tournament pretty frustrating for yourself. And I think this is a situation that if you're dealing with those technical difficulties, you might as well just call it quits on the day from what we're seeing. And for Stallions, I'm sure that they're happy that that happens before they get knocked out.
Yeah,
if they were going to.
Yeah, I'm sure Stallions get to get a little sign of relief here as they go into their winners round 3, at least for now, because they have another tough matchup likely upcoming there. As you can see, Orchid and Royal Spartans are currently tied 1-1. But let's get back on track with our main focus here. Omit Brooklyn, 5 Fears. It has been a very one-sided affair. 5 Fears need to get something going here now, but attacking first will be Omit Brooklyn, and they're eyeing up A right off the bat.
It's going to be an 8-hit right off the get-go that we saw a lot on our Hacienda before through Team Notorious. A lot of people looking to get rid of the harder one first, but against a team like 5 Fears, you have to worry about a little bit of pushback through those top halls. Exceed, see if you can relieve some of that pressure, but he's caught out. Prolude still in A zone, and Omit are finding all the kills.
Oh, that's awkward, but Yuli's there to save the day, and yeah, they are finding all the kills, Colin. That is going to be a massive stack on the point. Second tick well on the way. Yuli using the ladder and the pistol to see if he can try to get something, but gets punished for the play. And now you're starting to see a couple of response kills come through on the defense. That will be just about as clean as it gets for clearing out the point. And now you got 2 ticks to work with, but you got to fight out of your spawn.
Exceed with the hard reads right now, especially on the player towards the ladder. He's seeing if he can lock down this Lambo position, sliding around Omni movement against Yuli, and that is going to spawn out Omit Brooklyn a little bit further. Have to dedicate some more lives just to take him out of that position. 31 seconds, you get the 2 segments at A, and honestly that third one is halfway done, so if you go 4 down, if you're 5 Fears, it is going to be an easy zone to fully capture.
Well, Abe's in a good spot to stop his push onto A, but the focus might very well be driven over to B. We'll see exactly where they're leaning. I mean, time's running a little bit low, but it looks like patience could pay off. Yuli does catch Abe slipping a tad bit, but the gunfight's on the B zone itself. They are currently being lost, so the initial start was great, sure, but now Yuli's forced to jump on A. He's cleaned up swiftly, and the time is just no longer in your favor. SnD has to gun it to the point, and he won't make it there. So maybe a tad bit of a miscue, but also a good job from Five Fears playing some excellent defense and doing a good job of controlling the map.
Yeah, everything starts with that retake over towards A. Exceed reading the player towards the ladder. He finds himself a double kill all the way into Lambo as well. He does 5 kills in a row at the start of this one, and you know it's tough just to say, you know, you go to A or B right off the get-go, but if so far from what we've seen is that you want to go towards A, see if you can get the harder zone captured first, but when it fails, it is so hard to recollect yourself and get there again, re-clearing not just Secret, but through Rock as well as you and inside Bridge, and there's so many different angles for the defense to set up on that third segment is so difficult to capture.
Well, a much better start, at least initially, for Five Fears. Exactly what we wanted to see change, and Yuli's off to a hot start there, but his teammates are going to basically go even for as far as the trades. Early pressure brought over to B has pretty much been shut down up to this point, where Hixie now has a chance to get forward, but Brack finds a double with his nade, and well, that's going to leave Hixie out to dry, so he knows he has to start pushing forward here, and they've kind of lost track of him, but it doesn't matter. It will be a clean sweep once again as Fire will he get the read in the corner. Yuli, no way he slips away. He's out of there. The bait switch is so good.
I know what Brack's been practicing is set nades over the break between tournaments. And in 5 years, now going to make a Hail Mary play over towards A. You see player number 6, Abe, trying to catch some of the players off of the respawn block, and he gets at least the 1. So stack onto this A site. Hixie's going to find Yuli. A couple kills in retaliation, and now the time's going to be ticking very low. 38 seconds, 23 playing 19, and you have to make a quick read onto which zone to go to, and it looks like it is going to be a B hit.
29 seconds to play with. Starting to work for the first segment. Clean shots. Hixie's been the only one that's been able to really get this far forward, but finally his teammates getting involved in the play. Brack from top dark wants to cut off the respawners, make sure the reinforcements do not have ease of access into the point, but his teammates are still going to need to clear the point, and it looks like Yuli's been able to get involved to do exactly that. So 20 seconds now remaining, 18 lives playing up against 15. Have to make a decision on where you're going, and it looks like they're going to try to go for A, as it has been a stop of the clock, and that second tick just about locked.
Oh, and Exceed just backs on down. He is going to allow these players from Moment Brooklyn to try to make a play for the zone, but instead they funnel into all the gunfights that Five Fears have been waiting for. The A zone gets captured, 12 lives playing 16, and you're back off the respawn for a couple of them. Hixie's going to stick around to see if he can take some exits off this A zone. And he is opening up some lanes right now for the rest of his teammates to get involved.
Oh, good finesse from Hixie. He's doing as much as he can to buy time, and Abe is there to find the trade. So 8 lives remaining here for Five Fears, but they got a little bit of time to work with. If you can find SnD here cleanly, that is an excellent start to start moving back out onto the map. But there's a lot of players that are going to have a forward position. One of them, Brack, he's going to be behind the entire play. He lines up 2, and he gets info on the remaining 2. That's going to make things pretty hard to try to push through well.
Hey, 5 lives versus 10. 37 seconds. All you need to do right now if you're home at Brooklyn is trade each other out. And you got Prolude on the flank. No matter what you do, eventually you're going to get shot in the back. Abe's goes down way too early here. And Exceed, he is on a route.
Yep.
1v9?
You can do something like that 1v4 from the SnD, maybe. But not going to happen. Not in the cards. A good look. A nice transition over to A to make sure that you do manage to get those 3 segments. But unfortunately, was unable to really get a whole lot going towards B. Now, a part of that was just because of the defense getting into some key positions, shutting down the push, getting behind the play before it even started. So at the very least, you're seeing 1-2 players dropping and getting a read on where the push is coming from.
Well, Five Fears a little bit better on the attack. They get the zone captured. They get an extra tick at B as well. So far leading in objective. Home at Brooklyn, now to see if they can answer with a B attack off the break off. Hixie around the outside of the fences almost turns it into a double kill, but the damage onto Prolude. Can he stay alive? He's losing his teammates around him, and He is still bringing a lot of attention over towards this B zone, but it is so hard to live in that position.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yuli was waiting patiently for the Dark Chalice, just never really came through. And, well, he's also cut down, trying to dabble between A or B. So, no early progress. Breakoff goes the way of 5 Fears. SnD gets a read from behind, and at least the trades are even as they start to move back onto the map.
To A now. SnD with the late attack through halls. Bridge as well. He's going to be caught. Exceed and Hixie clearing towards the top to see if he can take some pressure off of these objectives. And so far, so good in winning your one-on-ones. I like this call from Brack.
Hello.
You win this one, it's going to put some pressure onto the respawns now, and it opens up a route over towards B. And I'd like to see the rest of Omit Brooklyn see if he can get patio control and assist Prolude here.
Oh, Prolude, he sees 2 players slide through, so he knows he's under a lot of pressure. There's the slide, the shots come in, and well, the trades are beautiful. This is your chance now to start getting some progress onto B. So 2 ticks of progress locked in, 3rd on the way, and it looks like it's probably just going to be a chalk up unless they can get the top patio in time, and no, they cannot. So a minute 48 now to work with here for Omit as they start to IFA.
So Brack's just going to go up top patio, see if he can get into the office, start to catch some players set up for this defensive setup, but 5 Fears have pushed this line of scrimmage so far forward into the spawn of Omit Brooklyn. You win these fights, it's good, but you lose these fights. There's already a segment at A already chalked, so you have to play your life here and make this one as scrappy as possible. Well, Brack isn't involved.
Good one-on-ones being won throughout the map, though, so you are slowing down a little bit of this pressure and just eliminating some of that time slowly but surely off of the clock. Down to just over a minute now. 13 lives playing up against 13 lives. Exceed getting a read on this push and is really trying to work with Abe, but loses his teammate, decides to back up, wants to reposition, and is ready to play down low if he needs to.
All the fights being won by 5 Fears. Exceed snaps onto Brack. Hixie's going to see if he can catch a couple more players rotating across the line. Statue, Prolude takes him out of the equation very early on, but it's only a 2-life lead. There's still 34 seconds. You do not want to get over aggressive here if you're 5 Fears because you are still walking on eggshells.
You're absolutely right. Needs to be a clean set of kills to come through if you're going to be able to get anything done on A. And we'll move down low in the staircase. Fire has been up top, it feels like, for quite a while on a couple of his lives, but finally dealt with. Brack now looking to go forward. Shots on to Exceed. Ready for the reach out. Doesn't come his way. He realizes he's got to make a move for the zone. And now it's all down to SnD for what would be a 1v7. Not going to have any luck at it either. 5 Fears. Pretty clinical when it comes down to the defensive setup. Had a lot of time they had to kill. And they do so pretty successfully.
I've been impressed, at least with both of these 2 teams, and the way that they've been able to re-stabilize in these defensive setups. You know, in the round offense that we saw from the likes of 5 Fears, they capture the A zone, they move over towards B, and just not able to fully get anything done. You see that resurgence come out from a team like Omit Brooklyn, and you know, vice versa. And Omit gets that B zone captured. Instead of chasing Brack in your spawn, everybody from 5 Fears is just cutting down the lives from Omit Brooklyn and bringing it all the way down to the wire, where a defensive team is going to feel a lot more comfortable in what we get off the offense. So breakoffs have been pretty sloppy on both sides and not really leading to any zone captures, and it doesn't look like this time it's going to be any better with 4 down right away. Omit Brooklyn looking to fly.
Yeah, great work. Already positioned up top, ready to go down low with SnD. So you got the setup that you want, and you stop the first segment from being completed as well. So a lot of wins to kick this one off, but now the challenge is coming through, and well, they're just lining up, and they are being knocked down. 2 lives lost here for Omit Brooklyn. 8 lost on the other side for 5 Fears as they now got to get out of the spawn trap. You can just feel it. This has been very difficult to get any kind of control to even just win a gun battle, it feels like, here for round number 4.
37 seconds. Time stopped at A.
Oh, there we go.
2, 3 dead. And you look immediately, Exceed. He's just going to run forward. Abe's got the knife out. 21 and 18. Now see if he can put them in the blender.
Abe trying to go forward again. He's able to at least get one more. Abe just about secured, working on that third segment. Exceed keeping them held off inside of the top lobby room and does a good job of that. So now you want to slow it down a little bit. You got a minute 25 here on the clock. The lives at least have been brought back, but you're getting a lot of forward pressure from Omen, and it looks like they're just trying to push a little bit too far, and now they're a little bit deceptive to what could be a push onto B, depending they don't win these gun battles.
Well,
but SnD does end up backing up and finding exactly that.
And again, just the defensive team. You lose the one zone, you put all your eggs into a solo basket of the opposing. And the slaying has been good. Yuli looking to get lost, tucks himself away, slide shell out, not finishing off that kill against Abe, and is 3 down now, 4-5 Fears looking to push over towards B. Brax alone outside fences, and he has got so much to deal with, but off the respawn, Omit Brooklyn, they get there to assist, and 5 Fears silenced again.
What a moment there. Yuli able to put together quite a few kills. Now you're looking at what is going to be 6 lives remaining, likely a round number 5. Proloot just holding the push up top. Have to make a move, and you got to find kills cleanly. At the very least, you need some trades to follow through here as Hixie makes his move, but SnD holds strong. Able to put together a couple more kills. No respawns remaining. 10 seconds on the clock. More kills coming on through. And it feels like you got just about nothing left in the tank. Just a chance for a touch here, but Exceed would have to do it all.
Nade stuns, bullets flying, everything running at you. We're going to round 5 on the control. And Austin, if I am doing my math correctly, I'm pretty sure the objectives are even on both ends. So coming down to the slaying for this one, I'm not doing the math on that, on who's going to have that round 5 defense. But obviously that's where you want to be. I mean, we have had honest attempts at the offensive side from both teams, you know, at least capturing one of the zones, but every single time that you're trying to transfer from zone to zone, the defensive team is doing a great job at catching those exit kills.
Right.
And you saw it from Omen in this round just in particular, trying to fight through office to make sure that that isn't a possibility. To have the offensive team own that space on the rotation over towards B is such a crucial moment for Omen to just recollect themselves.
Well, attacking is in fact going to be Omit Brooklyn, but they've had a couple of rough starts, at least right off the bat. This time around, they get the first blood, they get the read on Exceed, and they're actually going to force him back. Now the trade needs to come through top dark, but Hixie says no, denies the trade. Huge double up, and that forces Proloot to basically completely back up and try to play his life and wait for his teammates to come off spawn.
Proloot's going to chase it, so 2 kills alongside Yuli. Spot somebody on the respawn. Sub out, and Proloot is snapping. Shotguns fire. And he's going to sit here and wait for the rest of them to go off the respawn. The triple stack on A is going to go fast.
The worst possible situation just happened here for 5 Fears. They have to now play for Proloot together before they can start looking towards the zone. But A almost secured, and there it is. It is locked in. 6 life lead, almost 2 minutes worth of time as they're now transitioning right into B.
Proloot's going to step on. But everything is cleared out right now for 5 Fears from your own spawn. So working back up top, see if you can get some extra eyes top down towards B. And it is vice versa, just looking for a way to open up this route onto the B zone. Unfortunately though, for Omit Brooklyn, it is not as clean as you would like to, and 5 Fears are doing a great job at cleaning things up.
Outer fences has been secured. You also make sure that there is no ticks locked in, but does just take one good feed. You can start stacking up time pretty quickly. Abe down low, trying to get a read on where the hit's coming from, and might have just found the perfect angle to get behind 1, maybe 2, but SnD able to react fast enough. Now turns his attention to bottom U, but Fire not going to have any of it. He's now on 5 in a row. He's been putting up some big numbers. Hixie gets involved in the play. Now we're down to a minute left on the clock here at round 5.
Can you steal this one away? Omit Brooklyn for the 3-0 sweep. 5 Fears. They want that map 4. They put themselves in a great spot to solidify it. It is just 47 seconds left to see yourself continue through the series.
Good kill from Yuli. Now he's on the zone. Tries to get forward inside of Tin. Ready for the secondary chow, not going to come his way. Backs up, has a bit of support with him, but the kills have not necessarily come through convincingly. You also have a pinch that's working up top here against you too, so everything going just completely chaotic as you make this final push with 25 seconds left. 6 lives playing up against 7. You're just trying to surge forward and make it happen.
5v7, what a shot from Yuli. Last chance. 16 seconds, lives or time, it doesn't matter. It's now or never. So Yuli on the time, he's going to contest it. In for 3 in a row. Alone though, and 3 kills the other way. 5 fears, looks like they've done enough. Austin to push us to a map 4 in the series. They're not done yet versus Omid.
All right, still got a bit of life left in them. Comes down to the wire. But Omid Brooklyn can't get it done on offense here in the final round, and just that constant pressure flooding through Dark, flooding through you, never giving them a full chance to get 4 members across on the fences. Excellent job of just really being annoying, playing in from behind, doing what you need to do to make sure there was no easy access on that zone.
You love that from the defensive side on every single time we saw the team lose A or B. It's the way that you're able to regain is something we look at. A lot of teams, they struggle for maps like Hacienda, maps like Volt as well. Sometimes on Protocol, when you go 4 down, it's really hard to work out of the spawn, especially if it's the B zone that's getting attacked. But the way that you're able to move back in through top office countless times, just get those exit kills, make sure that you have no worry for that snowball from zone to zone. It is just excellent patience coming out from both teams on defense to make sure that they have a way back into those rounds, because you never once were worried about teams to just lose it outright off of losing one zone alone.
Exactly the case. So we get ourselves a map number 4. The series will extend, and, well, we do have our answer from earlier, whether or not Omid Brooklyn bleed. They do, in fact, bleed. But can you kill it? Can you take it down? That's really the big question, because they have been fairly electric when it comes to just about every single mode. But this one also goes the distance to a round 5. A lot of key moments coming through, though. You saw a lot of those flanks that was plaguing 5 fears a little bit earlier on in these rounds, and then they were able to find some of those adjustments and do some of that themselves, too. Doing a really good job of just tracking members, I think, a little bit better as as the map went on. But we'll see what ends up happening here, Colin. We got ourselves a series at the very least.
Yeah, do we? So map 4 guaranteed. Omid Brooklyn loses one. And the couple pairs even to look at throughout this game. So many moments from Prolude and Brack. I mean, moments where it could have been easy stacks from 5 fears onto zone to zone for their offensive side. But you see Prolude go big in a couple of individual moments. Brack just holding his own and playing his life very well, just not giving it up for free. Same can be said for 5 fears, and seeing Exceed play so well, but Abe as well finding his footing into this game too, to push into the spawn countless times. Hixie not afraid to get involved with that spawn trap from the defensive side, and that is a way to finally put yourself on the board. And we've already seen one reverse sweep today. Team War, they did it versus the Royal Spartans back in winners round 1. Is this a moment where you can find yourself in the semifinals now off of a reverse sweep if you're 5 fears?
There's a chance, right? You played the Rewind Hardpoint a little bit earlier on versus Rocker. You looked pretty solid on it. That was the closing map. And there was a lot of great moments, I feel like, throughout that map where they were making the right plays. They were working together quite well. You could see the fundamentals, seeping through into the gameplay without question. And those are the types of things that you're going to have to do versus an Omid team, because you're not going to beat them by pure slaying. You're going to beat them through fundamentals. And again, having the experience of being able to have this rep a little bit earlier on, looking pretty solid on it and controlling it for the most part versus Rocker, has got to give you a bit of confidence for what could be a potential reverse sweep. But then again, at Skyline Hardpoint, if you go back to at least what we were seeing there, and every single member dropping 30+ kills, it felt like they were on one. They were a little bit ahead of the curve. So I'd like to see a little bit of adaptation, I think, come through when it gets to this Rewind Hardpoint. Yeah. Be a little bit swifter on those rotations and see if you can try to get to some of those spawn points first. I think that's really going to be the key versus a team that almost feels so disciplined at times.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn, they looked lights out on that map 1 Skyline Hardpoint. And you think back to even that Rewind Hardpoint having against Rocker, how many things had to almost line up for you to put away that rewind towards the end of it. And the same could be said about the Skyline Hardpoint in the map 4. That doesn't translate to this series as well for 5 Fears. And going into this rewind Hardpoint, it's not going to be those chances to miraculously find yourself in that hardpoint after a triple kill out of Abe or Exceed.
Agreed.
Walking to those spawns for free and pulling them for your team. It has to be fundamental. It has to be put together. You look to somebody on this team to start to step up in that leadership role and try to keep that level head throughout this entire game. Who's going to be calling the rotations? Who's going to watch the flank and make sure that if you're miscounting how many players are in front of you, you have to watch for that 4th one. You have to make sure that you're picking up that 4th player, because we saw it so many times on that Skyline that either Yuli or Prolute or SnD are going to be looking to rotate behind you and pull those spawns.
Well, let's see if they can track the members down a little bit better. Map number 4, potential reverse sweep in the cards here for what would be 5 Fears having to take this one in the next. We'll see what happens as we jump right into the action around P1. Already Prolute off to a solid start, getting himself a couple kills early on, but the time will go the way of 5 Fears first as they get themselves on time first.
It is a great back and forth for 5 Fears, but is a player missing Yuli. He gets into back blue. Abe turns around, backs him off, but in doing so, 3 down, 4, 5 Fears, and Overclocked going to get themselves a little bit of time off this hard point. So this is now where you have to recognize 5 Fears want to overchow this and spawn out.
Playing, patiently waiting. Seed able to get away with one, and, well, more importantly, plays his life. SnD gets the call out and does manage to at least get the kill, but still a lot to deal with in front of him. Fire's got the pinch coming through from Hixie. They do a great job of finding the kills, but in the back, Yuli, Prolute, Brack, all players that are looking to play for the spawns.
Slow and steady from Brooklyn. You're waiting for that timing for the rest of your team to get here. But even still, 5 Fears not really giving anything up at all. Exceed gonna have to go big as he is alone in this fight. Close spawns for Brooklyn. They get the break with still 34 seconds.
Trying to go for a bit of a contest. Brack also realizing players got to flood through, but doesn't have the gun ready for the secondary challenge. SnD says, no problem, I got you, brother. He's right back on the time now himself. 3 in a row for SnD as he starts to get mixed and gets bumped. Might be looking to try to push through P1. The patience is beautiful. Finds Abe for a nice cleanup. 5 Fears might have the lead, but the scrap time looks to go the way of Brooklyn as the new hill just about to pop.
Heads up play here from Brooklyn, looking for those back P4 spawns. Fast at Abe though, and it's a trade from Brack that is going to cut you off. SnD on 5 in a row. See if he can lead the charge back in towards this hard point as Yuli just flies and sends it. Trades in, but Omid are here. It's a tight game that you're going to fight for. SnD tagged up from the nade. It's 5 Fears to battle back from the front of this hill. Still, though, have Brooklyn in a spot to fight this one from the more preferred side.
Prolute trying to contest, trying to get a look, but doesn't have a whole lot of support. The setup just wasn't necessarily in just yet before he made that move. So now forced to play a little bit of defense as the spawn's going to be a little bit parallel here across the map. So haven't necessarily locked in the spawns just yet, but if you can find some kills and open up a bit of space, that could be your avenue to guarantee them. However, it is still P1, or rather P3 time that's going over. 61 to 34, and Hixie has found the route. He might have a chance to play for the flip.
Hixie is looking for the dagger for this rotation. Spawns still in the back, though, for Brack, and Hixie has more work to do. Hides back. Nade cooked. He's just got to chill it out, right? He does. Yuli goes down, and you have all 4 members here for 5 Fears still into the hard point. 30-point lead, and Brooklyn look a little disconnected on this map. You gotta wait for all 4 to be ready for this hit.
Man, that's the value of Charlie Hixie right there. Unbelievable stuff to play his life, find 3 kills, follows up with a 4th in that life. 35 seconds left on this time. Abe is saying, hard block, I'm going rogue, baby. As he looks for the second lineup, won't get it. But again, great information on where the remaining players are at. And Prolute's the only one that might be able to give this a look. And he gets behind the play, but is quickly read, quickly cleaned up. One last hit from the front. It's just about all dealt with. And this has been an incredible hill so far here from 5 Fears.
Yeah, 5 Fears, so good at fully fleshing out this P4 hill. Hexy makes the god play for those back spawns, and nobody sold it whatsoever, even when Abe wanted to go a little bit rogue. For back over towards P5, this is where Exceed started to turn up, flexing over to that third submachine gun. Hixie and Abe are gonna start things off, and now you got the setup with 3 down. Prolute, the only one around here who could maybe put a dent in it.
Hixie, again, ready and waiting for a read on the push. Nades being traded back and forth. Contest is in. Hixie slow peeks around the corner, but it's going to pay the price. Yuli ends up coming up with 2. And now it's 30 seconds left on the hill. Still lots to fight for, but there's your answer. Finally getting Omit Brooklyn into the action. That feed is going to light up red. A little love tap there from Prolute as well, but a lot of the clearance has been done.
That's a tough one too for Prolute. Yuli was on 4 in a row, so put an end to your own teammates' shrieks there, but semi-solid heal from Omit Brooklyn, not to give up too much time to 5 Fears heading into the second set of rotations. Omit trailing by just under half of what they have right now, or double what they have right now. So first one's over towards P1. You have a route being run by SnD. It's read by Abe, and that's going to get 5 Fears in early.
Stacking up the time. Omit Brooklyn really starting to feel the pressure of what is going to need to be required breaks before this lead just gets a little bit too out of hand. So a lot in front of you, and not a whole lot of answers that we've seen here so far. Fire just wants to get away with his life. Knows the importance of trying to make sure they're on the right side of the map leading to the hill after P1, and Fire and his hip fire today has been absolutely electric. Finds another kill, close range. But the rest of the trades now starting to go a little back and forth. Exceed won't be able to find the double up, but his teammates do a good job of, again, clearing, buying themselves time, and getting themselves set up at new.
Not a bad call from Omit. Fight through old to get to new. See if you spawn out anybody, and you do. Abe's going to spawn all the way in Narnia, so you relatively have a 3v4 for this one, but lots going to come off of Prolute in this fight in the back, which he wins. That's going to spawn everybody out now. And Hixie, he noticed that, but what?
He was staring at the spawn, brother. Well, it looked like Prolute had made the play, but now SnD needs to make the play, and over the top of the dumpster, he is not allowed to do so. So the spawns do, in fact, stay close enough here, and 5 Fears will continue to just pour on the pressure. Keep the numbers close. Yuli going to give it one last go. They know they need to compete for this time, but it is looking very unlikely, as the new hill is also going to be coming up here very soon as well.
Something about 5 Fears and rewind spawns. They know something I don't. But a 100-point lead heading into P3 now, and Omit Brooklyn once again going to be the first ones here. Prolute, though, bad timing, and Hixie's hot on his trails. The timing worked out again. This time Prolute snaps, but 6 HP. He's still got more to worry about.
100-point differential. Fire just putting them down left, right, and center. 4 in a row now for him. He's really heating up. And oh, Abe up close. This is looking like we're going to a map number 5. Killing spree after killing spree. You got Abe who's just finessing his life on time. Ready for the chow, but won't finish off the kill. And now 30 seconds left on the point. Fire over the top is on that spree, but he knows how important the time is, and he's got his teammates following up on the play.
Abe right now, he is blocking those back spawns. Should fall down to Hixie now, as Yuli's looking for a way around. He wins the fight versus Abe in towards the courtyard, looking to draw some attention, but Fire picking up where his teammates left off. That's a hellstorm now for Fire as well, heading into a hill where you can certainly put this game away and send it to a game 5. Having that hellstorm in your back pocket, that is a tool that you love to see for 5 Fears fans.
What a bounce back here for 5 Fears, especially with the way that first hardpoint had went. So one-sided. Different story this time around, and 5 Fears could very well end it, but a good response comes through. Fire does invest the streak and is only able to come up with 1, but he is still alive in the back here. But there's a lot of work to be done. Yuli will end up finding the kill. Trade still going back and forth. Exceed now the next one to try to push forward, and he's got help alongside Hixie.
You can still win this one. That is a fantastic break, and again, it's Exceed at P4 going nuclear for the team. 9 seconds left. Somebody's got to touch it. It has to fall down to Prolute.
Someone's got to make a move through the front. It's going to have to be the play call. Shots are good from Brack, giving them a chance. They do manage to get through the back door. The spawns are going to be in, though, for the P4 hill. So now you got to start making your way through the middle of the map here, and you don't have a whole lot of subs in hand. Brack, the first one up, looking to make his way through. How do you get in? SnD's going to be the one to slide and bait and switch, but these kills need to be clean, and well, the first one is. The second one looks solid. Won't be able to follow it up. Hixie gets involved alongside Abe. The sub duo gets the job done in the end. And that will be a map number 5 in the cards.
Something about 5 Fears and Rewind Hardpoint. This team is lights out on this map mode combo, 250 to 122, and you just had enormous plays coming out from Charlie Hixie all game long. Same thing with Abe. Both of them. It just seemed like non-stop pressure coming out from your sub duo out of 5 Fears, and that really leads to numerous breaks, numerous spawn holds. You think P2 spawns as well from Hixie? I don't know how he gets away with that, but you look back at the stats for a second. Fire as well, 28 and 16. Ridiculous stat lines coming out from Hixie and Fire, but major plays from the entire team out of 5 Fears. And I mean, game 5 set in stone between these two teams, and I love it. First time we get a game 5 at least on the desk, and it could potentially be a reverse sweep.
We've been seeing these game 5s everywhere, all over the bracket, but yeah, now we finally got one. So that is exactly what you want to see. That is great news, and well, at least great news for as far as all the entertainment enjoyers. But maybe not great news here for the Omit Brooklyn fans, because you now have your backs up against the wall and could be in fear of dropping another reverse sweep, which would not be the first one on the day either. But you take a look at just this replay package, Colin, and it felt like there were so many big moments, and they were able to extend their lead pretty far, but it really did feel like it started from that initial break when they got into P1. They got a huge amount of time off of P1, I want to say, as well, and it felt like they just never slowed down. They were just on a roll, on a tear. Everyone heated up. Everyone was able to find their moments throughout this map, and again, we saw this earlier versus Rocker. There is a groove that they find, and they most certainly found it.
Well, full tilt heading into game 5, I'd say, from both of these teams, as you know, both hard points are not even close, but either way. And there's moments here where 5 Fears just, they look like they're on the back foot, and then bam, they just hit you with 3 down yet again off those re-breaks. And it's a tough spot to find yourself in if you're Omit Brooklyn heading into that P4 hill, because you have to go re-challenge, but in doing so, you're just giving up those P5 spawns. It's an unwinnable position to find yourself in, because then you have to break with at least 10 seconds at hold, and then within that 10 seconds, rotate to P5 and re-break it immediately. And for a map like Rewind, that is way easier said than done. And getting a look back at this one, after P2, it was not close.
To the moon, as you'd see on that graph. It is not very back and forth whatsoever. And yeah, it's interesting, right? Because both the hard points, you know, had just basically went one way. And sometimes does come down to the fact that teams got one map down to a T, and they know how to play it. And it feels like both have basically kind of had their look at exactly that through 1 and 4. However, all that's out the window now. It all comes down to the search and destroy. And, well, we don't know which way this one is really going to end up going here for us, as the first time around, it felt like it was a lot of control from Omit Brooklyn, I would say. A lot of set nades that were very difficult to deal with. Felt like they were getting a lot of information, and on the other side, you could almost just feel the panic and almost feel how difficult it was to maneuver on the map. So we'll see what changes going into map 5, but for now, guys, we are going to throw it to a short break. We come back, map 5 coming your way. Hello everyone and welcome back. We got a game number 5 in the cards. It has been an incredible series here thus far. Of course, I'm Visions, that's Seymour. Man, it's been a fun day, it's been a fun series. Finally got our first game 5. This one has been maybe a little bit more one-sided in some of the maps, but at the very least, both these squads have shown that they certainly want it. We'll see who wants it more though, going into the final map.
Too, you're like, one-sided. How is it game 5 one-sided? Every single time there's been a team winning, it doesn't feel close.
Yeah.
The Hacienda Control goes all the way to 5 rounds, but at the same time, it's like 5 rounds of defense traded every single time on offense. It just didn't seem like a team could close it out or even get close to closing it out, really. It was just pretty smooth sailing on those defensive rounds. As soon as they see 5 fears on defense, I'm like, all right, we're going game 4, and then we get there, rewinds. It's the Charlie Hicksey special. There's always those games that just pop out of nowhere that this guy just puts up miraculous numbers. And he really carries his team to a victory there to push to a game 5.
Agreed. Yeah, it's something about Hicksey when it comes down to making just fundamental plays, man. You're always going to rely on him. You're always going to rely on him to be just the man that's going to calm the right things at the right time. So we absolutely love that. But we'll take a look at where we're heading here for this game number 5 with our maps and modes and see exactly where everything is taking place. I believe it will be a dealership at the very least going into our last and final map here of the set. This would guarantee, I want to say, winner semifinals, so it would be a massive one to try to get. And it is, in fact, another dealership, which we did see a little bit earlier on there, Colin.
I'd be a little bit worried right now if I was 5 fears going into this game. It's been, I'd say, close towards the end of the Search and Destroys, but the start of the Search and Destroys just looks so tough for this team to get going. And, I mean, dealership in general, you play up against Rocker. Round 1, you get ace clutched by Geo, and that sends you in a downward spiral, losing 3 rounds in a row. And then towards the back half, you had Astral popping double kills after double kills. Just on rounds that you're winning first bloods versus Rocker. You win 7 out of the 10 first bloods that you see in that game, and you lose it in a 6-3 fashion. It's got to be better for 5 fears here if they want to keep their winners bracket up.
Well, coming through right away on the attack, Omit Brooklyn, and they've been able to gain quite a bit of ground on the ace site. Yuli has to be calling for a bomb plant. As he's starting to get forward, he's up on the cards. He's going to get information on Exceed, and Exceed just rips him. Unbelievable shots. That is certainly going to sting and maybe makes it a little bit harder to now go for that bomb plant confidently, but they are still going to commit to it.
You bomb down, no flanks you have to worry about. So you're digging yourself at a hole, but at least you don't have to worry about anything behind you. Brass gonna get caught on a nade, and big fight here for Standing just to stay alive if he can, but Abe's gonna collect it. 4v2 on the retake.
4v2, Brack, gives his teammate a couple of shots and now has to turn and burn. Sub in hand, trying to get the read, ring around the rosy we go. The finesse, the cars. Who's gonna peek? Who's gonna chow? Abe gives it a go, and he gets the best of Brack. What a challenge! What a gunfight!
That's so hard. No aim assist around those cars too. So trying to fight that is near impossible. Brack with the finesse of a lifetime. The team shots into the triple kill as well. Really fighting for that round win to go the way of Omit Brooklyn, but Abe, new kid on the block for MW3 and BO6, and he puts you on skates.
That was filthy. Like, I almost closed my eyes for that final kill cam. Man, crazy stuff from Abe. Love to see that from the young gun. All right, that's certainly a way to kick off round number 1, a 1v1, and a little finesse around the cars. Abe says, no problem. But round number 2. Let's see what's going to potentially come in the cards here. On the first opening round, we did see this quite a bit from 5 fears. They did like to dabble around that B site. Definitely lean towards it at times, but also try to wait for someone to push through mid, kind of get that pick, then make that decision afterwards as well.
A lot of damage done, but ProLoot Yuli.
Not this time.
Yeah, they're the ones to get those opening first couple of kills. Omit, they want to sweep this under the rug right away, and good luck, have fun, Hicksey.
Yeah, he's like, where'd you go? Where are the boys at? No longer here, unfortunately, Hicksey. And you aren't either. So, Omen Brooklyn through the middle. They just completely shut it down. And, I mean, you were waiting for that play. You had dedicated members to push through, but it was overwhelming with how many members they sent through mid.
But it's no surprise either. That is probably one of the biggest weaknesses they showed against Rocker was that middle map presence. And you lose that so many times to Estriel. It's carrying over. It's a concurrent or a constant mistake or issue for this team in 5 Fears. And I don't know if it's a timing thing, like you're not reading these very well, but the defense always has their number.
All squared up at 1 apiece. Back through mid we go. Nades being cooked out, but this time around, not going to wait for that initial challenge to the back of the cars. It is going to be an immediate plant.
Post playing of the 4v4. SnD's on the flank. They're not going to read this one.
No, they certainly will not. SnD comes up with 1. Able to now pinch through the garage door, and while his teammates are holding the line, and they will be able to find just about everyone. Exceed the last one up, and they are just completely worked here. Beautiful stuff, and a beautiful call there from SnD as well.
Wow, 2-1. And that is just 2 back-to-back flawless rounds coming out, and SnD gets the flank of a lifetime in it as well. That's just one thing that it's hard to read on dealerships sometimes, because we see teams often on the offensive side leave somebody lurking towards B for the A hit or A for the B hit, and as soon as that bomb goes down, it's a 4 versus 4. All the attention's going to be on the bomb because the team on the retake isn't going to think that there's any stragglers around, but for SnD, it was as free as it gets.
Certainly was. Lots of nades and studs. Again, thrown out, just searching for info. Again, another lean here for 5 Fears over to the B site. Brack, though, bombarded by grenades. No trophy system to keep him safe. Yuli in a position to still respond to the B plant, if he can get a read on it, but you've now lost Pro Loot here in the process here, too. So, 4 versus 2, 55 seconds left, and it feels like there could be a good opportunity to try to drop this bomb down at B.
It has to be a good opportunity. 4 versus 1, Pro Loot this time. Ixie had his chance. Kind of line up. He gets away from this one, so chase from Ixie is going to put it away. You thought for a second there was a chance for Pro Loot. If it was a little bit cleaner, then maybe you have the confidence to chow that right away, but it's really good for Ixie to not let that one stir too long.
Agreed. Don't want to allow a regen to come through, and Pro Loot get a little bit mixy here. So able to track him down, very well done. Again, it's leaning to that B site, doing a great job of opening up with the first, second kills. Great grenade utility coming through that mid window, paying off here as it's been pretty even, neck and neck, 2 apiece.
So home at Brooklyn looking to get back into form for this attack. It's a 2-2 split, and the A site is wide open. So if this is patience that we're seeing from the 2 over towards B, and it might pay off, but instead it's met with aggression out of 5 Fears, and that's bombed down in your spawn.
Yeah, it's bombed down, and Pro Loot thought he may have had some kind of an angle to push through the left side of the map, maybe get behind the play, but not the case whatsoever. The backtracking should allow maybe an easy pickup of the bomb that was dropped, but you have no information on where they're going to be set up and where they're going to be really on the map.
So you're going to get this bomb back. You have Pro Loot, who has been fantastic in this map so far. Still ready to see if you can pull this one back, but I'm loving the patience from 5 Fears. If you want, it's an easy hit from either site right away.
Trying to play for info, nade over the top.
Doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit the bomb planter. Pro Loot will get it down, trophy system out. They're going to backtrack.
That's a trophy post nade as well, so there is no information that that bomb was going down. Fortunately, though, it is going to be a quick retake, but it's a re-wrap from Brack all the way through mid.
Risky. You need Pro Loot to come up with a kill here. That would be ideal. Abe will end up dropping. Pro Loot doesn't get a read on the second, and well, they do read the repinch. Very well done, and that will mean it is another round. This one going the way of 5 Fears as they're starting to put it together.
That's great, too. It is exactly how that retake should go. 2 players to pressure out small room. As soon as you notice that it's just the 1 player giving you a pushback, that last player watches the flank. Brack And it's all you could do there is go for a flank play like that. Very difficult to do anything else. Playing for the double up from your own spawn is such an easy defuse to the retaking players, but doesn't pay off. And 5 Fears is back-to-back rounds to put them in the lead now for the first time on this map for Game 5, and it is a lot better than what we saw in both the red card and the dealership versus Rocker.
Stun checks, nades, no one dropping though. And well, guess where that bomb is. Ixie bringing it over to B while it's a mid hit. Trying to clear everything out. Vents, nobody's home. Now a chance to look through the garage, but Brack's holding on to that. Tough angle.
Fast
and
flank.
they've also now lost Yuli here as the fast flank is currently coming through.
Nobody sees Proloot. He goes back. And the re-clearance through mid is swinging lives back over towards Omit Brooklyn. So you have all the control through mid and A.
Hello.
And Exceed's going to bring it into 2v2. Maybe a 2v1 from Exceed. Make it the round for 5 Fears. Just taking control in the Game 5.
That's a dagger. That's a dagger. Not getting that trade, certainly going to hurt. And you can see Brack running to try to get with his teammates, but they had fallen already, and Hixie wins his one big moment from Exceed, who has come up big on multiple occasions throughout day number 1 here at the tournament. 4-2 now, 5 Fears. I mean, I want to say this is about 3 rounds in a row. It has been very, very good for as far as what they've been looking to change heading into some of these rounds.
Let's see if that fire is enough to push 5 Fears further into the winner's bracket, even for a reverse sweep right now against Omit Brooklyn.
Hello.
Fire with the nade from downtown. And Brack goes down too.
Well, that's a round right there. The gods are here for the reverse sweep, it would appear. They got the COD gods on their side. The nades are connecting. The cars are blowing up. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong in that round, Colin.
That's a round you lose without even seeing a single player on the other team.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That is a frustrating one. 1 round left for the reverse sweep to be complete. Omit Brooklyn in the hot seat on the penalty kill. To see if they can pull their way back into this series, it would have to be 3 rounds in a row just to push it to round 11. And then an extra one for the upset. And it's a B hit.
Oh, it certainly is. Have gives his position away. So Yuli actually connects on 2. Does try to get away himself, but he can't. Exceed tracks him down in just about 20 seconds into the round. Proloot threatening the flank. It is red, and it is dealt with. 5 Fears get the job done. Unbelievable stuff with a 6-2 victory and a reverse sweep in the cards to advance to the next round.
Twice now, it's been a reverse sweep through the winner's bracket. Team War did it earlier versus Royal Spartans. Now, for 5 Fears, they do what looked to be impossible after maps 1 and 2, whereas clinical as they were from Omit Brooklyn, they looked untouchable at the start of this series. But you give them an inch, 5 Fears, they take a mile. And I mean, they just invented a sixth fear for Omit Brooklyn. After the end of this one, you look at the end of it as well for the Search and Destroy. Not only was it just patient plays from 5 Fears, but you think about the differences from what we saw versus Rocker. You're not giving away stupid lives. You're not over-challing towards these sites, and you're winning these opening duels, and not only are you putting away rounds, but you're doing it without even losing any more lives from this one. The team play is just so much better from 5 Fears in this Game 5 than any of the Search and Destroys we've seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, it has been very resilient. I think that is really the word that comes to mind when you look at their search earlier on and how they've been able to just bounce back, especially with the dealership we saw versus Rocker. It felt like there were a couple of woes, but here, very controlled, very measured once again. Great stuff coming through for this squad. And Omit Brooklyn, it's wild because it almost just the way it felt for going into that map number 3, Colin, was like, this is going to be a 3-0, man. Like, this feels like this is an Omen Brooklyn squad that is untouchable. They had not dropped a map up into that point. And, well, from there, obviously, 5 Fears completely turned it around, able to start getting their feet underneath themselves, find their footing, and they were able to put it away here in pretty dominating fashion when it comes down to those last 2 maps.
It's got to be some sound words coming out, too, shared between these 2 teams. You know that the rivalry between at least Caden and, you know, even on the other side, Brack, from being teammates just last year on that FC Black team. And it has to have some weight on the game like this. And you know, you look at the plays that were made, even in the rewind, Hixie stepping up, Abe stepping up. You're getting the best from this team when you really need it in those big moments. And that game 5 was just a full team effort from 5 Fears. No flanks on red. You know, no similar sight hits that we saw, you know, doubling up from round to round. Different strategies, adjustments, a full round where you get a free nade from fire from downtown, the R60 for the follow-up, and that is some sound search and destroy, sound Call of Duty on the reverse sweep from 5 Fears in that game. And for Omit Brooklyn, that is going to sting a little bit because you thought you had an easier one, an easy way into the semifinals, but think again.
Yeah. Think again. Well, let's take a look at the bracket, see how everything is in fact shaping up as we get very close to the end of the day. And 5 Fears have in fact advanced to the semifinals. They are 1 match away from being able to advance to that grand final for tomorrow on Sunday. Meanwhile, in the other round 3 matchup, you have LAG mates that are going up against Team Notorious. Team Notorious have looked like one of the better squads on the day that we have had in Challengers, and they are now down 1-0 versus our last CDL team left in the tournament. And then you got all kinds of matches that are also finishing up down low. The Royal Spartans are also out there.
Yep.
So that is another big team that we will no longer see here for the rest of the tournament here too.
We say goodbye to C Vortex and the gang down in P7 White. Omit knocks him out 3-0 sweep. That is Cobra alongside him, Aspect, as well as Denza on that team. So early exits for some teams that we expected a little bit more fight back. But again, you know, we know that it is a quick turnaround for some of these teams getting into North America to play it. Hard to just jump off the plane, jump on the sticks, and, you know, come to bring your best. But for some of these teams, it has been a wonderful day of Call of Duty. Team Notorious versus LAG mates. I expect that game to be so close because Notorious have been on one.
Yeah, they've been looking good. Certainly one of the better squads that we had seen at least earlier on. Not that we've seen everyone here so far, but one to look out for and one that could certainly give LAG mates a run for their money. Also, guys, we have an AMD graphics card giveaway that's going on right now on the Toronto Ultra Twitter, so make sure you guys head over there. Let us know who you think is going to win the AMD tournament that we are currently on with, as well as comment below with just about everything. Tag someone, do everything you need to do, have a chance at winning a graphics card. You want to win a graphics card, Colin?
Of course I want to win a graphics card.
I want to win one too. So make sure you guys go do that and go follow AMD as well. Again, none of this would be possible without AMD. So just a really big shout out to them. Shout out to Nina, who works behind the scenes here to make sure that all of this is possible with a lot of the locals that happen here in Toronto. And of course, Toronto Ultra. We're here at the studio. It's a great time putting on a great show. I hope you guys are enjoying, but we are going to throw things to a break. I think we have one more match lined up here to close out day number 1. Guys, don't go too far. Welcome back, everyone, to the AMD Overclocked $10,000 tournament. We are continuing the action, of course, here as we take a look at what we have coming up for you guys, which is a series that is currently tied 1-1. We'll be jumping down to the lower bracket. We haven't spent a whole lot of time there. Everything has basically been in the upper bracket here, Colin. So I'm excited to see how some of these elimination games are going to potentially play out.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we haven't seen a team get eliminated. We've just been watching the bracket on teams get eliminated. So it's about time that we get into the lower bracket to see who's going to, exit a little bit earlier than they would have expected. And it's been fun so far, but for at least one side, when we're looking at this P7 Black team playing up against Team War, I think that, we get to see if another upset can happen on stream in front of us, like what we saw between Five Fears and Rocker. But at the same time, people have been asking for more. Here we are. We are providing a little bit more.
A little bit more. So far, we have the Rewind Hardpoint that has, in fact, already been played. Remember, we are jumping into this series mid-series. 250 to 133 was the scoreline for Team War. And then P7 Black were the ones that answered back in the Hacienda Search and Destroy. And that was a 6-2 victory. So both wins so far have been, fairly dominant for the most part. A little bit one-sided. Now we'll see exactly what Protocol Control has to offer here for the swing map.
We saw this earlier between Five Fears and Rocker. It was a tough one for the offensive team to really get going. And looking at the scoreline for that Rewind Hardpoint, for Team War, this is a team that we expect to just completely tear it up when the respawn modes are here, especially when you look towards a Protocol, mix it in with somebody like Linz, and it kind of goes hand in hand. And for Linz and Two Real both to be on the same team, that's when you expect it to get difficult.
Absolutely the case, but we're jumping right into the action here. Will be the attacking opening round for P7 Black. Lots of P7 teams, of course, and looking to try to extend just how many they have left in the tournament, especially going into tomorrow. Two Real hits a nice flank, comes behind one for a nice little pickup. But now it's going to leave Linz, one of the last subs really up on the map, to try to play flank. And again, he's able to deliver with one, make it two clean shots comes through for Linz.
Still around for Disarray. He's looking to see if he can get behind this play for the defense. Create a little bit of a mix-up over towards B. He's going to be there, but nobody has touched onto the zone. 3 go down, and that's going to leave Two Real on an island in the spawn of P7. This is when I would like to see P7 pick either A or B.
Two Real again on the flank, coming behind the play, and neither zone has a segment secured just yet. Assault's also going to pretty much completely clear this one while keeping BB Connor a little bit pinned. He's forced to back down, and that's going to be an easy cleanup for Linz, but the trade does follow through. On the other side, DiamondCon doing the exact same thing, pouring on the pressure, but there is now an opening to try to get on A. One player looking to secure that first segment.
Yeah, it's Chunk at B as well, so double progress is going to really split the attention of P7, but for Team War, again, you have to figure out which one you want to go towards. So Assault, top triple, in a fight versus BB Connor. Second segment getting worked on for the stack, and I like that call from Chunk to fly forward as well as turn and burn 3 down, and now P7's got a chance to stack the A zone.
Yeah, a great moment here to come up big with maybe even pressuring the other zone. Detain is also bringing some of the pressure over to it. Assault now going to have to be ready and waiting for some of these earlier gunfights than he would typically want. There's the zone secured. So a minute 25 now on the clock to work with. 12 lives as well for Team War, so starting to struggle early on, and Chunk is now up to a bit of a spree. He's on 5 in a row, looking to build that up as this next segment might just come through too.
Yep, he's getting worked on. Good kill from Linz as Team War are looking to isolate and see if they can slow things down. Linz now looking to work a bit of a flank over towards A as Diamond's going to get sidelined for the moment. A lot of back and forth trades, but nothing for P7 to really work with just yet as they're trying to clear out their spawn. They just can't find where Linz is.
Yeah. There's a couple of win conditions here, though, for P7 Black. They know that if they can find the player on the flank and they can focus forward, then they can win by way of zone or win by way of kills. So a lot to think about here. If you're Team War, playing your life could be very valuable, but Lin's still going to fly forward. 8 and 5 now for him, 3 in a row.
Triple step.
He has a chance now to start coming behind this play, and you're going to need to because you called it, Colin. There is multiple members on the zone looking for that second segment.
Yeah, they're going to get off, though. They bait you out. They take the fights, and it's 3 down again. Triple kill from Detain. He goes on 3 in a row.
Still have Disarray here working on the second tick. Now third, 2Real waiting for his teammates to get here, but they got a touch.
They got a touch. 4 lives remaining here for Team War. They got to make it clean, and it's clean and snappy from Linz. Breaks on through, able to clear off the zone, but it only comes down to one. Diamondcon would have to do it all. Another big moment. DC gets a good look at BB Connor, but it does not matter. P7 Black coming to play some control.
That's one of those moments that you think if Diamondcon can get that second kill there, even though it's a 1 versus 6, there was only 25 seconds left. He plays his life, finesses a little bit. Maybe that is possible, but yeah, a couple sprees from P7 Black, and they are waking up in this series. They take the search and destroy. They go into the control with that momentum, and well, you had a spree from Chunk, you had a spree from Detain, and there were times when it looked a little all over the place for P7 Black, but the way that they're able to layer it all together in those pop-off moments, everything explodes into chaos for Team War, and they don't know where to focus again against P7 Black. So now they have to answer with an offense of their own.
Yeah, they definitely do. Tane right into the face of one. 2Real gonna drop. Seeing if he could follow up with a second, and that's a key gunfight again. You're winning those battles, making sure you try to keep that first building secure. Really plays the difference in making sure you can get out of your spawn safe and sound. Through the middle. Clean shots over the top. Salt going to do a good job of just playing Overwatch, and now that's going to be the call for 2Real to hop on the zone.
And here's the difficult part for P7 Black. You're fighting in the trophy system and nobody's on the flank. Detain's going to have to be the one to make this play towards the top zip, but he pushes into the spawn. He gets rid of Detain and Diamondcon, and
wow.
2Real is just fighting on the front line right now. 4 in a row, the stack out at A, and you are nowhere to be found right now if you're Detained in the spawn of Team War. Fortunately enough, your teammates go big, and they hold on.
Yeah, it's a pretty critical moment here for Detain. He was nowhere near the play, but now he's in a great position because his teammates had won some battles, so he can try to finesse his life a little bit. Assault's going to play for him, and will come up with the kill. 18 lives now playing up against 21 in favor of Team War. Over the top, Disarray's going to find some clean shots. He's been off to a pretty fiery start himself. Him and Detain have been clearing out a lot of space throughout the map, and now we're down to 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that is the big kicker for Team War. Haven't really been able to get a good look at B, so it has to be this A zone, and look at 3 members on your side. It's going to be a triple flank coming out as soon as you hit it, so no matter what, you're in a difficult spot who have to win these fights. 2 go down for P7. Detain's around the corner. Diamondcon with the turn on, and now you have a chance. It is a slim one, but a chance nonetheless.
Have to deal with a couple players from your left and your right. Too much to deal with. Linz flies out of the top, and he won't find any value. A couple players cutting through mid now. Your chance to still make something happen on A. You got to stop the clock, and they will be able to stop it. Assault has 2Real with them, and they do get the zone, and they still have the life lead.
It's got to be slow for P7 Black. We saw it in our Hacienda Control in our series previous, that even though you lose the zone, you want to get these exit kills, slow down the offense. And so far, so good. You're now looking to get back into a form for these flanks. Already into bottom triple. It is going to be Disarray. BB Connor close by, but you lose the fights over towards B, and that's going to put some pressure to make a play.
2Real getting a lot of work done all by himself. His teammates are basically just kind of watching the outlines of the map. Nade's going to come through. It's going to force him off the heady. Challenge comes in, and the duo will be able to clear off the point. But the problem, 3 lives remaining here. Chance to win by ticks, chance to win by lives. A couple players on the flank. Will it be red from Assault? He has Linz here side by side with them, and well, yeah, not going to give him that last segment. Very smart. Just going to jump right into the water, but a good response here for Team War.
Go offense for offense. You couldn't ask for anything better from Team War, as you thought things kind of slipped through your fingertips in that first round when you just couldn't lock down any good defensive setups. You make it scrappy towards that A zone, and even though it took a little bit to get that A zone going, you have moments where you're shutting down those flank plays from P7 Black, and Diamondcon's doing a great job at finding routes in through B to get behind Lighthouse and shoot some of these members from P7 on that A zone defense that we did see them trying to set up. So great from Team War on the answer, but is this going to be offense for offense all the way through? We got to see if P7 Black can keep this success going consistently.
How about Linz here so far, though? 18-3 with that sub in hand. He has been a problem, and 2Real starting to match some of that energy here, up to 16-2. Both subs already going wild in the spawn. And you can just see how hesitant some of the members are from P7 Black just coming out. Where are they attacking from? Where are they lingering? And that's going to be a clean pickup onto one. Now through the middle, DC able to at least find himself one, and Assault follows up with two. So everything's been contained here so far. Detain is just going to have to drop down low and see if he can maybe push through. And he does a great job of finding a couple kills himself.
Talk about Linz and how good he's been. Detain on the other side, 21 and 13. So as long as your teammates can win their fights, Detain, he is always good for at least 2. He's going to get caught towards the top of Grandma's. You're back to step 1 on this offense. 27 seconds is the issue here, and Linz is going to disrupt this offensive hit over towards A, and there's no route open to B as well. Assault, he is watching like a hawk, but here you go. 3 go down. If you take down 2 real in the middle of the map, that's an A zone open.
12 seconds, though, so you need to be just about perfect from here on out. Both zones getting a bit of attention, and you lose all the pressure at A, so now the attention turns towards B. Detain just trying to buy his teammates time, give them options, and he's doing an excellent job of continuing to do that. Hops off B for a moment to get a read on the flank. His teammates now back up onto the map, but it is still Detain responsible for trying to stop the clock. 9 seconds to work with, and he's going to make the call to maybe just rotate back over to A, but he's got no help calling.
6 seconds. Still some fights to win, and he is snapping right now. Detain gonna duck on down. Where is the help? Disarray now. Over towards B up top. Good shots, 2 in a row. Second segment gonna be worked on, and here's your team now to stack. BB Connor on the outside. Assault looking for the angle, and you're being picked apart right now and dissected. It's a race to get back to help your team. 2.7 seconds. 2 reel's gonna put it away. And a defensive round finally going to Team War, as it was offense for the first 2. It is a solid stop in round 3.
Let's be honest, that round should have been lost a long time ago there for P7.
Detain and Disarray, they make it look fun.
Yeah, they get a little mixy here, and Detain did just about everything he could, almost got away with highway robbery with the way he was playing that zone for as long as he did, and you could see just the little bit of hesitance of wanting to regroup with his teammates, wanting to pinch on that A play to get involved so that he didn't just have to stop the clock, but in the end, they almost get the full capture on the zone. Team War finally break through that wall, and now they have a chance. See if they can get the job done going into round number 4.
25 and 17 out of Detain. 20-19 out of Disarray. Slow start from Chunk heading into this defense. You need him to pick it up, and he's going to kick things off with the opening kill for the round, as it's a B attempt out of Team War for the most part. Detain going to remove Assault from top triple. That's going to set you up for a pretty solid stance in this defense.
B was the target there for a moment. Still have one player that is through at this time. Linz could come behind the plate. You want your teammates, though, to win a couple of battles just to loosen up the defense a tad bit if you can. Disarray down low, read by DC. So Diamondcon now starting to work forward here through the helicopter side. Meanwhile, you got a nice setup from Chunk and Detain, just playing corner to corner, watching crosses for each other, ready to play crossfires. But this is the problem. When you lose members, you got to worry about Linz, and he's going rogue in the back.
Linz is in a great spot. That's going to force those spawns over towards Lighthouse, give some reprieve to the teammates on the zone. But what a shot there from Disarray on the slide drive-by. You have BB Connor working a pinch on this one. 3 down from BB Connor, and that is one way to answer back onto the defense. You stop that A zone at 2 ticks. 30 seconds left, Austin, and there's not really any more options for Team War. It's got to be this A zone.
Yeah, big moment by BB Connor, excuse me. But yeah, it has to be this zone. It has to be on A. You're very close to completing that final segment, but you still got players up top that are lingering, being a problem. So how do you find a response? They're going to go for the double chow here. It's a little bit risky. Detain finally brought down. 2 players going to end up dropping, so maybe a chance to use your numbers to work onto the zone here. Assault's also able to find 1. What can you do if you're Chunk? Looking for just about anything. Any kills that'll line up here for you, but will it be enough? The answer looks like a no. There's a touch for a second, but in the end, the extra minute's gone over. Team War still giving themselves a chance.
P7 still fight through. After the capture, you have a 3-life lead. 60 seconds left in this round, so feeling pretty good to stop this B attempt. No progress either, so unless you get caught getting over aggressive like that, you should be feeling pretty okay at slowing down this game. But 3 go down, and it's all on Disarray to be the hero.
Yeah, Disarray from the back. What can you do, brother? A lot on your shoulders. But could you just stay alive long enough to potentially allow the pinch to come through here?
It's a double stack.
That's going to be the big factor. But multiple members on the zone. Looking good for Team War for a couple of ticks of progress. Second segment secured. 8 lives playing up against 6. BB Connor, what can you do from the top? Down low, you got the support, and now you've been able to clear off the zone, but it still takes one good push, but it gets that much harder as you're now down to 3 lives.
Yeah, no more respawns, no more teammates to really help you out. Assault's gonna at least catch BB Connor. Or sorry, Disarray. Down into the bottom of Armory, a double kill as well. 17 seconds, 4 go down.
No.
3 go down. It's Detain alone. Has he done enough? 3 versus 2. You are funneling through 1 choke point.
Oh my, DC wanted to line them up, but it doesn't work out in his favor. And well, the overwhelming shots do come through. But man, you thought for a second there could have been a 2v3 in the cards. The time was just low, so you didn't have a whole lot of real options to finesse. It was forced to go to the zone, but it almost looked like a lineup call.
It almost looked like a lineup. And you know what? Canadian event, Timecon performing well. It just kind of goes hand in hand. But it's a little weird in the tick count as well, because both of the offensive rounds went down to lives, not segments. And it looks like it's going to be Team War on the defense, and that's what I would have suggested, because the second defense from Team War was a lot better than the second defense from P7 Black. So
sure.
Now you're in the hot seat. See if you can get anything going to go back-to-back in maps and take a lead in the series if you're P7.
Well, Lynn's too real. Diamondcon, everybody getting involved early. And the only one that can get through, well, if you had to guess, is going to be one of the subs. Chance to try to get through into the back, but your teammates can't get out of their spawn. Lynn's with a finesse, beautifully done. And this is not the start that you wanted. You can almost see one of the members actually backing up just to give a little bit of space to work with there. So Chunk backs all the way up, does work out for the kill, and now you'll see Detain start to work forward onto the point, try to stop that clock and start working for some ticks of progress.
65 kills between Linz and Turiel, as they have been firing in all cylinders. Turiel on the flank, he's going to catch another one. Detain forward and out of position. Double stack on this A zone. Chunk's in a good position to catch Linz through the window, and he does. Pops up looking for more, but he's got to play his life on the stack. Teammates worried about their spawn, and rightfully so, but A is nearly done. Diamondcon's going to stop it.
Big move from DC. Just making sure that extra minute is not secured just yet. Lives. Now just going to be a 2-man advantage. That one will make it 3 for Team War. 30 seconds though. Have to make this push count. Really need to get some kills to open up a bit of space. And how about Detain, man? He is shooting different right now. 36 and 25. Doesn't manage to make it to the zone and play his life, but he gives his team a chance. And are they going to be able to follow up with that opportunity? 2 members now cutting through mid. Disarray forward, looking for that final tick with the stack.
Double stack on. A should be done. And Team War, you don't want to throw lives at this one. This good nade from Linz, and a solid follow-up, and the rest of them is going to put P7 back in the blender. 1 minute, 5 life difference. And everything stacked against you to take a lead in the series.
38 for Linz, 36 for Detain. I mean, Turiel's even gotten pretty involved himself. DC tries to come all the way around, but won't work out for any more kills for him. Now, gearing up for what is going to be a massive push here, trying to find a way to break the barrier of defense for Team War. Lynn's over the top, going to get some great utility out, slowing down the play, but now you're on the zone. 2 to 3 members have a chance to play for the stack here. That first tick just about locked in. Nade's also coming over the top. You need to find a stop here for Team War, and it looks like it's going to have to come by way of the flank and by the high ground, but who's going to make the first move? Who's going to go? Finally a contest. There's the kills, and Team War do manage to find the clear.
Yeah, but it's just 3/4 of a segment, now a full segment, and you still have all 5 lives left, now 4 lives. So everybody's still here for P7 Black. Can you rally one more hit?
That's all you got time for. 4 lives, 18 seconds, in a dream. And a whole lot of information that you do not have access to. Players playing over the middle of the map here, ready to play pinch, ready to play flank. Two Real cuts down 2, and it's all down to 1. Detain has done it all, but it feels like he is finally going to be taken out of this game for real, and there it is. He's done. He's dusted. Team War gets a little dicey, gets a little close, but in the end, they still get the job done as they take the series lead.
40 kills for Detain on that loss. He was frying Team War across that map, and you got to give some props over to P7 Black. A couple players, too, stepping up towards the end. BB Connor especially, but for Team War as a whole, 39 kills for Linz, 39 kills for 2 Real. Both players just always involved, and although he's an assault rifle player, Diamond God, so many times you saw him making plays towards zone to overextend even on the offense to get towards that lighthouse. Everybody on Team War playing dynamic, getting around the play, trying to force themselves into engagements that they feel really preferred in to win them. And I think that game 3, although it goes all the way to that round 5, I mean, as soon as it gets towards defense and you start to figure things out for this P7 or against this P7 Black team, really for Team War, it looked quite simple to close out.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of key moments, man. The subs just playing a huge factor when it comes to either side, offense or defense. And yeah, for the first 3 to 4 rounds, it really did feel like it was Detain versus Linz. Who can do more damage in the back until 2 Real also started to get a little bit involved himself there in the 4 and 5 and ended up kind of matching their pressure and kills.
And even in that 5th round that we did get from the attacking side from P7 Black, as soon as you get those 3-4 kills and you're spawning Team War out, nobody was in a position to watch the top side to get and watch any presence that's going to that lip that's going to be able to watch over you from that mid turret. And with that, Team War simply, with the time that they're given, you know, count where they need to push. And we can see it even towards the end of it. As soon as you have Assault spawn out, instead of telling him to go stack with the rest of them and flood into that, there's no panic whatsoever. You send him all the way towards turret, get behind the play. The double kill really saves that entire round. It got a little bit skewed towards P7 Black at times, but it was pop-off clutch moments from P7 Black. It never felt like they truly could find some footing on those zones.
Well, the protocol control is locked down and secured here for Team War, which means that we now go to a vault hardpoint where it could be all done, as all the respawns so far have gone over to Team War, excuse me. So we'll see if they can try to get the job done on Vault. And I'm excited for Vault because with the way the subs were playing, at least on Protocol, getting up in your face, getting a little bit mixy, being very aggressive, I'm excited to see if that'll maybe can continue going into this Vault hardpoint here, and whether or not we will actually see P7 Black bounce back a little bit and start to refine that respawn and more or less just kind of slow the game down at times and help Detain out if he's dropping, you know, the bombs that he's been dropping, and need all 4 players participating.
You look how good Team Notorious was on Vault to open up the day versus Mindfreak. A lot of that comes down to what you get between Afro and Eric Boom for numerous rotations. I mean, both of them just putting the pressure on their opponents, and Mindfreak could never find a solution to that. And when you have somebody like Rafi as well, just rotating fundamentally, it became quite easy for Notorious to get those setups that they really wanted to on Vault, where you can see, you know, some solid setups towards P2 and P4 to get a good chunk of time. Some teams, they do prefer P3 as well. Notorious were getting away with that. And so I'd like to see P7 Black go into this game with just that opportunity to allow Detain and Disarray to go rogue once again together. And if BB Connor is playing like he did towards the end of that control, I mean, I look to him to really be that pivot point for this team on getting into those setups that you really want.
I agree. Well, certainly all the things that they're going to have to do to take down a Team War that wants to put them away, wants to advance down in the lower bracket. They've been on a bit of a tear. They've had a lot of tough matchups today too, especially starting with that very first one there in the upper bracket, where it felt like there was maybe a chance to even be alive, but they go all the way to a game 5, they get reverse swept, and that's where it kind of all starts to go a little bit downhill. But they've been able to regain quite well down here, and now they're looking to try to keep the consistency going in the respawns. We'll see if that'll happen going into the Vault. But we've set up the subs, man. We've set up a lot of the key players to look out for coming into this one. It's just a matter of, again, I think all 4 players critically showing up here if you're a P7 Black, if you're going to have a chance to really upset more or less this Team War team, because that would give them the upper hand, right? Second at Miami with sure maybe a bit of a different roster. But there's been a lot of success here. You beat these guys, start to get momentum. Who's to say what could end up happening down here in the lower bracket, especially going into an S&D.
And if you can get to that Game 5 S&D as well, I mean, the respawn seemed like the hard part against this Team War side. I mean, you felt good in that map number 2 on Hacienda for the Search and Destroy. So quite like what we've been saying for Search and Destroy going into champs is that EU teams have looked very solid in this game mode. So I'd like to see them have that opportunity to take War the distance, but it's getting through that hard point. That's the tough part.
That's the tough part. I think we do have a bit of a bracket update for as far as some series that have been going on. Of course, there's a lot of matches. We've only been able to cover so many of them so far on the day, but we will take a look at everything that's taking place. And yeah, whoa, hit me with it.
What's going on with the CDL teams today? Doesn't seem like they've really come to match against these challenger guys, as the Notorious take down LAG mates in a round 3 match, 3-1 as well, through that hard point in map 4. And it's just like Rocker before, you can't get to that Game 5 where really LAG mates look so good with the Search and Destroys. But for Notorious, that is a big moment for them where they came to this boot camp to make a difference. That difference is paying off.
Is it ever? LAG mates now in the lower bracket. Maybe there's even a world where match up against Linz down here in the lower bracket too, right? There's maybe something that could happen down here. We'll have to see what ends up taking place. But man, that's definitely a big upset. And yeah, both CDL teams being knocked out in the round 3, not even making it to the semifinal, goes to show, I mean, 1, how much talent there really is in challengers. 2, goes to show just how important I think it is for some of these guys as well. Again, leading up to their biggest tournament. Both of these CDL teams, of course, won't be at champs, but everything is on the line for these guys competing in challengers.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at that Notorious team. I mean, Afro, Eric Boom, both have been in the league before. Afdot, he's been on the rise since MW2, and he looks as good as he could ever be right now for a chance at a future league spot. And you put the glue together, that's Rafi, and he is holding the reins on this team that looks so good coming out of the European region. And yeah, that's a weird one. If it's LAG mates versus Team War and Linz gets a chance to maybe take them down, not only that, but Assault and DiamondCon too get a little bit of a get back on some revenge from their own team. But yeah, that would be a good one. That would be one for the ages that nobody would have expected with how things shaped up at the start of the year. That might be cinema.
That could be cinema. I think that's what the people want. Not taking away anything from P7 Black. Listen, you're here, you're fighting. We're here for you after that last control, but you need to see a little bit more in the respawns if you're going to be able to make us start believe.
I even think for this P7 Black team, like what a story for them as well, because you look at the career that BB Connor, Chunk, and Disarray have all had. They've all been playing in and amongst each other through some teams that have been in the middle of the pack for Europe, going to LAN constantly. You put Titane in the mix, who he's been through it.
He has
in the challenger scene ever since Team Singularity, all the way back in MW19. And I think when you take that chemistry that is the core of this P7 Black team, and you put a player like Titane and you see the ceiling that he can get going with on that SMG role, it's a scary team. It's a team that has upset potential. It's just when it all clicks is kind of when you're hoping to really see this team hit their max form.
Yeah, 100%. Need it all clicking. Need, again, all 4 players showing up here, as we're just having a bit of a lobby issue getting into this one. But that's what it's going to require, man, because Team War, I think there's something you can always take away from just all 4 of those names. And for the most part, you're always going to get at least 3 of them being pretty consistent through their matches, right? If someone's kind of having a bit of a rough one, someone's picking it up elsewhere. And, there's been a lot of conversations around, listen, should Linz have, stayed on that team? I know there was definitely a lot of talk with Gotega around wanting to have him there. So it's been a really interesting conversation around what he's brought, but he's been tearing it up for as far as challengers. What we've seen at least today in that first match, that we've finally got to see him on stream, it's looked pretty consistent as well.
Even like put him in a role where he's playing as a duo with Two Real. You think about the player that Two Real's been as an SMG.
Yeah.
Everybody puts him into a role where he's going to be that pop-off guy to absolutely fry. But I feel like Two Real always plays at his best when he's supporting his duo. Like to the best of his capabilities, and we've seen it in the past for him when he's challengers champions at the Open. It's just he is playing that secondary role to somebody like Linz, where he's setting him up, giving him the comms, just funneling everybody towards him to have those big moments. And Two Real really complements Linz on this team just as much as Linz complements Two Real. So it's great to see the two of them just tear it up.
I agree. And then you have someone like Assault in DC that can, really help lead when they need to pick things up. Things are being picked up. So absolutely love it. We'll see how it's going to come together and whether or not they can, in fact, get the job done going into what would be another respawn, another key map. Because going into a Search and Destroy versus this P7 Black team, man, that's where all of a sudden it goes up in the air, right? It's like, well, the first map went 6-2 in favor of P7 Black. Pretty convincing. He probably gives him the edge there based off of maybe not having a whole lot of information on what they like to do. Again, EU versus NA, there is sometimes a bit of a mismatch when it comes to Search and Destroy a little bit.
Yeah.
And you see that take place in the gameplay. So we'll see what ends up happening. I think we are finally loading in. So second episode of podcast of Visions and Seymour, it is over. It is done. You got all the insight from behind the scenes of what we come to expect for some of these individuals, as well as what's going to maybe happen down the line here in this bracket. But I am ready. I'm amped up. I'm excited here for this Vault Hardpoint, and we'll see if P7 Black got anything left in the tank to get us to one more map.
It's an absolute shout out to the guys behind us too for keeping the ship together in this one. Shout out to AMD, shout out to OAM, Toronto Ultra to the moon, and for everybody that we're seeing right now on screen, P7 Black looking to pull things back in a map 4 setting, and look at that. That is one way to crack open the nut.
Yeah, getting involved right away. Clean shot's going to come through. Chunks looking to get involved early and to look at themselves a beautiful flip right off the bat. So a good start coming on through here for P7 Black. Exactly what we called for is exactly what we're going to get. And they're not slowing down. Chunks up to 4 in a row. He's ready to play, man. That's 5. Gets the nade tag as well. Information onto a couple more members. And nobody's going to be on rotation right now for Team War. They're still fighting through P1.
Yeah, big chunk taken out of this hill as well off that. So look for the rotations. A couple players looking to sneak through. That's Assault traded, and now for DiamondCon, he's looking to see if he can get up into useless, cause these spawns to flip, and at least he's putting pressure on them. Still, you get Disarray, who's going to match up in the back there, but he has so much work to do. They line up, he gets none, and it is Team War for the full flip.
Lynn's starting to get going too. 3 in a row for him, as he's looking to take her out long-range shots. And he's got a lot of information here and around him. BB Connor comes off spawn and immediately goes right back to spawning. And now Detain. What can he do through the back? He's going to be red. Assault's going to get some good tags onto him, but the excellent help through the front is going to allow a potential break here for P7 Black. Into the hardpoint they go, and the break is clean.
Detain makes such a big play there because you get the kill early onto Linz, and the spawns are blocked. Linz spawns out. You just collapse together with numbers. You break for some scrap time for P7 Black. They keep the lead going into P3 now. Team War, they are in the proper positions for this rotation, and you look at Assault over towards top R. That is going to be forcing these spawns all the way back behind gold. So a lot's going to be down to BB Connor to see if you can work your magic, but he's caught on the rotation, and Team War, they got the setup.
Yeah. Assault, again, in that Overwatch position, you're typically going to see him in some of those spots. But Two Real going to take a route. Information gathered, and that's a clean snap. A nice play to cut through Vault, and gets a look at the third. How about that from Two Real? Able to line himself up, and Linz, who's able to get himself some key kills now through mid. See if he can follow up with another. And that will be Disarray finally getting rid of him through mid, and a chance to still fight back for time with 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good time. 4P7 Black, that's going to keep this one as even as you could ask for. And if you're not careful here, Two Real does spawn out. Fortunately enough, Linz, he's got the AR in his hand. He's showing that he could do it with both. the Jackal and the aim, so cleans up BB Connor as well, and that's going to funnel all of P7 Black through the front of this hill. Only one player. It's going to be detained trying to work through the statue.
Salt going to be watching the cross, looking for some shots over the top. A lot of shots, a lot of players getting peppered up. Goes to the pistol and weakens them up for what could be an easy trade, but Disarray might just take this as an opportunity to get around the back. Would love to try to block spawns while his teammates collapse from the front, and he's been able to run right through. The timing is just not there for Assault, so he's able to find a window, but will it result in time going the other way now? You still have a lot of fight from the front, a lot of players surging forward, but it's some great reads here as well from P7 Black, doing an excellent job of finding the kills they need, but it is just 20 seconds now up for grabs, and Team War still have the numbers.
This is good time for Team War. That lead was about tied heading into this hill, so you weather the storm, you get a good chunk of 40 seconds off of it still, and now going into the second set of hills, P7 Black. It was a good start to this P1. P2 gets a little bit mixy, and after P3 and 4, you're just not really able to get any solid setups, so you look at the second rotation as a little bit of a comeback time. See if you can start to work these rotations, not let anybody from Team War slip on through, and keep these spawns intact.
Good info. Easy pickup there for Detain as he just gets a read on where the next players are coming from, and this man has been shooting, especially that last game, patiently, backs up, has the slide. Easy pickup for Detain. Putting together some big kills, but Team War is still very much in the driver's seat, but you're starting to see P7 Black put it together, setup looking really solid around the point. Now also having to worry about what's going to happen at P2. The spawns end up coming through, and now you're actually on the unfavorable side for P7, while still having to fight for maybe a bit of this scrap time left on P1.
Yeah, somehow, some way, Team War flipped those spawns out, but P7 Black doesn't go without a little bit of pressure. Detain on 5 again. He's going to win a crucial fight versus Linz. It's going to get some early time on this P2 hill, and you have the setup. The only thing is you got to watch Assault, because he's going to look to put pressure on these spawning players, and Chunk, he is so far forward.
Yeah, he was. He was looking to cut off at least a bit of the reinforcements, but surging forward will be Team War with numbers. BB Connor, a lot to do on your screen. Going to get some good tags onto DC. Reach out comes through. Not going to find anything. A lot of red pouring into the feed, though, and it's looking like a good moment for P7 Black to get themselves forward, and they might just take the lead.
Spawn in the back for Team War. Recognized from BB Connor. He turns around, so trying to put Team War in the blender as the lead changes yet again. Heading into P3. This is 13 seconds that you're fighting for. Team War trying to work their way on through, but the exit kills work out for P7 Black, and the only thing you are missing is somebody to beat top bar. Other than that, you are looking towards New, and you're hoping Disarray can win this fight. He does not, and suddenly you have to start thinking about actually locking down these back spawns.
Absolutely do. A couple of deep spawns do come through for Disarray and BB Connor. Assault, though, top gold, will be watching over the top. Clean shots, team shots come through. And they'll be able to eliminate one. So far, so good, at least on initial time. 20 seconds secured, looking to have a huge hill as well as look for a flip. And TwoReal's been doing a good job of roaming through mid, playing that roaming SMG role just ever so beautifully, getting himself back on track after having a bit of a slow start. And that will be the lead, back in favor of Team War, as they have to deal with the spawns, thinking about future hard points, thinking about this P4.
There's going to be a lot riding on Disarray, just holding down top bar. Does he have the read? He doesn't need to. BB Connor is going to assist on stopping any offensive attack over towards that art position, as Chunk's going to catch a late nade there onto Assault. Diamond Con drops as well, and this is a very staggered hit through the middle of the map from Team War. It's P7 from Black. They got the setup over towards P4, and especially with having BB Connor all the way top bar, that is going to be a big focus point for TwoReal.
Need to have this hold, and TwoReal has to get a read on the player up top. He is not ready for it, but the trade at least is decent. Now from the side, looking to put together another one. Won't be able to get the job done. Timicon slowly inching through the backside. Knows the push is coming his way. Wisely backs down. Waits for the reach out. And well, he's just trying to play his life. A second one would be massive, but Detain just so difficult to cut through at this point in time. And that is another big moment for P7 Black as they're starting to run away with a bit of a lead.
Now, this is the biggest lead we've seen them have all game long. So heading into the third set, they are feeling good for that game 5. Team War have to ice up, as it is just countless moments for P7 Black to catch up, whether it's BB Connor, Detain, so many players going on sprees, and you put Chunk in the mix where he's 24 and 22. He is having a great game 4 right now, so doing exactly what you need to do for Disarray to soak up this hill time.
Yeah, and a few of the players have really slowed down here for Team War. Assault's having a really rough go of it. Just about 12 and 22, almost double negative. Just has not been able to find a lot of value, not winning some of those key battles. We expect someone like Assault to typically win in those power spots on the map. Now Disarray also getting active, looking to hit the flank, having to fight for P1 time. It's a clean entry here. And that will allow a chance to maybe soak up some time, start to surge through. It's a good moment coming through for Team War. Need to see a lot more of that going forward, though, as it's just scrap time that's now up for grabs on P1.
Assault, he's going to be blocking those spawns, even still with Disarray's position. He's going to send them in what should be a split, but instead Disarray, he's going to spawn on the hard point, and that's going to give an early setup towards P7 Black to fight towards the back. Assault gets overwhelmed, not before he takes someone down with that nade, and that should save the day for Team War to have a fight for this.
Detain, dealt with. Very well done. Just down by about 40 seconds, so this hill, solid hold, would get you right back into it and give yourself a solid chance going into P3. BB Connor getting a read on Diamondcon, but not going to be able to get the best of him. So far, the kills have been very solid around the point. Nobody's been able to find a way in, and it's almost come by way of a little bit solo entry here for some of the members on P7 Black. But now they have a bit of a group. Pinch from the back, pinch from the side, just need to win the battles, but Lynn's still so fierce, so difficult to deal with. He comes up with a couple more, and that's going to give you a solid chance to get into the hill, but it does not happen. P7 Black able to get themselves maybe a rotation, but at the very least, that is exactly what you want if you're Team War.
Disarray's on the chase. He's looking to get lost. A little bit of a lead for P7 Black, but you have members in place for Team War to try to disrupt this early setup on this P3 hill, and Two Real has a fight to win here with the sub. Not going to catch the timing onto Disarray. That should solidify the top art position, but a tough fight to take with the Jackal. It sets up Chunk for a triple. P7 Black, they are fighting for this one all the way to the wire. You just need to see if Team War can step up for a breakthrough, see if they can flip these spawns, but P7, they can win here still.
Yeah, I like this route from Two Real. Wants to try to get some influence inside of Art. First one, no problem. Now they got to be worried about him. Does he get the read in the back? No, he doesn't. So a good trade comes through from BB Connor, who wants to play his life, but he is left all alone. And look at all the members swarming into the back. They know how important it is to find BB Connor, try to lock down this spawn, and set themselves up for a win going in towards the next hill.
One kill is good, but a kill here from Chunk would be everything. Assault goes big for the shutdown. And that solidifies a rotation out for Team War. 2:14 playing 2:31 for P7 Black. All it takes is one break to put this one away and send it to a game 5. But you got to break the hardest hill in the map.
No easy task, and you got to worry about a flank that's going to come through from behind. Two Real holding strong. Side by side here with Linz, doing whatever they can just to hold the line. Might get ourselves a change, but the spawns in the back now could be flipping. Two Real up top. Going to get a read on where the push is coming from, but they're able to get themselves into the hill for a very quick moment. 232 to 239 through the front. Diamondcon able to get some value here, looking for some more shots, and Assault gets involved in the play as well. They have done it through the front. Still a chance to win it here. Assault puts together another one here with Diamondcon, doing whatever they can. Two Reals now involved in the play. Everybody soaking up time, and the spawns are now all in the front. Have to flood, have to touch, have to break, but nobody can get in. The final tick is good, and Team War make the comeback happen.
They steal it right out from under you, and they send you packing. Team War delivering on the vault. It's a tough one to be pressured all the way through this vault, but you look towards some big players. Diamondcon Assault on that P4 rotation. It is everything to see them win those fights towards Art. And not only that, deal with BB Connor as quick as they did to get that P4 set up in. I mean, that is a good try from P7 Black. They had themselves in the winning position, but that's the thing with Volt. Just one wave of kills, you get the spawn out, you gotta run into such a bad hill to break, and That is a tough one to lose, just in general, because you go game 5, you're feeling good, to then eliminate a really strong team here in the AMD Overclock, but you bow out a little earlier than you would have wanted to.
Yeah, you definitely do, right? That is one that you'd love to have back. A lot of great fundamentals, again, being showcased, and it felt like there was, what, a 60, 70-point lead at one point in time, and I think it started to really fall apart at that P2 hill on that last set where you started to see a bit of staggered pushes come through, right? One by one, not being able to wait maybe just a few seconds for your teammates to get into the right position so you can hit that together, and I think that's when the chaos really starts to consume you a little bit, especially for these teams that maybe don't always breaking towards the top. It can really get the best of you. I think that's exactly what happens there, but Team War, they stay calm. Got to give a big shout out to the players that were slacking to bring it back at the end as well.
Exactly.
So all about pulling your weight, but you take a look at the game flow, and boy, oh boy, this one was all over the place, man. It quite literally could have went either way.
But it's exactly the way you call it. That third rotation to P2, there's a moment there where you had the setup for P7 Black all the way in the back, and Assault plays his solo life with a nade kill onto BB Connor, and that enough warrants a break for your team. Everybody spawns up on you, and you're spawning P7 Black all the way over towards Palms, and with that, P7, who are a very fast team with what we've been seeing, they just send solo hit after solo hit, and from then on, you let Team War back into this game with one hill alone. Team War, then they get a good chunk of time at P3, they get that late break towards R, that flips those spawns, and the rest is history for this squad, but we jumped into this game a little bit late, and it was a treat to watch for Team War. They get tested a little bit by another European team, but still results that they're going to be pushing forward in this tournament from.
Yeah, it delivered, no question. The protocol control was also phenomenal, man. Just a lot of back and forth as well, a lot of moments, clutch up moments, and the subs just going rogue, finding that groove that we always talk about, getting into the opponent's spawn. But P7, man, they had a lot of great looks. It felt like there was almost a moment where we were going to see that map number 5, and if you get to a map number 5, that's when you're starting to feel pretty confident.
This is where you got to put some respect on Jiddatane there for what he could do.
He played well. I'll give it to him.
He has been through the ringer for challengers for many, many years, and this is a guy who's never really got his shot, but he still performs on this team. And with this roster going into champs that they're kind of looking to make a deep run for Europe, see if you can upset some of these North American teams, shut down some of the other regions as well coming to show. It's a P7 Black that you can really put some stock in after what we see here in the AMD Overclock. But Austin, we get a look back over towards this top 12 bracket as we really narrow things down, getting ready to close the show today and set things up for tomorrow. And I mean, first and foremost, to see LAG mates again in that lower bracket for the quarterfinals, that is crazy.
It is crazy, but a lot of these teams in the lower bracket are pretty crazy right now. I'm not even going to lie. You have Omit down here, you have Omit Brooklyn down here, and LAG mates. Like, it just feels like there is a lot of stacked teams that are going to be battling out for what is going to be, lower quarterfinals. Like, it is so wild.
Back-to-back elite champions in North America for Omit Brooklyn. You got the DreamHack champions, you got the Dallas champions, you got two-time runner-ups in Orchid / that Mission Magpies team that we saw before, and a CDL team.
And a CDL team, just to throw it in there. A little cherry on top. Yeah, man, there's a lot going on. And I think we still have one more, don't we? We still have the
fairly
Omit
certain
Team
we're
War.
going to be jumping in with that Omit Team War games.
Yeah.
So
we'll finally get a look at Omit.
There ain't no party like a Team War party. Team War party don't stop, at least tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, man. It's been a long day of COD, but it's been a great day of COD. So absolutely here for it. And, of course, up in that upper bracket, Five Fears, Team Notorious, they won't play until tomorrow. They get to take their breaks and prepare and take it easy however they want. And we did get confirmation that Omit Team War will be our very last match of the night. So that's where we're ending things off, and it'll be very interesting to see who actually ends up advancing. You would certainly expect Omit, but listen, Team War, maybe they could get it done. Some of the respawns were looking pretty okay. It's about teeing up, though, versus that Omit squad because they are very dangerous. They are very lethal. We've seen that in the past, so we'll see what ends up happening, though, Colin.
And, I mean, for Omit, this is our first time that we we get to look at this roster.
Finally, right?
We haven't seen them. They lose to Notorious in a matchup that we didn't get to see. You guys didn't get to see, but from what we understand, it was 250, 248, 6-5, 3-2, 250, 248 again.
Yeah, man,
And
that's a good
The only
match.
thing Notorious lost was the, I'm fairly certain, control in that aspect. It was a very close game. Everything else from those two teams. So for Omit, they're on the revenge tour, and now they get some good competition and some teams that they're very familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, we will take a short break. When we come back, we got Team War and Omit going head-to-head. Don't go far. Welcome back, everyone, as we continue the action here for AMD Overclocked 10K Tournament. We are getting into the nitty-gritty, our last match of the night, and taking you through it, of course, myself, Visions, alongside me. I got Seymour. It's going to be a banger, brother. We got ourselves a lower bracket matchup here between Team War and Omid. You know, some teams that we maybe didn't necessarily expect to be in the lower bracket this early, but either way, now need to fight for their lives at the end of the night at day one.
Yeah, it's hard because, I mean, you look at so many teams that we have here, and it's hard to pick out who's going to be in the lower bracket early, who's going to make those winter bracket runs. Certainly a surprise to see what we've got out of Team Notorious and Five Fears and what they've put together. But, you know, just the accolades that Team War and Omid both have to see them in this position for the lower bracket run. One's going to have to go home. One's going to have to push on forward into, you know, LAG mates now after this to see if you can push further through this lower bracket run. It is not going to be easy when you paint it into this as either, because both of these two teams are very used to playing each other.
I agree. But let's take a look at the rosters and see what we have lined up here for you guys on both of these squads. Starting first, of course, at the top, we do have Omid. We have Vivid, Craze, Mac, and Mamba. And these guys have been absolutely on a tear, man. You go back to what we saw at DreamHack, and it felt like they were a level above at times, especially in that grand finals. You know, it was convincing for as far as what we saw. It was a 4-1 victory. A lot of their maps felt like they were very controlled, I would say, for as far as what we got out of Omid. And they are our champions at the moment for as far as what we expect on LAN and really where they had set that bar going into Challenger Champs.
EWC qualified, and even going to Toronto, there's so much history, so much deep lore between Craze and Mamba when it comes down to Toronto Opens. And you think all the way back to MW2 when they played on NOLA Flight and they upset Rocker Academy in a matchup that we never saw coming through that lower side, eliminating, you know, DiamondCon and Pander from that tournament. The two of them have grown so much now into Omid, a chance at EWC as well, and it's great to see them thrive.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And then, of course, their opponents, Team War, we just saw them play. We jumped into their series about halfway through. We got Assault, DiamondCon, we have Two Real, and Lins. And there was a big conversation around what to expect for some of those individuals performing extremely well. But game is getting ready to load in here very soon, so we'll jump right over to the maps and modes. We'll be jumping into a double dose of red card here for the hardpoint and search, protocol control. Need be, again, map 4, have a rewind hardpoint in the dealership search.
Both these two teams have been fantastic in the respawns. Team War, they clutch up in that map 4. The control as well, it goes the distance, but Lins and Turiel were putting on a clinic for that protocol control that we saw just before versus P7 Black. But I think everything for this series rides on to who's going to win that red card search and destroy as a map number 2. A big one for both teams to look into. Search and destroy is something that going into champs was a focus point to fix for these rosters, and I think that is going to be a big swing for when we do get there, but we still got time before we get to that red card SnD. We get that red card hardpoint to start things off, and for this in general, Team War going to be happy to get this one for a map to start off. Omit, they played some close hardpoints versus Notorious, so I'm sure they're going to break through this Team War roster a little bit easier than we've seen before.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we jump right into P1. Have to remember Team War also coming off that last series, so still might be a touch hot here as they were starting to shoot, especially at the end of that, but there was almost a world where they went to a map number 5 and anything could have happened, so still looking to clean up and polish a lot of their gameplay. So far, we'll see a lot of this time, of course, go pretty much neutral, uncontested here. Vivid going to be watching the crosses right through mid, ready for anyone to touch kind of through the doors, but no initial challenges will come his way, so now he starts to press forward.
This is really slow from Team War, and efficiently they're going to take Omid down, hop into this hard point for some early time. P2 rotations as well. You can see that Lins is going to back up, make sure that nobody is flanking, and all eyes forward for the rest of them. DiamondCon starts off the red card 5-0, working towards an early Hellstorm now in P2.
Yeah, great stuff. Find a lot of value, especially, you know, in and around some of these stage hard points with that missile if he's able to grab it. Mamba not going to be ready for that one, rather Vivid. He's going to end up dropping. And now there's a couple chances here to start to push forward. Kills coming in and around the point. It's Team War that had the advantage, and it looks like they're going to be able to get themselves right back on the time.
Spawns flip out, so Omid have to be careful not to find themselves in a trap. You can see them pushing through the middle of the map, see if they can take control of H1. and then start to funnel on in together, but they're losing their gunfights. They're finally going to take Team War out of the hard point, and Mac with a couple of kills going to break in for Omit. So 20 seconds now to pick up, and Mac, he is going to overextend off of that, see if he can fly forward.
Yeah, wants to try to get behind the play a little bit. And I think he's being tracked down right now. Yeah, Diamond Con was hot on his trail. Going to sniff him out and make sure he does finish him off. So the cross-map rotation in play. And we are going to see if there's going to be a chance to come up big. It's going to have to be on DC to basically do it. He's been really gunning just about every single member, but this time around, not going to find the best of Mac. Does win his one-on-one, and now there's a chance for Omit to finally start really getting some critical time.
Yeah, some much-needed time, but you don't leave Team War out for too long. Starting to rally together for a quick break. Mamba, some shots, finally tracks him down. 3 down for War, and should be a 4th one. Timecon's gonna get traded out back into the hard point as spawns flip out for Omit, working from the front of the hill to see if he can spawn trap Team War now and flip this lead. Still 23 seconds.
Lots of time. Just keeping them forced to spawn back here also gives you a lot of the map to work with going in towards the next hill. Viv gonna wait patiently, just gonna contest, just be annoying. The challenges finally come his way, but again, you were just fighting for scrap time, and Omit did exactly what they needed to off that point. They were able to get themselves back into it. Just a few seconds advantage point here for Team War, but it's all about the rotation, and you can already see Omit, they're on new.
An initial time is going to go big for this team, but it looks like we've lost Mamba. So that's going to mean that we have to re-host this one. Connection just not matching up for both of these two teams, so fortunately enough, it was a tie game, so that means it's going to be pretty easy to do the mental math on this whole reset. Just put back to 0.
That's how I feel it probably will be, right? Just go back to 0, but maybe give Mamba a chance to figure out what's going on. Not sure if we're throwing to a break just to figure out what's going to be happening with him. But a little bit unfortunate. Would have been a banger map one. It was a lot of back and forth for what we were getting, right? And that's maybe what we expected. Again, Team War is coming in with the hot hand. They are coming off that last series a little bit warm here, and they showed it through the early sets. It wasn't really until P3 that we started to finally see the turn there for Omit.
And it was a tough way to draw into the lower bracket for Omit as well, but you go into P7 white, you deal with that game pretty handedly, and I think you're feeling good as well for this lower bracket run. So both kind of intersecting at a point where you're starting to get some steam going in this lower bracket to make that revenge run back into the top side, at least the Sunday for the AMD Overclock. And it's unfortunate for sure. I think for Omit, you don't want to be in a position like that. You had the P4 setup, you had the initial time towards stage, and you're really influencing Team War on those P3 spawns very well for a red card. But you can never count that Team War team from coming back, because we even see them in series prior towards P7 Black, is that they just love their comebacks.
They do love their comebacks. Well, maybe take a moment to look at the bracket, see everything again for as far as anyone that might just be tuning in. And just to kind of take a look at the top side of the bracket first here. Again, we've had a lot of close series, especially here in the semifinals. That was where we saw Omit Brooklyn drop down. They did actually get reverse swept there from Five Fears. That really started to bring that one back, and had a slow start, but really started to dig in and find some critical map wins. And again, the last two maps were not very close at all, Colin. It was about 100 and something point differential for as far as the hard point, and I think it was a 6-2 victory at the end there on the dealership, I want to say. And then on the other side, we didn't get to see that matchup between Team Notorious and LAG mates. I almost wish we did, but another CDL team in the lower bracket as Team Notorious now face up against Five Fears in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think that, you know, no matter what way you paint this lower bracket run for Omit and Team War, it is a very difficult one that you have to push on through. Now you're taking down another top component of North American Challengers to get to that CDL team, and beyond that you look at the other side where it could be either way between Team Orchid or Omit Brooklyn that you're looking to face up. This is a moment where I think, you know, going into these next couple of matches, you're really trying to iron things out, especially ahead of champs. I think that a couple teams that we really painted a good picture on going into this tournament have showed up a little bit slow towards the day. So hoping that, you know, it's just a one-off thing, that they can fix their mistakes going into these back couple of matches. And It's not only that, it's been a long day in general for us on the desk and for the players as well.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure this whole thing out, and you know, I think that either one of these two teams, Omid or Team War, they want to finish this one up lickety-split.
I'm sure they would love to jump back into it. But we do actually have maybe a bit of an update potentially here for as far as what could be happening in the lower bracket. So, okay, so LAG mates will actually be going up against Orchid, and then we have Omid Brooklyn that might go up against Omid to see which one of the two teams stay alive. That is a possibility, not counting my chickens before they hatch. Team War still got to play out the match, but that's a possible matchup, just saying.
We've had so many Omid derbies across the year. You know, what is one more before we get to champs? But yeah, this makes more sense because I was thinking, you know, how does Team War get a chance to play LAG mates yet again? You'd think that that's going to flip on out. Shout out to the admins for catching that one too and switching it. And that sets things up for Omid that is a very difficult thing, or sorry, for Orchid, that is a difficult match now for them to go into. Versus the CDL team that wants that quick bounce back. But that's two teams that excel at search and destroy now facing off in that lower bracket, Austin. That's going to be really fun to watch when we do get to see Orchid play LAG mates.
Yep, still have yet to see them play so far on broadcast here, so that will be a fun one. If we're able to jump into it, see how everything's going to take place, especially because those two match up interestedly well when it comes down to search and destroy and control, because those are kind of their go-to game modes, right? When you look at search, that is something that LAG has, you know, strictly relied on, and not saying that Orchid can't win respawns, but it feels like SnD has certainly been where they found a lot of favor.
It's the Neslo way for this.
The Neslo way, baby.
Shout out to Cruzy God. Reverse swept the Nesload. That is a tough way to go out of the tournament for sure, but difficult to know what is going on between Omid and Team War at the moment. Still waiting on updates from our side to see if we can bounce right into this red card as quick as possible. Of course, there's been a couple of tech issues from the players. Things don't always go awry, and kind of goes back to the whole thing of, you know, Call of Duty and having a tournament go on. What is a Call of Duty tournament without a couple of mistakes, couple of issues?
Well, we're going to let them sort out those few issues there, and so that they can get themselves back into the lobby and that we can get good to go for that map number 1. Again, we'll get an update for as far as where we're starting off, but I would imagine it might be a 0-0 start. Either way, we'll have more information for you guys when we come back from the break. Don't go too far. Hello everyone, we are back. We do apologize about the wait, but we did have a player's internet drop, so we are now getting back into the mix of things, getting them back into the lobby, setting everything back up, Colin. Got to go through the whole ordeal, of course, but the internet's back for now. Knock on wood that it stays that way, but we'll see what happens. But we'll be jumping right back into map number 1. As far as I know, it will be a 0-0 start, so we'll be basically just jumping right back into it, and we'll see how it takes place.
And as far as you guys know, there wasn't even wood to knock on, so who knows what we're going
Whatever
into.
the table's made of.
Right now. But yeah, you're right. I mean, internet goes out. That's the way she goes sometimes. So we get them back in, Team Warm, hopefully going to be ready to go back into this red card. Yeah. And I think that, you know, I'm glad that they were able to get this one solved out as quick as they can, because going into that red card map number 1, it was as close as it could be between these two teams, and a very competitive match between Team War and Omid is something that we're very used to watching North American Challengers. I didn't want it to be skewed towards the end of it. I want these two to battle it out across this entire series, and for Team War, go into this match with a little bit of a regain off of that map number 1, and I'm sure that you're going to at least push into this red card with as good a start as you did last time, because DiamondCon kicking things off 5-0 for that red card on P1. That is exactly the start we were looking for from him.
Yeah, 5-0. It's 8-1 to the second life. Like, that's definitely got to be, you know, a little bit of a tough one, a tough pill to swallow when you're starting off that hot, and then you go for, you know, a 10-15 minute break, and you got to, you know, make sure you're not checked out. Go right back into it.
Yeah.
Keep the same mindset. Not easy to do. A lot easier said than done, especially when you've been playing, you know, for this long, and you've had kind of the ins and outs of different series, but that's what's required if you want to stay alive here in the tournament, right? You're going to need to get it done. So, yeah, jumping back into this red card hardpoint, I think maybe take another look at the map set just to kind of refresh everybody on what it's looking like for as far as what is coming up here, while the players do just finally get themselves set up. But we will jump into a red card search as well, followed by this hardpoint, protocol control, rewind hardpoint, dealership, search, and destroy. That will be our best of 5, Colin.
This is the first time we've actually seen Omid on red card hardpoint throughout the day. So for something like this, looking to match up against War with some strategies that haven't been at least brought into the forefront of their matches just yet. So moving to the red card search, another map that haven't really seen this team play either. Protocol control, both teams have had their ups and downs on this match, but for War recently coming off that win versus P7 Black, should be feeling good across the start of this series, especially considering that for Team War, they squared up on LEG mates for red card hardpoint. It was an 8-point game for Team War to start off that series. So this is a map that they are good for.
Stun nades all going out. Maybe just a little bit of a change up for as far as what we expect with the break off, but kill's going to come through very convincingly once again for Team War. This time they're also able to get on the time that much faster, so maybe even a better start this time around, as you're already seeing the spawn kills being played for.
And DC outside, 5-0 to start off the red card the first go around. So off the reset, he is right back into the firing seat. He's got the wall bang too. He just knows. Okay. So DiamondCon off to 4-0 for the reset. Team War off to a good start in terms of time, and you got the back spawn this time being locked out by Assault. Last time, Omid, they were able to flip that as soon as P2 did open up, and for DC, he is just lighting up this feed.
Yep. Well, answers our question about whether or not he'd be able to replicate what we just saw at the start of the last one.
He did the exact same thing.
Yeah, he did. He did the exact same thing. 5-1. Beautiful stuff. But now over to P2. We'll be starting to see a bit of a fight for this early time, and feels like there's a chance maybe to get some members near the front, but all of them zoned off. DiamondCon even goes to the knife here, so yeah, almost the 8-1 start, essentially the exact same thing that we saw before.
And they got the perfect read too for the respawn. Omid, Lynn's pushed out, AR in hand, 5 in a row for him now. And this is great time for Team War. A lot better of a start than they got last time we were on this red card. Finally a break for Omid, but it's just scraps that you're fighting for right now. And a nade from Assault's going to take you out, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and the only one rotated at the moment is going to be Mamba, but or rather Mac, as you'd look at it. So we'll see exactly what's going to end up happening, as you now have a couple of players rotating through mid, going to the high ground. Will in fact be Mac, who's having a slow start. He had a slow start last time around as well. and then started to heat up actually on this P3 hill as he takes a look at the staircase, looking to make something happen in and around the point. Will be read by 2Real, but he does a good job of winning that first battle.
If there's anybody for this team that is looking to perform well, it is going to be Mr. Mackenzie Meltz himself. So see if he can start to scrape something together alongside Vivid going into these next couple of hard points. But talk about a player who is absolutely turning up. Lin's 10-4 to keep Team War in favor of this P3 hill, and he is shotgunning players as well. Vivid didn't even see it coming. Omid still looking for the break to the front, but they are losing all their fights.
Man, crazy stuff happening at the moment. The spawns are in the back. Omid are not in a good position for this rotation, and you can even put them in a bit of a blender here. If you win a couple more gunfights, well, just about all of them are won. Vivid's the only one that maybe has a chance of being able to get through. So we'll see what ends up happening for him. But meanwhile, everybody else has been able to set themselves up for new, and this has been a massive lead they've been able to grow just through the first couple of hills.
It was a tie game before we reset this map. Team War, I mean, they sure had one heck of a pep talk between our sets. So 91-13 onto this P4 hill. Good spread from War. Assault 4 in a row now, as each player for this team taking turns on just going on runs. Assault's going to back on down still with the Jackal, though. Tough fight to take, and he's getting pressured out. Finally, 3 players able to take him down, and you've got Team War out of this hill. A good wave for Omid. 21 seconds that you'd love to get right now, but you got to chalk up this rotation right now and look towards new.
Yeah, it comes at a critical time. Just getting some points on the board is going to feel somewhat good, as the scrap is picked up and you have a couple players that have been able to rotate to new. We'll see Mac in a position to start roaming around, but will be spotted. So gonna play that close angle, but DC gonna get the best of him, no problem there. From the back, Mamba looking to create some chaos, but won't be able to find more than one. And now right back on the time, feels like Team War finding another strong transition, but still a little bit scrappy. Couple players can still hit this from glass, and now Linz is able to deal with them. That's 4 down. That's another big moment for Team War.
Double kill from Linz, double kill from Diamond Con. Perfect plays towards P5. You play for the kills, you keep it white until your chance to strike. And now for the full setup, everybody watching over Linz, and it is really on to Omid to see if they can get a flawless break for this one. It is 2Real to at least get a trade, but 3 for 1. It's still Omid to break into this hard point for some time, as going into the next wave of rotations, down by nearly 100 points.
100 points, and I mean, the scoreboard really says it all right now. It's 17-7 for Diamond Con as he lights up a couple more players there. For Spree once again, he's been going on spree after spree. You have 18-9 from Linz, and it feels like Assault and 2Real are doing exactly what they have to. And not only does, Linz have 19 kills, but he's almost got 2 minutes in the hill, so he is finding a ridiculous amount of value. And Omid just have not been able to find themselves any favor, any moments where they can start to swing the momentum. It just feels like they're always playing catch up. And once again, it is going to be Team War that are still soaking up a bit of time at P1.
Linz is showing he really wants that revenge match eventually versus LA teammates. Still some work to do down this road, but against Omid so far, our DreamHack champions, they are looking flawless on the red card hardpoint. Into the second rotations, though, Omid have gotten a good chunk of time off this P1 hill, and you do have the setup over towards Nil. If you can stop these rotations and lock down some of these kills outside, this is going to put you in good graces, at least for this P2 rotation that we're going to be looking at. And you remember back for Omid, this P2 hill, or sorry, for Team War on this P2 hill, this is where they were able to get a majority of their time, is almost a full 40 seconds.
Well, let's see if Omid can finally lock something down, find some favorable trades, and really work themselves back into the game. Diamond Con, though, from the front, almost finds the entry. Sets up 2Real with a couple of weakened players, but can't find any value from the top rope. So, Omid looking solid here so far, getting themselves a bit of a setup, but you got a couple players now attacking from the back. A bit of a flank that's going to come through. Will it be red? Mamba going to now chow out, but everyone's starting to drop, and Team War do find themselves back in the hill, at least for a moment.
It's a fast break, but still have bodies here for Omid. Looking to take Team War out of the hill. Vivid's going to get overwhelmed, and those close spawns better work something fast, or Team War going to get back into the winning ways, as that P3 rotation is wide open for War to get a safe 2-3 And you can already see two of those members in Assault and Linz looking for that P3 hill, while everybody on Omid is just trying to take 2 real out of old.
Yeah, and they are still so far from the new hill, and Diamondcon is still laying down pressure. Not the spot you want to be in, but a chance to at least break through into the hard point, maybe put Team War into a bit of a spawn trap that is almost your only win con, but it is pretty far stretched at the moment, let's be honest.
This is where
kills are still not coming through.
War were able to flip out Omid almost immediately on this hill, and this back spawn, it is so hard to break out, especially when you have both Diamondcon and Linz pretty much in your face every single time that you pop out of a corner. Mamba's gonna have a fast break, at least for the moment. Can he stay alive? The answer, no. Still, Omid, they do break that back spawn, so now fighting it from the front, they're going to try to see if they can flip the shoe onto their foot and see if they can pin Team War back here.
Vivid will track down Assault. Good pickup, but again, just a couple seconds. Still over 100 points separating the two. And we're now going to move in to the new hill where Omid will get the first touch, but still not a ton of support. Just kind of creating some space around the outskirts. Cray's going to be in and around the middle of the map there. Good pickup for him. Lynn's looking for the wall bang there as Mac's going to have to duck for cover.
And no eyes on Mac down low. And he's at least been getting some good time there. Good shots from Vivid. That's going to give some good support over towards Mac, and Mamba assists. So still inside this hard point, 30 seconds left. Team War, they're grouping up. They want to hit this one again, and they can do that with winner's advantage.
It could. 2 real. Ready to pounce. Ready to fly in. There it is. Break is good. 20 seconds here. That goes a long way when you have this big of a lead, and Omid almost can't afford to give it over, but might just be forced to. Cray's going to give it one last hit, one last go. He's cut down. Scrap time secured, and Team War that much closer to locking in map number 1.
That's a major pickup by Mac on the rotation towards New. He's going to post up in Restaurant and try to assist on his team for this early setup. Unfortunately, he's actually going to get naded out, so DC, he knows that somewhere is going to be Mac just lurking, and they do a good job at least weeding him out from the grass. So 25 seconds for Team War as they're looking to suffocate Omid on this P5 hardpoint, and Linz with the double kill. He's going to open these gates wide open.
Yes, he will. Diamondcon waits patiently. Finds himself the first pickup. Just another 25 seconds or so for the win. Sliding into the hill. Omid desperate, needing every single second, but they're starting to dwindle around the hard point. Can't end it on this hill, but you'll get pretty darn close. We'll see what they're going to be able to do, though, with 15 seconds up for grabs. Omid, again, they feel the pressure. We need to hit this.
You're going to take one more shot. Let's go your way. No, still. Team War soaking up that time at New. When we rotate, 5 seconds left. That's all Team War need. And you have players here from Omid, but how do you win this one? How do you come back from a deficit like this?
Feels just about impossible. Just perfect hard point, as we would say. And Lynn's going to be able to find himself some favor through the middle. Kills looking good in and around the point, and that might very well do it here. One last contest, not going to get there in time. Team War coming out swinging as they grab map 1.
That's a tough one, too. Omid had a couple of good looks towards the second rotation, but after going down so much in the first set that we did see, it just took a couple of breaks, some late contests, making sure that you're limiting to Omid to just scrap time on those hills. And Red Card, just one of those maps that if you're not winning those gunfights initially, if you're getting flipped out right away, you can be put in the blender so many times. And I mean, just off the start with Diamondcon going 8-1, Linz going on a 5-6 spree at the same time. It just felt like the both of them couldn't do anything wrong at that game. Diamondcon dropping 4,100 damage as well in that Red Card hardpoint. That is a performance that you look forward to with players like that.
I agree, and it really is how you start. It feels like Diamondcon did it in both games, right? This time it was even cleaner because they transitioned into P3 and, you know, kept them spawning in the back of P2 a little bit longer, and they were unable to win that rotation, and Diamondcon's early kills actually really paid off, and You could really feel it on the other side for Omid. It felt like there was not a lot of room to move. A couple of slow starts again. It feels like Mac was struggling a little bit to find his flow on this map through the reset as well as this time around. And that's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you a lot, but it also comes with the fact that the ARs are just shooting everything that moves, so you're not really having a whole lot of room to make your way to some of those close quarter positions to find the kills.
You just look at the way that you're set up in a lot of these mini-maps from Omid, trying to break these hard points. So many individual gunfights for them. Not a lot of times where you see, you know, team plays to break those hills. And, you know, when you do see the team plays, it ended up, you know, amounting into, you know, 20, 30 seconds in some hills. But for the majority, I mean, solo plays that just do not work out in your favor. And, you know, if that's just an effect of maybe a gap in the, you know, reset that we got from this red card hard point, I can understand if there's a little bit of frustration coming through from the team. But at a time like this, in a long-winded series or day through the tournament that we've had, a moment like that, it's something you just got to sweep underneath the rug for that. Just get that mental regain going into the reset. And Team War, they did just that for the game, start to finish. You just look at it on the graph. It was not close in that map.
Yeah, game flow certainly tells it all. If you missed it, well, one-sided affair here for Team War. They led the whole way through, and they didn't give Omid a whole lot to work with. It never really felt like there was almost even a time where there was like a solid rotation one outside of maybe a couple moments, but even then the breaks felt like they were pretty consistent coming through for Team War as well. So tough one to be sure, one that you're just going to have to forget about, move on, start to think about the search and destroy that's going to be coming up here, which will also be taking place on red card as well. So, I mean, if the ARs were shooting the way they were, then maybe you're going to find the same favor going into what would be another red card search.
And neither team has played the red card search and destroy all day long. So getting this one in a back-to-back red card fashion, it is definitely screaming the whole practice these maps, bring it into the pool and try to get some good reps against the team that you know very well on either side. But for the search and destroy, Omid, they ban the rewind out. Team War, they ban the protocol. It leaves that dealership open for that game 5 as well. But for a red card to come through, I think for Omid especially, this is going to be so telling in what the vibe is like for this team, at least in the communication. After that map 1 looked abysmal for a lot of those rotations, just individual chows. For something like a red card search and destroy, you have to be very careful with the way that you're approaching some of these bomb sites on the attack, and you got to be very keen on defending with some quick rotations to assist your team, because it is a big map. Things can get past you easily, and I think you got to be on point right now if you're Omid.
Yeah, tracking players seems to be a huge part of what we've seen from the red cards a little bit earlier on, and being able to react quickly to the response that you're getting from the attackers, because oftentimes you're going to be met with the numbers disadvantage, and if you're not able to find that first or second one, you're going to feel the pressure on the site. So that was something we were seeing quite a bit in our very first match of the day, it felt like, with Team Notorious, and how they were setting up and manipulating the map a little bit. Great tack and nade usage. That was also a pretty big point that we've seen throughout today as well. So getting a lot of value with that's going to play the difference, and coming into this one and finding a bounce back and making sure you're not checked out a little bit, because it's never easy, you know, when one of your teammates drops the internet and, you know, you're taking a long break, you're coming back into it, you know, you're a little bit tilted from, you know, dropping out. And listen, we had P3 control, and, you know, it is what it is. We have to move on, have to hit the regain. It's always easier for us to say it, but a lot more difficult for them to actually go through that. So we'll see if they can try to get themselves back on track. They're going to need to, because Team War, they're out here, they're playing, they're fighting, they're looking pretty solid, but need a response going into the search.
It looks like in the side station for LAG mates and Orchid. Orchid out to a quick start on the red card hard point, and they are looking good. Where that LAG mates team are needing a good start, especially against a team that is very good in the search and destroy like Orchid is. So gonna hope to keep our eyes out for updates to come in from that series that is happening. And as we head into the red card search and destroy, it is Team War continuing off of what was some fantastic hard points. Diamond Con and Linz together, just breaking them down.
Yeah, the way you're just seeing them move together right now, bait and switch, get info chow. But I say that, man, they do get a little ambitious going for Mamba. That's also going to be the bomb dropped, so someone's going to have to retrieve it. Gives Mamba at least a chance to reposition. The clock's also playing on his side too. So now the pressure starts to set in a little bit, and your only real option is going to be an A plant.
Mama's going to be spotted. 12 seconds left. That's going to put Assault into a little bit of a 1v1. Mamba should know that, but he doesn't expect him to hold his ground. So expecting Assault to go back and help his team out. He doesn't. Team War winning through that hard point. And, I mean, you expect DiamondCon and Liz to be feeling good off of that map one like they did, but they just flew at this A site, no remorse.
Gets a little dicey. Almost give it to Mamba, but we'll be able to close it out in the end. Everyone gets involved, gets on the board early as well. He's certainly happy with that. But now we'll see what we're in store for on the offensive side coming through for Omit on their first opening attacking round. Going to be met by what feels like some early pressure. Too Real going to get to a forward position, but then immediately backtracks. Also able to bob and weave just around the nades.
Any audio could be the difference maker, but Linz, he is searching for a timing on the back. It looks like it's going to pay off too, but a big win coming out from Mamba, and everybody falls for Team War in succession. It's Assault now, 1 versus 4, turn 1v3. He had the Setonade there, which is perfectly placed at a max doorstep, but it'd have to be an ace clutch.
Yeah, it certainly would be. See what will happen? Nothing will happen. Everyone able to get involved again. And that's just one of those rounds that you feel like you need here if you're Omit to make sure you don't go down 2-0. You start trailing, start having to play a little bit of a desperation type of search and destroy where you're making some risky calls. You're just trying to get something going. So a great one to get involved in. And a nice little moment there from Craze, cutting through mid, getting a good read.
That's a good way to shut things down, just off of the map one that doesn't go your way. And Mamba plays a big factor on that one. He's got the big head plays. So you shut down the flank from Linz, and all eyes forward for the rest of the team. Winning some big key gunfights out towards that A site, which the ARs are fiending for. So flip things back over towards Omit on the defense. And it looks pretty standard. They do have Mamba through mid, and is Mac watching over him, so Mamba might get some info onto the Assault sliding out, but Assault reads him like a book for a first blood.
Huge pickup. Numbers now going to swing the way of Team War, give themselves a couple of options. They've not committed to either site, but you can see them eyeing up B as they'll start to make their move. Craze, a lot to do inside the site, and he's now calling for reinforcements to help him out through the back. He's got a nice little corner. Stun's going to come over the top. Max got to be a little bit careful here. He's now caught in a quarter himself, but Craze able to deliver it with at least 1. DC follows up with 2. That drops us into a 1v2. Vivid last alive.
Vivid is stuck in the back of the site. He's going to make himself known too. DC should pounce on that. He does. War with an answer back on offense. So offense for offense, we go across this red card. And the B site take, it is solid. And I think that just in general, winning that across Assault, making the play through mid really opens up that lane, forces players to have a reaction from Omit to go reinforce that restaurant, and is sitting ducks almost, waiting for Team War to hit that site out. And in that bang out with numbers, Team War, they can just trust to trade their way through it, especially after the way that they were trading effectively back on the hard point.
Team War trying to keep some firm control through the search. Omit looking for someone to potentially give them a pick to allow this A site to be a little bit more exposed. Forward position though was initially coming through there for Too Real. Does now back up. A Mamba finds a massive kill on the DC. Craze able to also bait out onto 1. That's going to give them a 4v2. Surprise, surprise. Little off angle comes through for DC as he now backs away and plays his life.
So that's your way back. See if Assault can maybe follow it up. He doesn't. Mamba keeps his eyes peeled, and Omit, they're going to walk right through this attack. What is going on, Austin, for the defensive red card? You know, I know that there's a lot of angles that you can take as an AR, attacking this A site or even over towards B, but it just feels like these opening duels that the attackers are taking, especially our ARs on either team, they are lighting it up.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And as soon as that first kill kind of comes through, you see everyone else start to twitch and move a little bit. And then
Craze goes
that's
forward.
when you see, yeah, another play be made. So it's worked out quite well here offensively, despite seeing both bomb sites in use at times. But now a massive swing round here in round number 5. Team War are going to bring that attention right over to A here. Set nades are out. No early connections. And now we'll see them slowly wait and see if the patience pays off with, again, looking for that opening pick with one of your ARs.
Trophy's out. Linz looking for timing. He's just running straight down. And Max says, what are you doing, buddy? That is an easy pickup for a first blood to Omen on the defensive side. Assault, no, Diamond Con with the quick answer back. Brings us into a 3v3, but look at the minimap. We're getting a flank from Craze.
Sure are.
He's going all the way up.
All the way up in the elevator we go. We'll see what he's going to be able to find. High ground. Oh, information onto 1.
Good discipline.
Should be able to at least give the call out, to clear out top sky as well. And no more information gathered really just yet, but he's going to track Assault the whole way through. So they know where Assault is, and there it is. Vivid able to find the kill, but Linz still gets the trade in the end. So 2v2 we go, but we are getting low on time.
Low on time, and you are feeling a little constricted onto the side. Two-Rail has lost himself, and there is no way that War was able to track that whatsoever. And Omit was able to track that whatsoever, and even though you have Craze getting all that information on where that attack was coming from, even still, Two-Rail makes his way through. The trades happen, you just fall back towards your teammate, you play together, and, if you need to, you can trade effectively, in that 1 or that 2 versus 2, but Assault just did not have a beat on where Two-Rail did go, and that is a really good round for Team War to dig themselves out of a pretty tough one as well. No progress over towards A after Linz went down early.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 3-2. Pretty back and forth affair here so far in the search and destroy. Mac going to take a little peek through mid, doesn't see a whole lot, but maybe gives a position for Craze to start pushing forward, and he is going to take away a little bit of space, but might have been tagged up. Meanwhile, first blood does end up coming through. Response followed up from Craze. 3 versus 3. Plenty of time to play with, and a little bit more information here in the back spawn, and Mamba able to get himself involved in the play. Now gives his team the man advantage.
Yeah, so working off that initial duel that you did see. B site is open for the plant. Both members from Omit or Team War playing through ticket. As soon as it goes down, that is a tough call to make. It's Linz and Diamond. Linz going to be spotted. Can he stay alive? DC is going to be right behind him, but they are so tagged up.
All down to 1. And you will see a response actually come through for Diamond. So he is able to get the first one. Turns it into a 1v2. Time not in his favor. Has to get the reading glass, and the shots are good initially, but won't be able to finish it off. And finally, start to see Omid actually grab a bit of control there. Nice push, good plays, using that teamwork there to really bang out the B site.
You like to see that from Omid. I mean, when the going gets tough, just go for B at this point. Give it a different swing, a different try. It's been non-stop A hits. We saw a slow B hit earlier from Team War, but for Omid, it's the first chance we get to see them look towards that and off that opening duel that you get for the trades. You have the numbers, you get the bomb down. It is a pretty simple site to hold, especially with the numbers advantage. So that is a great play call from Omid, now tying us up, and it's going to be an aggressive one on the defense, and they're going to send Craze to see if he can get aggressive outside and catch this bomb carrier.
Oh, Craze just not going to be ready for it, though. And the gunfight is going to be won from DC, just waiting patiently in the corner. But yeah, they don't have the bomb at the site yet, so it's almost just a waiting game of who's going to make the first move. Nade's going to go out, and we'll see if there'll be a connection here from Linz.
Now it's Vivid's turn out. He's going for the late flank. That is a call for Mac and Mama. They got to hold their life as long as possible, almost contain this until Vivid can make the play.
Oh, and Vivid does make the play. Able to find the first one. Linz now taken out of the round. Bomb will go down successfully. 3v3 we go.
Any trophies out? many nades. Turiel, he's got a trophy, but he's not going to do it. Initial tag, he goes for the chase,
Wow.
and it's going to work for Omit. It's a 1 versus 3 now. Vivid on the late flank. They know exactly where to look. Team War continue this back and forth between squads and take back their lead with an offense hit over towards B. I like the initial play call from Craze to try to at least up the aggression outside, see if you can get that bomb down. But that play from DiamondCon to kind of read it as soon as you know that that pressure is coming through, you lay down, you wait for it to come out. That first blood really shifts things over towards B, opens up that lane completely. And although Vivid does at least get a trade from that flanking play, without Mac or Mamba holding their own from that front, it is impossible for him to get more. So on to the offense again. It's going to be hit back over towards A, it seems, and no real aggression except for player number 2, Turiel. He is just posted up inside Ticket.
Great nade. Craze just connects beautifully with it. Follows up with a stun, tries to go forward. Meanwhile, will be an easy pickup that ends up coming through in the back. So not what you want to see again for Omit, who just continue to kind of lose out on some of these first bloods.
That's Turiel on 3 in a row. That's going to set up a quick flank now between himself and Linz. Omit, you thought they were going to go for the quick plant in A, but it's a little bit delayed, and Vivid's actually pulled himself all the way back. I don't even think Turiel or Linz saw this. So Vivid's going to be pretty key on this post plant.
Yes, he will be. First one is good. Now he's going to read for the second. The challenge comes right to him, and flying on out. Obi Linz able to win his battle, all down to 1. Mac's going to drop, and that will be a textbook retake coming through here. Getting the job done. DiamondCon up to 10-4, man. He's having himself a series right now.
Just in general, a day for the team. As he and Linz have just been going toe-to-toe, and who's going to outslay the other one. And that's not really a role we usually see Connor in. He's very, I'd say, timid in my mind in the gunfights that he does take. But, you know, you look back to the Protocol Control versus P7 Black. This guy was always looking to run routes with an AR in hand. And you know, you see it still in the respawn that we saw for the red Card Hardpoint. He was outslaying everybody on Omit. And he might be an AR, but DiamondCon, he is still putting up numbers for the team.
Do or die now for the map number 2 here for Omit. A lot of pressure, and, well, it's a much better start this time around. Able to find a pretty critical kill. Craze getting active through mid. Turiel forced to retreat out of the ticket booth, and he's going to run all the way forward. Meanwhile, you got gunfights on the other side, which will be overwhelmed, and Salt's got nowhere to go. Turiel spotted out everybody here for Team War, basically under fire or already taken out, so not a ideal round that you want to have, and we'll see what Turiel's going to be able to do as the bomb's actually going to be planted over by B.
Is he trying to bait them out?
I think so.
You get the kill, you draw some attention. Everybody thinks it's going to be over towards A, but you know Turiel's going to be isolated. Gets another one, and that sets up Assault, who repositions top triple. If he makes this a 1v1, this is so doable.
That stinks. Getting that kill would have made it much more possible, but now he's no longer got control of the site. The flank being read quite nicely from Vivid. He's got to go for the bomb check. No other choice. And Omit will make sure they do not throw that one away.
Opening duels, both teams very even on what we're seeing through these first bloods, but especially on the attack. We've seen a lot of success between these two teams, and for Omit there, you get that initial kill, you open up that round with the first blood, and you don't let up from there on. You continue to keep the aggression in for a second one. Turiel makes a good, at least, play to bait those players away from B for that plant and gives Assault that chance into the 1v2, but without that kill onto Vivid, that completely shatters everything that Assault has in that post plant. So for Omit on the attacking side, is that an RCXD?
Yeah, it was off
shot out of the air.
Got some air on the ramp, dude.
How do you even get at that? I know we can jump, but thing looked like it was flying with jets on the back.
Lots of pressure now over to A. This could very well be a free plant. There is nobody forward here to stop this, and you saw a little bit of a bait. Obviously, everyone's watching crosses, so it's almost a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to make the first move? Who's going to challenge up first? Diamondcon says, I'll give it a go, but the bomb does manage to go down in the meantime.
Corner. Nobody checks for Craze. Double kill immediately. Numbers to Omit for the second. Assault is going to put this one on the chopping block for Turiel. Brings it into a 1 versus 1. 30 seconds, and Mamba, he is away from the plays, so Turiel, he just wants to get lost.
I like this reposition. This reposition, and Reed feels like it's actually pretty solid. Bangs open the door. He sees him over the top, but tough gunfight to be sure. Mamba going to hold strong, and Omit bring it all the way back. Get us to a round 11 here in map number 2.
It is going the distance for Omit. And Team War, they had their number in a couple of those rounds towards the last bit of that game, but when you look at that from Mamba, playing off of his duo Craze, who kicks open that round 10. First blood's even between both teams, so going into it, you have to feel you win this opening duel, you're putting yourself in a good spot to win this game. So the trend says Diamondcon 10-6, Turiel 11-4. Slow it of Assault and Lins. They've had their moments, and for Omid, it has been shared wealth on their side.
Talk about the intensity here, and Mac realizing just how important it is to play your life. Don't want to give anything up. Through the middle. Turiel, ready for this play. Craze has done this quite a bit where he bangs open these doors. He likes to play around the hedges. He goes for a little stun check just like that, and Turiel's ready if he overextends.
This time, Craze is just keeping attention. Everything's looking to be. And it's Lins there. He hasn't really been favored for the defensive side, and once those first bloods happen, it is green light to go. Lins, that's Turiel, gets caught. Diamondcon's in trouble, and everything's falling apart. He's just got to stay alive.
Yeah, it felt like he didn't know where he was getting shot from, and he was exposed, but the finishing kill does not come through. However, you have lost one of your key players. Turiel no longer a part of this defensive setup. And Mac also going to throw a nade in. He's going to give his position away. We'll see what he's going to be able to do on the slide. It's a tough chow, and it's going to be a trade kill potentially to follow, but Vivid, he's just searching, looking for Lins. Can't find him. Another kill ends up dropping down, and now everyone falls apart in the end, and that will do it. My goodness, forced to make a play. Team War get the job done 6-5. They pull ahead 2-0, Colin.
Everything was attacking side for majority of that. You get the first blood, too, onto Turiel. You had the right call that you late hit B, try to force all the attention on that A site, but Lins doesn't budge once. He's got the Giga read on that defensive setup. Hiding on the back tables like that, yeah, you had to at least read onto the positioning if you were Mac, but that is not an easy fight to take whatsoever on that chow with an AR in your hand. And you got a Jackal, you got a hope and a prayer if you're Lins, and one of the nastiest shots we see from a young buck from France. But he puts in the work for that round 11 for the team, and Team War now up 2-0 in this series through their red cards. Even looking back at this one, it was so back and forth. But hey, for Team War, they got off to that hard start. You had a great game between Turiel and Diamondcon, and they gave so many chances for Lins and Assault to at least clutch up these rounds.
Yeah, they definitely did. A lot of opportunities. Sometimes they were able to deliver, but really set the tone with some of the kills that are coming through. I mean, when you're putting up 11, that's going to play a huge factor. DC had a lot of great moments as well, as you mentioned, Colin. And that's what plays a big factor when you talk about winning Search and Destroy. I mean, look at this moment here. This was also another almost potential 2v4 round where Turiel just baiting out on
before.
that. Yeah.
That is a first from me. I mean, you bait out the bomb plants and you force players to come to you while your teammates at B. If Assault wins that, that's one of the best plays in Search I've seen at least in a while on Black Ops 6.
It would have been insane, but doesn't work out. And then finally forced your hand, have to make a move into the site, and luckily, Team War, they were ahead of the play. Very back and forth, though, when it comes to the first bloods. And overall, I mean, a much closer map number 2 than it was number 1. And Omit have to pull off a reverse sweep if they're going to somehow stay alive here in the AMD Overclocked tournament.
And although those first blood conversions were very good for each team, Of course, it's round 11 that you get a first blood and the round does not go your way. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes for this, and you see, you know, back-to-back rounds for 9 and 10 to push that round 11 for Omit. It's a great series to say if you're Team War fans for Omit. I got no idea what's going on with this team across the day in general. You lose to Team Notorious in a Game 5 fashion, or Game 4 fashion, not even. As close as it was. You wanted to make this lower bracket run. Well, Team War, they just have your number right now. Round 11 doesn't go your way, and you're hoping that this team can figure it out between the breaks.
Well, it's late night. It's going to take a lot of energy. We'll see if they can try to get it done. It all starts with that control, and that's where we'll jump into right after the break. Don't go far, guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome back as we get ready to jump into map number 3. Very well could be the last one. Team War are 2-0 up, but now it is Protocol Control. We'll see if Omit got anything left in the tank.
It could be the last one of the night, too, for us, as we do have another stream going on, or another game going on right now between LAG mates and Orchid. LAG mates up in the search and destroy. Didn't catch the tail end of that hard point himself, but still feeling good for the SnDs against their European counterparts. So focusing in on War and Omit. Both teams have met themselves on protocol controls against other teams, but it has been no falters on their sides. Both teams winning the protocol controls today.
Craze danced a little bit through the middle of the map. Vivid now up top. Wants to replicate some of that himself and can easily attack and take out anyone who jumps on that A side from this position. So have to really deal with the scaffolding before you're going to be able to fully press forward here. Lin starting to clear out some of the space. Looks to push through, and he will make that touch happen as he stops the clock at 28 seconds.
You gotta worry about the presence from Team War. Except you just haven't seen it from Omit to translate. Vivid's gonna hit the late flank around. You stop that second segment, and you do good for continuing to keep this clock going down. Linz also falls top grandma, so it's all eyes forward for Omit. We're gonna win this initial defense clean.
Looking solid for it. Vivid backtracks, gets with his teammates, and yeah, the kill is just a little bit too good at the moment here. No real chance to make anything happen, and that's as dominating as it gets here for Control. That's also a massive response for Omit coming into this very first map for what would be a reverse sweep.
You know what you get there? You get Mac and Craze finally connecting in a map together for this respawn. It's something that we didn't see at all on that red card hard points. Very difficult, I'd say, for the subs to get loose on that map in comparison to the protocol. I don't know what that was, but yeah, good
I don't know what that was either. I don't even know the mic picked them up, and that checked me.
All things considered. I hope everybody's okay.
I hope everyone's good. Just a thumbs up would be good. That was loud, but all right. That's how Team War felt in that first round right there.
Everything fell apart.
It all came crashing down, but chance for a good old rebound here. And how about that patience from Linz? He wants to get forward. Oh, that is so disgusting. What a snap that is. And now you have all the control you'd ever want at the start of the round.
And the shoes on the other foot for the spawn trap on protocol defense. In fact, Team War are looking to one-up Omid in the sense of not even giving them a single segment right now. So you've lost 2 lives off this break-off. You got Linz in a perfect position just to continue to finesse around these pillars and shooting Mamba in the back. He goes down finally. Our route is open up over towards A, but what a shot from Assault. He just beams Vivid off that heady.
Oh, Craze wants to try to find an angle, and now it's actually going to be on Mac to do the exact same. Can he try to push through? Over the top, Too Real going to be holding strong. He'll be good. Up top, you got Assault again, providing some kind of overwatch. And oh, what a nade that is. Lands right on his toes. So a huge pickup there, but a whole lot of control and 0 ticks of progress have actually gone over to Omid here thus far.
A throw like that from Assault, the Cowboys are going to be knocking on your door looking for a new QB. So 15 seconds, a couple kills yet through Team War. Too Real, it's his turn now to set up for this flank, be hit for a late chance on the offensive round. Time stopped at 5.7 seconds. Mac looking to harness his inner detain to see if he can go big for the team.
Yeah, gonna need a lot of that right now. But Linz, or rather Too Real, was on 5 in a row. From the back now, Assault's also gonna be able to attack from the flank, and nobody's left out on the map. So that is gonna do it for yet again another convincing round. And a lot of our protocols have actually been very mixy today, but this one has been, extremely defensively heavy.
Not really impressed with that offensive attempt that we got from Omid at all. I mean, not one time did I really notice a player trying to push through the bottom of the map to see if you can flank inside Grandma's, get behind that defensive team. It's just constantly getting flanked out, not really working the map for yourself. Nobody went down Spiral. Everything's just go away, fight through Armory, get rid of players top triple, and when A doesn't work, go to B, try to ping pong this thing. You never had a single flank from Omid on that offensive side, and when we switch back to the next chance for them, that is something to certainly address, but same can be said for Team War, as they also didn't get anything on their offense.
That is a fair point. Well, finally looking for a team to potentially get something going on the attack. Craze already lurking from behind, however, but Too Real could do a similar thing while Lin sits on the point, but clean shots there from Craze. We'll rip him right off of the 8 points. So now it's about Too Real finding value in the back, and there's going to be a lot of players looking for him, but some good kills actually coming through across the map, giving him a chance to find and pick up some of these respawners.
I like the position that Too Real's in. That's forcing those spawns all the way to Lighthouse. It's allowing this double stack to get so much progress at A, and Linz, it is free shots. As soon as they chow out, A should be cooked, and it will be. So A gets secured by Assault, and this is the best chance that we've seen so far. So for Team War, trying to avoid any exit kills against them. Too Real, can he do it again? Omid, they gotta cover their tracks at some point, but you gotta deal with Too Real first.
Yeah, you definitely do. And we'll be red. Craze down there, dealt with. So 20 lives playing up against 17. Team War with the advantage, and they are still making some great moves over to the B point. Just Diamondcon isn't really ready and anticipating that gunfight to come as quick as it did. Assault through the outer part of the map, looking to work whatever terrain he can to give himself a heady advantage, but now wants to try to hit the gas pedal to the metal into the site. Not going to happen. Max shuts him down. B point going to stay safe for now.
A lot of kills now for Omid. Starting to get some foundation for this defense. Now for Mamba, it's not been a great game for him, but he's in a good position to start spawning these players out and getting some kills with the respawning members. He gets his 9th, and 1 minute is all you need to do with a small life advantage for Omid. Let's see if you can shut down this offensive attempt and keep this one defense for defense.
40 seconds to work with. A little bit of patience coming through, trying to get a read on where some of these pinches and flanks might be happening at. And Too Real working down low. A lot of players are going to be down low now, grouping up together.
what is this outside play from Vivid? Is he out of the map?
Yeah,
He is.
he just falls out of the map. Now you just need to find a trade onto Mac, but he's got a bit of support behind him. The stun is also perfect. Locks them in place. No chance to use the movement. Now time becoming the biggest factor.
I don't know what just happened to Vivid, but he's got to dap up Mac when he sees him. He just saved that entire round. So 3 in a row for Mac. Another hit over towards B. One player there. It's Two-Real stopping the clock for 8 seconds. Somebody's going to have to go for another touch, but it's a life lead by 1 for Omit, and time in their favor to win things out. Nobody in a position to touch that zone. So Omit going to take the defense, limiting that offensive attempt from Team War to the 3 segments at A that they got. So for Omit, that round 5 defense is still on your mind.
It is. Solid attempt. Got a couple looks at B, but as you mentioned, Mac with a really big save. Perfect stun placement into a double kill there with some firing support in from behind. I think maybe from DiamondCon. But that's enough to really stop what looked like one of their biggest plays onto the site, or onto the zone rather. We'll see what's going to happen here, though. Need some ticks of progress, and it really does start with the breakoff, because the breakoff has been clean on a lot of these defensive rounds, and then boom, you're immediately in the spawn trap. So if you can somehow have a strong breakoff here, get onto A early, stop that clock, just create some chaos, that might be your window.
Here we go. Linz tagged up. He just backs right down. Off the breakoff, it looks like this time for Omit, they're putting a lot of presence over towards bottom computer, and that's going to result in a quick 3 kills. Opens up a route on towards B. You still have to close spawns from Team War, so this is something you got to worry about for Omit and Reed.
This is exactly what I talked about, and oh, the kill's so good through the middle of the map. Craze wants to try to push out, get some more map control, but is shut down and denied. Mac now looking to get involved. Hell of a snap there onto Assault. Get some good tags onto Two-Real as well, and forces him maybe to think about the second challenge. Wow, he does go for it. Mac does a great job of creating space, just no one there to follow up completely. So now we turn our attention back to A, where you got a lot of members that could maybe play for a stack.
Look at it. Crazy, he's going to fly right through. He's on the flank. Shoots Assault in the back. 3 kills down. You'd like to see a stack ASAP Rocky for this Omit team. It's at least 2 on the point. Second segment in through the bottom mid. That's Vivid trying to create enough disarray that it pulls the attention of the rest of Team War. It does. They secure the A zone. They do it fast, and they're still just under 2 minutes to get over towards B now. So you get another solid wave of kills. You spawn them out. This is very winnable for Omit.
Yeah, it is. They've been doing a great job of gathering up with one another, finding the picks, getting into the site.
And
the entry steps have really been the difference maker here for us. But from the backside, see what Mamba's going to be able to do looking overhead. He's in a good position. Try to find Linz, but Linz is going to be able to slip through. How much attention is he now going to draw?
Well, he's just looking to buy some time. A lot of attention towards Linz. He ends up falling, but not before a trade comes through from DiamondCon. So Mamba 2.
Oh, it's a big kill.
I thought he was going to activate. Assault with the pistol puts him down 6 feet under. That last minute of play for this round where Team War looking to emulate what Omit just did to them. And with Two-Real and aims in hand, top triple, this is a good spot to start the spawn trap.
It certainly is. Such a difficult spot to work yourself out of. Having to get through this wave of gunfights and then the next wave before you're even going to really get a look at the zone. 30 seconds though. 9 lives remaining for Omit. Two-Real getting a read on some of the players lurking down low. Vivid's cut down. Still don't have any top control right now, and more players are starting to get spotted, called out. Two-Real's doing a great job.
Finally, he's going to be dealt with. 14 seconds left. 5 lives for Omit. One last chance to win this in regulation off an offensive win, but as Craze goes down, you look at a dive from Mac. If not him, would have been Mamba, but it is down to Mac to make the play, and he just doesn't have the time. So defenses all the way through to a round 5 on the protocol control. This is exactly where we saw Team War earlier versus P7 Black in a situation like this. So still struggling with those offensive attacks. Omit not having any better of a run, to be fair, but you look at the fact that both teams shut down that first round offense very easily. Going into this round 5, Team War, They still did enough to get that round 5 defense under their banner. So, Omit now, what can you offer us in a round 5 offense to try to steal this one away and keep your run going here at the AMD Overclock?
Another great break-off. Feels like it may be required. They had a great one last time around, and they give themselves a couple of options, but good wallbang shots come through. DC up to 5 in a row. Nate going to be cooked, but doesn't get a full connection. It's okay. Linz is there, and more team shots end up following through the middle of the map here. So Omit now going to have to really rely on breaking out of their spawn and worrying about the lingering subs starting to press forward.
Couple players looking to break out. Mac leading the charge. Catch Assault as well, so DiamondCon's got to go big. He's on 5 in a row. Pistol out at range. No way he backs Craze down, but Craze whips his pistol out. And it's a fight with the Glocks at range. A-Zone stacked. Craze is here. He's looking to lead this team to salvation.
Great need. Able to get some information, and second tick just about halfway through. You've been able to at least get control and establish something in your mid building, so that's going to allow you to maybe get more members over to A. That's exactly going to be the case. They're able to get more members in. Second tick is going to be secured. With the double stack, it looks like that will be the zone. So a minute 46 to work with. Now just have to start getting yourself over to B.
What is going on with these guys jumping out of the map? I mean, I know you might be feeling a little hot on the map right now, but going for a swim is definitely not the way. As I like this call from Team War, instead of throwing lives at that A zone, they wait till it gets captured. You play for the exits, and when Craze goes down, it is time to set things back up for this spawn trap. A minute 18 to kill. A 3 life lead for Team War as well. So with just over a minute left, it is really up to Omit to see what they got left in their tank and now to see if they can shut down Linz and get over towards B.
Yeah, Linz right back in his position where he loves to be, shotgunning people up close with that Jackal. Nice pick up there for him. Nobody really going to fully backtrack, but you can see just everyone paranoid about where they're going to get shot from. And now it's really going to come down to Linz winning 1 or 2 gunfights. He is good for at least 1, but there's a big moment here to start stacking the zone.
Nobody's pushed up for Lighthouse, so it is going to be close spawns from Team War. A chance to re-hit over towards B, and I don't think Mac was really ready for it right away. Still with the Omni movement, dives out onto Linz. Fortunately, though, the rest of his team does end up going down. There's only 3 lives left for Omit. Now make it 2. This is looking like they're about to bow out.
Looks that way. Last one up, Mamba taken down. Team War, they get the job done. Yet another lower bracket victory, just refusing to go out. And they will take out your Dream Hack champions in the lower bracket. Incredible stuff for them with the 3-0 victory.
Just finished that one off, too, for Team War in the same fashion that they had before. 3-0 sweep over Omit. It goes round 5 in the control, but you get it done with that last defense. You do enough through the initial couple rounds to set yourselves up for that situation. And I'll give it, you know, Omit, they had the plays, they had the chances. You have that last stack over towards B when you don't read the close spawns over towards Team War. If you do read those spawns, you got yourself set up in a position where that round could have been yours. But there were some woes from this team over map 1 all the way towards map 3, just not really able to get it going in general for this series. You lose that round 11 in the Search and Destroy as well, and you're pretty down in the dumps going into that control to begin with. So things not really lining up for Omit throughout this series, and it's unfortunate to see them end their run so early in the lower bracket. But for them, with champs on the horizon next week, I'm sure this is just the beginning for what they have to offer this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to review, and also having the pressure of, you know, needing to qualify for the EWC spot as much as obviously the goal is to win champs. You at least don't have that kind of hanging over your head. You know that your season is still prolonged past champs, so that is something to certainly consider, but maybe a little bit to work on leading up to champs itself to see if you can still lock in the chip. But we take a look at some of the replays throughout the series, and I mean, Team War just completely on fire. It felt like a lot of players stepped up in a lot of big ways. Got to give a big shout out to DC as well as Linz. They had a lot of great moments, but everyone participating when they needed to, everyone pulling their weight when they needed to. And overall, it just felt like they were completely ready to win this series, and they did not make a whole lot of mistakes.
No, they did not. And for Omid too, I mean, that search and destroy was just so good for them. You even go into that last round, 11. We're going to see it back yet again, where you throw some curveballs at this team, you get that first blood, you have DiamondCon tagged down to 33 HP, but this moment right there for Linz really puts the nail in the coffin for what felt like the series, and deflates Omid heading into that map number 3, where he had some good performances from Craze and Mac. Both of them putting up some really good numbers, but a poor performance from Vivid in that map number 3, Protocol Control. And it really just felt like the entire team, albeit slaying on the defense, when it came to offense, could not get over that hump of the B zone. Getting into it, you never really saw somebody go further past the lighthouse, try to spawn those defenders as far away as possible. And Team War, they just do a good job at getting the job done on that defensive side for the controls. And now we get a look back at the bracket here, Austin, in front of us for top 12. It is set in stone, the top 6 now for our AMD Overclock.
Top 6, man. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty again, setting ourselves up for Championship Sunday. We say goodbye to Omid, but they now match up against an Omid Brooklyn that's going to be patiently waiting to play for tomorrow's match. And then at the moment, you still have Orchid as well as LG mates that are playing in their matchup right now too. So there is still a determined outcome for as far as how that one's going to end up faring for us, as that is in the control, and it looks like that is all tied up 1 apiece, I do believe. So a little bit interesting for as far as what we're going to get there. I mean, if Orchid's able to take down LAG mates, I mean, that would be crazy to go into a Sunday with no CDL teams, but I mean, that is certainly a possibility with how close I think that series is currently.
Yeah, so that's going to be the series that leads into our top 4 tomorrow that we're going to be following along with 5 Fears Notorious most likely kicking off that day. Lower semifinals is going to be a treat because you got Team War versus Omid Brooklyn, Orchid versus LAG mates that are going to try to push even deeper into the lower side. Will it be the CDL team making that lower bracket run, Austin? Because we haven't seen them playing to the full capacity that we are used to, or expect them to play to throughout the day. And for Team War and Omid Brooklyn at the top side of that lower bracket, you can see that Team War, they are icing up at so many times. This team is resilient. And for Omid Brooklyn, it was a great start to the day. We saw them go flawless into winners round 3, but as soon as they play up against that 5 Fears team, getting reverse swept and then dropping down into the lower bracket, that one's going to create a little bit of, say, doubt in some of the maps for them to go into that series now versus Team War.
Yeah, certainly some woes, but have to see if they'll be resolved going up against a very good-looking Team War right now with how they've been able to go through this lower bracket and really just clean up and polish a lot of their gameplay from earlier on in the tournament. But that is going to do it for day number 1. We had some very fun action-packed gameplay throughout all of today. And once again, another big shout-out to AMD. They are also giving away a graphics card on the Toronto Ultra Twitter, so make sure you guys head over there, retweet it, like it, tag a friend, and make sure you comment below and let us know who you think is going to take the tournament for tomorrow, as well as follow AMD and AMD Gaming. They are, of course, putting this on, so a really big shout out to them. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. East.